Chapter 1 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 1 The Empty House. Certain houses, like certain persons, manage somehow to proclaim at once their character for evil. In the case of the latter, no particular feature need betray them, and they may boast an open countenance and an ingenuous smile, and yet a little of their company leaves the unalterable conviction that there is something radically amiss with their being, that they are evil. Willy-nilly, they seem to communicate an atmosphere of secret and wicked thoughts, which makes those in their immediate neighbourhood shrink from them as from a thing diseased. And perhaps with houses the same principle is operative, and it is the aroma of evil deeds committed under a particular roof, long after the actual doers have passed away, that makes the goose flesh come and the hair rise. Something of the original passion of the evil doer, and of the horror felt by his victim, enters the heart of the innocent watcher, and he becomes suddenly conscious of tingling nerves, creeping skin, and a chilling of the blood. He is terror-stricken without apparent cause. There was manifestly nothing in the external appearance of this particular house to bear out the tales of the horror that was said to reign within. It was neither lonely nor unkempt. It stood crowded into a corner of the square and looked exactly like the houses on either side of it. It had the same number of windows as its neighbours, the same balcony overlooking the gardens, the same white steps leading up to the heavy black front door, and in the rear there was the same narrow strip of green, with neat box borders running up the wall that divided it from the backs of the adjoining houses. Apparently, too, the number of chimney pots on the roof was the same, the breadth and angle of the eaves, and even the height of the dirty area railings. And yet this house in the square, that seemed precisely similar to its 50 ugly neighbours, was, as a matter of fact, entirely different, horribly different. Wherein lay this marked, invisible difference is impossible to say. It cannot be ascribed wholly to the imagination, because persons who had spent some time in the house, knowing nothing of the facts, had declared positively that certain rooms were so disagreeable that they would rather die than enter them again, and that the atmosphere of the whole house produced in them symptoms of a genuine terror, while the series of innocent tenants who had tried to live in it had been forced to decamp at the shortest possible notice, was indeed little less than a scandal in the town. When Shorthouse arrived to pay a week-end visit to his Aunt Julia in her little house on the sea-front at the other end of the town, he found her charged to the brim with mystery and excitement. He had only received her telegram that morning, and he had come anticipating boredom, but the moment he touched her hand and kissed her apple-skin wrinkled cheek, he caught the first wave of her electrical condition. The impression deepened when he learned that there were to be no other visitors, and that he had been telegraphed for with a great special object. Something was in the wind, and the something would doubtless bear fruit, for this elderly spinster aunt, with a mania for psychical research, had brains as well as willpower, and by hook or by crook she usually managed to accomplish her ends. The revelation was made soon after dinner, when she sidled close up to him as they paced slowly along the seafront in the dusk. "I've got the keys," she announced in a delight, yet half-awesome voice. "Got them till Monday." "The keys of the bathing machine, or?" he asked innocently, looking from the sea to the town. Nothing brought her so quickly to the point as feigning stupidly. "Neither," she whispered. "I've got the keys of the haunted house in the square, and I'm going there tonight." Shorthouse was conscious of the slightest possible tremor down his back. He drooped his teasing tone. Something in her voice and manner thrilled him. She was in earnest. "But you can't go alone," he began. "That's why I wired for you," she said with decision. He turned to look at her. The ugly, lined, enigmatical face was alive with excitement. There was the glow of genuine enthusiasm round it like a halo. The eyes shone. He caught another wave of her excitement, and a second tremor, more marked than the first, accompanied it. "Thanks, Aunt Julia," he said politely. "Thanks awfully. I should not dare to go quite alone," she went on, raising her voice, "but with you I should enjoy it immensely. You're afraid of nothing, I know." "Thanks so much," he began again. Is anything likely to happen?" "A great deal has happened," she whispered, "though it's been most cleverly hushed up. 3 tenants have come and gone in the last few months, and the house is said to be empty for good now." In spite of himself, Shorthouse became interested. His aunt was so very much in earnest. "The house is very old indeed," she went on, "and the story, an unpleasant one, dates a long way back. It has to do with a murder committed by a jealous stableman who had some affair with a servant in the house. One night he managed to secrete himself in the cellar, and when everyone was asleep he crept upstairs to the servants' quarters, chased the girl down to the next landing, and before anyone could come to the rescue threw her bodily over the banisters into the hall below. And the stableman was caught, I believe, and hanged for murder. But it all happened a century ago, and I've not been able to get more details of the story." Shorthouse now felt his interest thoroughly aroused, but though he was not particularly nervous for himself, he hesitated a little on his aunt's account. "On one condition," he said at length. "Nothing will prevent my going," she said firmly, "but I may as well hear your condition. That you guarantee your power of self-control if anything really horrible happens. I mean, that you are sure you won't get too frightened." "Jim," she said scornfully, "I'm not young, I know, nor are my nerves, but with you I should be afraid of nothing in the world." This of course settled it, for Shorthouse had no pretensions to being other than a very ordinary young man, and an appeal to his vanity was irresistible. He agreed to go. Instinctively, by a sort of subconscious preparation, he kept himself and his forces well in hand the whole evening, compelling an accumulative reserve of control by that nameless inward process of gradually putting all the emotions away and turning the key upon them, a process difficult to describe, but wonderfully effective, as all men who have lived through severe trials of the inner man well understand. Later it stood him in good stead, but it was not until 10:30, when they stood in the hall, when in the glare of friendly lamps and still surrounded by comforting human influences, that he had to make the first call upon this store of collected strengths. For once the door was closed, and he saw the deserted silent street stretching away white in the moonlight before it, it came to him clearly that the real test that night would be in dealing with two fears instead of one. He would have to carry his aunt's fear as well as his own. And as he glanced down at her sphinx-like countenance, and realized that it might assume no pleasant aspect in a rush of real terror, he felt satisfied with only one thing in the whole adventure: that he had confidence in his own will and power to stand against any shock that might come. Slowly they walked along the empty streets of the town. A bright autumn moon silvered the roofs, casting deep shadows. There was no breath of wind, and the trees in the formal gardens by the sea-front watched them silently as they passed along. To his aunt's occasional remarks Shorthouse made no reply, realizing that she was simply surrounding herself with mental buffers, saying ordinary things to prevent herself thinking of extraordinary things. Few windows showed lights, and from scarcely a single chimney came smoke or sparks. Shorthouse had already begun to notice everything, even the smallest details. Presently they stopped at the street corner and looked up at the name on the side of the house full in the moonlight, and with one accord, but without remark, turned into the square and crossed over to the side of it that lay in shadow. "The number of the house is 13," whispered a voice at his side, and neither of them made the obvious reference, but passed along the broad sheet of moonlight and began to march up the pavement in silence. It was about halfway up the square that Shorthouse felt an arm slipped quietly but significantly into his own, and knew then that their adventure had begun in earnest, and that his companion was already yielding imperceptibly to the influences against him. She needed support. A few minutes later they stopped before a tall, narrow house that rose before them into the night, ugly in shape and painted a dingy white. Shutterless windows without blinds stared down upon them, shining here and there in the moonlight. There were weather streaks in the wall and cracks in the paint, and the balcony bulged out from the first floor a little unnaturally. But beyond this general forlorn appearance of an unoccupied house, there was nothing at first sight to single out this particular mansion for the evil character it had most certainly acquired. Taking a look over their shoulders to make sure they had not been followed, they went boldly up the steps and stood against the huge black door that fronted them forbiddingly. But the first wave of nervousness was now upon them, and Shorthouse fumbled a long time with the key before he could fit it into the lock at all. For a moment, if truth were told, they both hoped it would not open, for they were a prey to various unpleasant emotions as they stood there on the threshold of their ghostly adventure. Shorthouse, shuffling with the key and hampered by the steady weight on his arm, certainly felt the solemnity of the moment. It was as if the whole world, for all experience, seemed at that instant concentrated in his own consciousness, were listening to the grating noise of that key. A stray puff of wind, wandering down the empty street, woke a momentary rustling in the trees behind them, but otherwise this rattling of the key was the only sound audible, and at last it turned in the lock, and the heavy door swung open and revealed a yawning gulf of darkness beyond. With a last glance at the moonlit square, they passed quickly in, and the door slammed behind them with a roar that echoed prodigiously through empty halls and passages. But instantly, with the echoes, another sound made itself heard, and Aunt Julia leaned suddenly so heavily upon him that he had to take a step backwards to save himself from falling. A man had coughed close beside them, so close that it seemed they must have been actually by his side in the darkness. With the possibility of practical jokes in his mind, Shorthouse at once swung his heavy stick in the direction of the sound, but it met nothing more solid than air. He heard his aunt give a little gasp beside him. "There's someone here," she whispered. "I heard him." "Be quiet," he said sternly. "It was nothing but the noise of the front door. Oh, get a light, quick," she added, as her nephew, fumbling with a box of matches, opened it upside down and let them all fall with a rattle onto the stone floor. The sound, however, was not repeated, and there was no evidence of retreating footsteps. In another minute they had a candle burning, using an empty end of a cigar case as a holder, and when the first flare had died down he held the impromptu lamp aloft and surveyed the scene. And it was dreary enough in all conscience, for there is nothing more desolate in all the abodes of men than an unfurnished house dimly lit, silent and forsaken, and yet tenanted by rumour with the memories of evil and violent histories. They were standing in a wide hallway. On their left was the open door of a spacious dining room, and in front the hall ran, ever narrowing, into a long dark passage that led apparently to the top of the kitchen stairs. The broad uncarpeted staircase rose in a sweep before them, everywhere draped in shadows, except for a single spot about halfway up where the moonlight came in through the windows and fell on a bright patch on the boards. This shaft of light shed a faint radiance above and below it, leading to the objects within its reach, a misty outline that was infinitely more suggestive and ghostly than complete darkness. Filtered moonlight always seems to paint faces on the surrounding gloom, and as Shorthouse peered up into the well of darkness and thought of the countless empty rooms and passages in the upper part of the old house, he caught himself longing again for the safety of the moonlit square, or the cosy, bright drawing-room they had left an hour before. Then, realizing that these thoughts were dangerous, he thrust them away again and summoned all his energy for concentration on the present. "Aunt Julia," he said aloud severely, "we must now go through the house from top to bottom and make a thorough search." The echoes of his voice died away slowly all over the building, and in the intense silence that followed he turned to look at her. In the candlelight he saw that her face was already ghastly pale, but she dropped his arm for a moment and said in a whisper, stepping close in front of him, "I agree. We must be sure there's no one hiding. That's the first thing." She spoke with evident effort, and he looked at her with admiration. "You feel quite sure of yourself? It's not too late." "I think so," she whispered, her eyes shifting nervously toward the shadows behind. "Quite sure, only one thing." "What's that?" "You must never leave me alone for an instant. As long as you understand that any sound or appearance must be investigated at once, for to hesitate means to admit fear. That is fatal." "Agreed," she said a little shakily after a moment's hesitation. "I'll try." Arm in arm, Shorthouse holding the dripping candle and the stick, while his aunt carried the cloak over her shoulders, figures of utter comedy to all but themselves, they began a systematic search. Stealthily walking on tiptoe and shading the candle lest it should betray their presence through the shutterless windows. They went first into the big dining room. There was not a stick of furniture to be seen. Bare walls, ugly mantelpieces, and empty grates stared at them. Everything, they felt, resented their intrusion, watching them, as it were, with veiled eyes. Whispers followed them, shadows flitted noiselessly to right and left. Something seemed ever at their back, watching, waiting an opportunity to do them injury. There was the inevitable sense that operations which went on when the room was empty had been temporarily suspended till they were well out of the way again. The whole dark interior of the old building seemed to become a malignant presence that rose up, warning them to desist and mind their own business. Every moment the strain on the nerves increased. Out of the gloomy dining room they passed through large folding doors into a sort of library or smoking room, wrapped equally in silence, darkness and dust, and from this they regained the hall near the top of the back stairs. Here a pitch black tunnel opened before them into the lower regions, and, it must be confessed, they hesitated, but only for a minute. With the worst of the night still to come, it was essential to turn from nothing. Aunt Julia stumbled at the top step of the dark descent, ill lit by the flickering candle, and even Shorthouse felt at least half the decision to go out of his legs. "Come on," he said peremptorily, and his voice ran on and lost itself in the dark, empty spaces below. "I'm coming," she faltered, catching his arm with unnecessary violence. They went a little unsteadily down the stone steps, a cold damp air meeting them in the face, close and malodorous. The kitchen, into which the stairs led along a narrow passage, was large, with a lofty ceiling. Several doors opened out of it, some into cupboards with empty jars still standing on the shelves, and others into horrible little ghostly back offices, each colder and less inviting than the last. Black beetles scurried over the floor, and once, when they knocked against a deal table standing in a corner, something about the size of a cat jumped down with a rush and fled, scampering across the stone floor into the darkness. Everywhere there was a sense of recent occupation, an impression of sadness and gloom. Leaving the main kitchen, they next went towards the scullery. The door was standing ajar, and as they pushed it open to its full extent, Aunt Julia uttered a piercing scream, which she instantly tried to stifle by placing her hand over her mouth. For a second Shorthouse stood stock still, catching his breath. He felt as if his spine had suddenly become hollow and someone had filled it with particles of ice. Facing them, directly in their way between the doorposts, stood the figure of a woman. She had dishevelled hair and wildly staring eyes, and her face was terrified and white as death. She stood there motionless for the space of a single second, then the candle flickered and she was gone, gone utterly, and the door framed nothing but empty darkness. "Only the beastly, jumping candlelight," he said quickly, in a voice that sounded like someone else's and was only half under control. "Come on, Aunt, there's nothing there." He dragged her forward. With a clattering of feet and a great appearance of boldness, they went on, but over his body the skin moved as if crawling ants covered it, and he knew by the weight of his arm that he was supplying the force of locomotion for two. The scullery was cold, bare and empty, more like a large prison cell than anything else. They went round it, tried the door into the yard and the windows, but found them all fastened securely. His aunt moved beside him like a person in a dream. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she seemed merely to follow the pressure of his arm. Her courage filled him with amazement. At the same time he noticed that a certain odd change had come over her face, a change which somehow evaded his power of analysis. "There's nothing here, Auntie," he repeated aloud quickly. "Let's go upstairs and see the rest of the house, then we'll choose a room to wait up in." She followed him obediently, keeping close to his side, and they locked the kitchen door behind them. It was a relief to get up again. In the hall there was more light than before, for the moon had travelled a little further down the stairs. Cautiously they began to go up into the dark vault of the upper house, the boards creaking under their weight. On the first floor they found the large double drawing rooms, a search of which revealed nothing. Here also was no sign of furniture or recent occupancy. Nothing but dust and neglect and shadows. They opened the big folding doors between front and back drawing rooms, and then came out again to the landing and went on upstairs. They had not gone up more than a dozen steps when they both simultaneously stopped to listen, looking into each other's eyes with a new apprehension across the flickering candle flame. From the room they had left hardly 10 seconds before came the sound of doors quietly closing. It was beyond all question. They heard the booming noise that accompanies the shutting of heavy doors, followed by the sharp catching of the latch. "We must go back and see," said Shorthouse briefly, in a low tone, and turning to go downstairs again. Somehow she managed to drag after him, her feet catching in her dress, her face livid. When they entered the front drawing room it was plain that the folding doors had been closed. Half a minute before, without hesitation, Shorthouse opened them. He almost expected to see someone facing him in the back room, but only darkness and cold air met him. They went through both rooms, finding nothing unusual. They tried in every way to make the doors close of themselves, but there was not wind enough even to set the candle flame flickering. The doors would not move without strong pressure. All was silent as the grave. Undeniably the rooms were utterly empty, and the house utterly still. "It's beginning," whispered a voice at his elbow, which he hardly recognized as his aunt's. He nodded acquiescence, taking out his watch to note the time. It was 15 minutes before midnight. He made the entry of exactly what had occurred in his notebook, setting the candle in its case upon the floor in order to do so. It took a moment or two to balance it safely against the wall. Aunt Julia always declared that at this moment she was not actually watching him, but had turned her head towards the inner room, where she fancied she heard something moving. But at any rate, both positively agreed that there came a sound of rushing feet, heavy and very swift, and the next instant the candle was out. But to Shorthouse himself had come more than this, and he has always thanked his fortunate stars that it came to him alone and not to his aunt too. For as he rose from the stooping position of balancing the candle, and before it was actually extinguished, a face thrust itself forward so close to his own that he could almost have touched it with his lips. It was a face working with passion, a man's face, dark, with thick features and angry savage eyes. It belonged to a common man, and it was evil in its ordinary normal expression, no doubt, but as he saw it, alive with intensive aggressive emotion, it was a malignant and terrible human countenance. There was no movement of the air, nothing but the sound of rushing feet, stockinged or muffled feet, the apparition of the face, and the almost simultaneous extinguishing of the candle. In spite of himself, Shorthouse uttered a little cry, nearly losing his balance as his aunt clung to him with her whole weight in one moment of real uncontrollable terror. She made no sound, but simply seized him bodily. Fortunately, however, she had seen nothing, but had only heard the rushing feet, for her control returned almost at once, and he was able to disentangle himself and strike a match. The shadows ran away on all sides before the glare, and his aunt stooped down and groped for the cigar case with the precious candle. Then they discovered that the candle had not been blown out at all. It had been crushed out. The wick was pressed down into the wax, which was flattened as if by some smooth heavy instrument. How his companion so quickly overcame her terror, Shorthouse never properly understood, but his admiration for her self-control increased tenfold, and at the same time served to feed his own dying flame, for which he was undeniably grateful. Equally inexplicable to him was the evidence of physical force they had just witnessed. He at once suppressed the memory of stories he had heard of physical mediums and their dangerous phenomena. For if these were true, and either his aunt or himself was unwittingly a physical medium, it meant that they were simply aiding to focus the forces of a haunted house already charged to the brim. It was like walking with unprotected lamps among uncovered stores of gunpowder. So, with as little reflection as possible, he simply relit the candle and went up to the next floor. The arm in his trembled, it is true, and his own tread was often uncertain, but they went on with thoroughness, and after a search revealing nothing, they climbed the last flight of stairs to the top floor of all. Here they found a perfect nest of small servants' rooms, with broken pieces of furniture, dirty cane-bottomed chairs, chests of drawers, cracked mirrors, and decrepit bedsteads. The rooms had low sloping ceilings already hung here and there with cobwebs, small windows, and badly plastered walls, a depressing and dismal region which they were glad to leave behind. It was on the stroke of midnight when they entered a small room on the third floor, close to the top of the stairs, and arranged to make themselves comfortable for the remainder of their adventure. It was absolutely bare, and was said to be the room then used as a clothes closet, into which the infuriated groom had chased his victim and finally caught her. Outside, across the narrow landing, began the stairs leading up to the floor above, and the servants' quarters where they had just searched. In spite of the chilliness of the night, there was something in the air of this room that cried for an open window. But there was more than this. Shorthouse could only describe it by saying that he felt less master of himself here than in any part of the house. There was something that acted directly on the nerves, tiring the resolution, enfeebling the will. He was conscious of this result before he had been in the room 5 minutes, and it was in the short time they stayed there that he suffered the wholesale depletion of his vital forces, which was for himself the chief horror of the whole experience. They put the candle on the floor of the cupboard, leaving the door a few inches ajar, so that there was no glare to confuse the eyes, and no shadow to shift about on walls and ceilings. Then they spread the cloak on the floor and sat down to wait, with their backs against the wall. Shorthouse was within 2 feet of the door on to the landing. His position commanded a good view of the main staircase leading down into the darkness, and also of the beginning of the servants' stairs going to the floor above. The heavy stick lay beside him, within easy reach. The moon was now high above the house. Through the open window they could see the comforting stars, like friendly eyes watching in the sky. One by one the clocks of the town struck midnight, and when the sounds died away, the deep silence of the windless night fell again over everything. Only the boom of the sea, far away and lugubrious, filled the air with hollow murmurs. Inside the house the silence became awful, awful, he thought, because any minute now it might be broken by sounds portending terror. The strain of waiting told more and more severely on the nerves. They talked in whispers, when they talked at all, for their voices aloud sounded queer and unnatural. A chilliness not altogether due to the night air invaded the room and made them cold. The influences against them, whatever these might be, were slowly robbing them of self-confidence and the power of decisive action. Their forces were on the wane, and the possibility of real fear took on a new and terrible meaning. He began to tremble for the elderly woman by his side, whose pluck could hardly save her beyond a certain extent. He heard the blood singing in his veins. It sometimes seemed so loud that he fancied it prevented his hearing properly certain other sounds that were beginning very faintly to make themselves audible in the depths of the house. Every time he fastened his attention on these sounds, they instantly ceased. They certainly came no nearer, yet he could not rid himself of the idea that movement was going on somewhere in the lower regions of the house. The drawing-room floor, where the doors had been so strangely closed, seemed too near. The sounds were further off than that. He thought of the great kitchen, with the scurrying black beetles, and of the dismal little scullery, but somehow or other they did not seem to come from there either. Surely they were not outside the house. Then suddenly the truth flashed into his mind, and for the space of a minute he felt as if his blood had stopped flowing and turned to ice. The sounds were not downstairs at all, they were upstairs, upstairs, somewhere among those horrid gloomy little servants' rooms, with their bits of broken furniture, low ceilings and cramped windows, upstairs where the victim had first been disturbed and stalked to her death. And the moment he discovered where the sounds were, he began to hear them more clearly. It was the sound of feet moving stealthily along the passage overhead, and in and out among the rooms and past the furniture. He turned quickly to steal a glance at the motionless figure seated beside him, to note whether she had shared his discovery. The faint candlelight coming through the crack in the cupboard door threw her strongly marked face into vivid relief against the white of the wall. But it was something else that made him catch his breath and stare again. An extraordinary something had come into her face and seemed to spread over her features like a mask. It smoothed out the deep lines and drew the skin everywhere a little tighter, so that the wrinkles disappeared. It brought into the face, with the sole exception of the old eyes, an appearance of youth and almost of childhood. He stared in speechless amazement, amazement that was dangerously near to horror. It was his aunt's face indeed, but it was her face of 40 years ago, the vacant, innocent face of a girl. He had heard stories of that strange effect of terror which could wipe a human countenance clean of other emotions, obliterating all previous expressions, but he had never realized that it could be literally true, or could mean anything so simply horrible as what he now saw. For the dreadful signature of overmasking fear was written plainly in that utter vacancy of the girlish face beside him. And when, feeling his intense gaze, she turned to look at him, he instinctively closed his eyes tightly to shut out the sight. Yet, when he turned a minute later, his feelings well in hand, he saw to his intense relief another expression. His aunt was smiling, and though the face was deathly white, the awful veil had lifted and the normal look was returning. "Anything wrong?" was all he could think of to say at the moment, and the answer was eloquent, coming from such a woman. "I feel cold and a little frightened," she whispered. He offered to close the window, but she seized hold of him and begged him not to leave her side even for an instant. "It's upstairs, I know," she whispered with an odd half laugh, "but I can't possibly go up." But Shorthouse thought otherwise, knowing that in action lay their best hope of self-control. He took the brandy flask and poured out a glass of neat spirit, stiff enough to help anybody over anything. She swallowed it with a little shiver. His only idea now was to get out of the house before her collapse became inevitable, but this could not safely be done by turning tail and running from the enemy. Inaction was no longer possible. Every minute he was growing less master of himself, and desperate, aggressive measures were imperative without further delay. Moreover, the action must be taken towards the enemy, not away from it. The climax, if necessary and unavoidable, would have to be faced boldly. He could do it now, but in 10 minutes he might not have the force left to act for himself, much less for both. Upstairs the sounds were meanwhile becoming louder and closer, accompanied by occasional creaking of the boards. Someone was moving stealthily about, stumbling now and then awkwardly against the furniture, awaiting a few moments to allow the tremendous dose of spirits to produce its effect. And knowing this would last but a short time under the circumstances, Shorthouse then quietly got to his feet, saying in a determined voice, "Now, Aunt Julia, we'll go upstairs and find out what all this noise is about. You must come too. It's what we agreed." He picked up his stick and went to the cupboard for the candle. A limp form rose shakily beside him, breathing hard, and he heard a voice say very faintly something about being ready to come. The woman's courage amazed him. It was so much greater than his own. And as they advanced, holding aloft the dripping candle, some subtle force exhaled from this trembling, white-faced old woman at his side that was the true source of his inspiration. It held something really great, that shamed him and gave him the support without which he would have proved far less equal to the occasion. They crossed the dark landing, avoiding with their eyes the deep black space over the banisters. Then they began to mount the narrow staircase to meet the sounds, which, minute by minute, grew louder and nearer. About halfway up the stairs Aunt Julia stumbled, and Shorthouse turned to catch her by the arm, and just at that moment there came a terrific crash in the servants' corridor overhead. It was instantly followed by a shrill, agonized scream that was a cry of terror and a cry for help melted into one. Before they could move aside or go down a single step, someone came rushing along the passage overhead, blundering horribly, racing madly at full speed 3 times at a minute down the very staircase where they stood. The steps were light and uncertain, but close behind them sounded the heavier tread of another person, and the staircase seemed to shake. Shorthouse and his companion just had time to flatten themselves against the wall when the jumble of flying steps was upon them, and 2 persons, with the slightest possible interval between them, dashed past at full speed. It was a perfect whirlwind of sound breaking in upon the midnight silence of the empty building. The 2 runners, pursuer and pursued, had passed clean through them where they stood, and already, with a thud, the boards below had received first one, then the other. Yet they had seen absolutely nothing, not a hand or arm or face or even a shred of flying clothing. There came a second's pause, then the first one, the lighter of the 2, obviously the pursued one, ran with uncertain footsteps into the little room which Shorthouse and his aunt had just left. The heavier one followed. There was a sound of scuffling, gasping and smothered screaming, and then out on to the landing came the step of a single person treading weightily. A dead silence followed for the space of half a minute, and then was heard a rushing sound through the air. It was followed by a dull crashing thud in the depths of the house below, on the stone floor of the hall. Utter silence reigned after. Nothing moved. The flame of the candle was steady. It had been steady the whole time, and the air had been undisturbed by any movement whatsoever. Palsied with terror, Aunt Julia, without waiting for her companion, began fumbling her way downstairs. She was crying gently to herself, and when Shorthouse put his arm round her and half carried her, he felt that she was trembling like a leaf. He went into the little room and picked up the clock from the floor, and arm in arm, walking very slowly, without speaking a word or looking once behind them, they marched down the 3 flights into the hall. In the hall they saw nothing, but the whole way down the stairs they were conscious that someone followed them step by step. When they went faster it was left behind, and when they went more slowly it caught them up. But never once did they look behind to see, and at each turning of the staircase they lowered their eyes for fear of the following horror they might see upon the stairs above. With trembling hands Shorthouse opened the front door, and they walked out into the moonlight and drew a deep breath of the cool night air blowing in from the sea. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare.
Chapter 2 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 2. A Haunted Island. The following events occurred on a small island of isolated position in a large Canadian lake, to whose cool waters the inhabitants of Montreal and Toronto flee for rest and recreation in the hot months. It is only to be regretted that events of such peculiar interest to the genuine student of the psychical should be entirely uncorroborated. Such, unfortunately, however, is the case. Our own party of nearly 20 had returned to Montreal that very day, and I was left in solitary possession for a week or 2 longer, in order to accomplish some important reading for the law which I had foolishly neglected during the summer. It was late in September, and the big trout and maskinonge were stirring themselves in the depths of the lake, and beginning slowly to move up to the surface waters as the north winds and early frosts lowered their temperature. Already the maples were crimson and gold, and the wild laughter of the loons echoed in sheltered bays that never knew their strange cry in the summer. With a whole island to oneself, a 2-story cottage, a canoe, and only the chipmunks and the farmer's weekly visit with eggs and bread to disturb one, the opportunities for hard reading might be very great. It all depends. The rest of the party had gone off with many warnings to beware of Indians, and not to stay late enough to be the victim of a frost that thinks nothing of 40 below zero. After they had gone, the loneliness of the situation made itself unpleasantly felt. There were no other islands within 6 or 7 miles, and although the mainland forests lay a couple of miles behind me, they stretched for a very great distance, unbroken by any signs of human habitation. But though the island was completely deserted and silent, the rocks and trees that had echoed human laughter and voices almost every hour of the day for 2 months could not fail to retain some memories of it all. And I was not surprised to fancy I heard a shout or a cry as I passed from rock to rock, and more than once to imagine that I heard my own name called aloud. In the cottage there were 6 tiny little bedrooms, divided from one another by plain unvarnished partitions of pine. A wooden bedstead, a mattress, and a chair stood in each room, but I only found 2 mirrors, and one of these was broken. The boards creaked a good deal as I moved about, and the signs of occupation were so recent that I could hardly believe I was alone. I half expected to find someone left behind, still trying to crowd into a box more than it would hold. The door of one room was stiff and refused for a moment to open, and it required very little persuasion to imagine someone was holding the handle on the inside, and that when it opened I should meet a pair of human eyes. A thorough search of the floor led me to select as my own sleeping quarters a little room with a diminutive balcony over the veranda roof. The room was very small, but the bed was large, and had the best mattress of them all. It was situated directly over the sitting room, where I should live and do my reading, and the miniature window looked out to the rising sun. With the exception of a narrow path which led from the front door and veranda, through the trees to the boat landing, the island was densely covered with maples, hemlocks, and cedars. The trees gathered in round the cottage so closely that the slightest wind made the branches scrape the roof and tap the wooden walls. A few moments after sunset the darkness became impenetrable, and 10 yards beyond the glare of the lamps that shone through the sitting-room windows, of which there were 4, you could not see an inch before your nose, nor move a step without running up against a tree. The rest of that day I spent moving my belongings from my tent to the sitting-room, taking stock of the contents of the larder, and chopping enough wood for the stove to last me for a week. After that, just before sunset, I went round the island a couple of times in my canoe for precaution's sake. I had never dreamed of doing this before, but when a man is alone he does things that never occur to him when he is one of a large party. How lonely the island seemed when I landed again! The sun was down, and twilight is unknown in these northern regions. The darkness comes up at once. The canoe safely pulled up and turned over on her face, I groped my way up the little narrow pathway to the veranda. The 6 lamps were soon burning merrily in the front room, but the kitchen, where I dined, the shadows were so gloomy, and the lamplight was so inadequate, that the stars could be seen peeping through the cracks between the rafters. I turned in early that night. Though it was calm and there was no wind, the creaking of my bedstead and the musical gurgle of the water over the rocks below were not the only sounds that reached my ears. As I lay awake, the appalling emptiness of the house grew upon me. The corridors and vacant rooms seemed to echo innumerable footsteps, shufflings, the rustle of skirts, and a constant undertone of whispering. When sleep at length overtook me, the breathings and noises, however, passed gently to mingle with the voices of my dreams. A week passed by, and the reading progressed favourably. On the 10th day of my solitude, a strange thing happened. I awoke after a good night's sleep to find myself possessed with a marked repugnance for my room. The air seemed to stifle me. The more I tried to define the cause of this dislike, the more unreasonable it appeared. There was something about the room that made me afraid. Absurd as it seems, this feeling clung to me obstinately while dressing, and more than once I caught myself shivering, and conscious of an inclination to get out of the room as quickly as possible. The more I tried to laugh it away, the more real it became, and when at last I was dressed and went out into the passage and downstairs into the kitchen, it was with feelings of relief, such as I might imagine would accompany one's escape from the presence of a dangerous contagious disease. While cooking my breakfast I carefully recalled every night spent in the room, in the hope that I might in some way connect the dislike I now felt with some disagreeable incident that had occurred in it. But the only thing I could recall was one stormy night when I suddenly awoke and heard the boards creaking so loudly in the corridor that I was convinced there were people in the house. So certain was I of this, that I had descended the stairs, gun in hand, only to find the doors and windows securely fastened, and the mice and black beetles in sole possession of the floor. This was certainly not sufficient to account for the strength of my feelings. The morning hours I spent in steady reading, and when I broke off in the middle of the day for a swim and luncheon, I was very much surprised, if not a little alarmed, to find that my dislike for the room had, if anything, grown stronger. Going upstairs to get a book, I experienced the most marked aversion to entering the room, and while within I was conscious all the time of an uncomfortable feeling that was half uneasiness and half apprehension. The result of it was that, instead of reading, I spent the afternoon on the water paddling and fishing, and when I got home about sundown, brought with me half a dozen delicious black bass for the supper table and the larder. As sleep was an important matter to me at this time, I had decided that if my aversion to the room was so strongly marked on my return as it had been before, I would move my bed down into the sitting room and sleep there. This was, I argued, in no sense a concession to the absurd and fanciful fear, but simply a precaution to ensure a good night's sleep. A bad night involved the loss of the next day's reading, a loss I was not prepared to incur. I accordingly moved my bed downstairs into a corner of the sitting room, facing the door, and was moreover uncommonly glad when the operation was completed, and the door of the bedroom closed finally upon the shadows, the silence, and the strange fear that shared the room with them. The croaking stroke of the kitchen clock sounded the hour of 8 as I finished washing up my few dishes, and closed the kitchen door behind me, passed into the front room. All the lamps were lit, and their reflectors, which I had polished up during the day, threw a blaze of light into the room. Outside the night was still and warm, not a breath of air was stirring. The waves were silent, the trees motionless, and heavy clouds hung like an oppressive curtain over the heavens. The darkness seemed to have rolled up with unusual swiftness, and not the faintest glow of colour remained to show where the sun had set. There was present in the atmosphere that ominous and overwhelming silence which so often precedes the most violent storms. I sat down to my books with my brain unusually clear, and in my heart the pleasant satisfaction of knowing that 5 black bass were lying in the ice-house, and that tomorrow morning the old farmer would arrive with fresh bread and eggs. I was soon absorbed in my books. As the night wore on, the silence deepened. Even the chipmunks were still, and the boards of the floors and walls ceased creaking. I read on steadily till, from the gloomy shadows of the kitchen came the hoarse sound of the clock striking 9. How loud the strokes sounded! They were like blows of a big hammer. I closed one book and opened another, feeling that I was just warming up to my work. This, however, did not last long. I presently found that I was reading the same paragraphs over twice, simple paragraphs that did not require such effort. Then I noticed that my mind began to wander to other things, and the effort to recall my thoughts became harder with each digression. Concentration was growing momentarily more difficult. Presently I discovered that I had turned over 2 pages instead of 1, and had not noticed my mistake until I was well down the page. This was becoming serious. What was the disturbing influence? It could not be physical fatigue. On the contrary, my mind was unusually alert, and in a more receptive condition than usual. I made a new and determined effort to read, and for a short time succeeded in giving my whole attention to my subject. But in a very few moments again I found myself leaning back in my chair, staring vacantly into space. Something was evidently at work in my subconsciousness. There was something I had neglected to do. Perhaps the kitchen door and windows were not fastened. I accordingly went to see, and found that they were. The fire perhaps needed attention. I went in to see, and found that it was all right. I looked at the lamps, went upstairs into every bedroom in turn, and then went round the house, and even into the ice-house. Nothing was wrong. Everything was in its place. Yet something was wrong. The conviction grew stronger and stronger within me. When I at length settled down to my books again, and tried to read, I became aware, for the first time, that the room seemed growing cold. Yet the day had been oppressively warm, and evening had brought no relief. The 6 big lamps, moreover, gave out heat enough to warm the room pleasantly. But a chilliness, that perhaps crept up from the lake, made itself felt in the room, and caused me to get up and close the glass door opening onto the veranda. For a brief moment I stood looking out at the shaft of light that fell from the windows and shone some little distance down the pathway and out for a few feet into the lake. As I looked, I saw a canoe glide into the pathway of light, and immediately crossing it, pass out of sight again into the darkness. It was perhaps 100 feet from the shore, and it moved swiftly. I was surprised that a canoe should pass the island at that time of night, for all the summer visitors from the other side of the lake had gone home weeks before, and the island was a long way out of any line of water traffic. My reading from this moment did not make very good progress, for somehow the picture of that canoe, gliding so dimly and swiftly across the narrow track of light on the black waters, silhouetted itself against the background of my mind with singular vividness. It kept coming between my eyes and the printed page. The more I thought about it, the more surprised I became. It was of larger build than any I had seen during the past summer months, and it was more like the old Indian war canoes with the high curving bows and stern and wide beam. The more I tried to read, the less success attended my efforts, and finally I closed my books and went out on the veranda to walk up and down a bit and shake the chilliness out of my bones. The night was perfectly still and as dark as imaginable. I stumbled down the path to a little landing wharf where the water made the very faintest of gurgling under the timbers. The sound of a big tree falling in the mainland forest far across the lake stirred echoes in the heavy air, like the first guns of a distant night attack. No other sound disturbed the stillness that reigned supreme. As I stood upon the wharf in the broad splash of light that followed me from the sitting-room windows, I saw another canoe cross the pathway of uncertain light upon the water, and disappear at once into the impenetrable gloom that lay beyond. This time I saw more distinctly than before. It was like the former canoe, a big birch bark, with high-crested bows and stern and broad beam. It was paddled by 2 Indians, of whom the one in the stern, the steerer, appeared to be a very large man. I could see this very plainly, and though the second canoe was much nearer the island than the first, I judged that they were both on their way home to the government reservation, which was situated some 15 miles away upon the mainland. I was wondering in my mind what could possibly bring any Indians down to this part of the lake at such an hour of the night, when a third canoe of precisely similar build, and also occupied by 2 Indians, passed silently round the end of the wharf. This time the canoe was very much nearer shore, and it suddenly flashed into my mind that the 3 canoes were in reality one and the same, and that only one canoe was circling the island. This was by no means a pleasant reflection, because if it were the correct solution of the unusual appearance of the 3 canoes in this lonely part of the lake at so late an hour, the purpose of the 2 men could only reasonably be considered to be in some way connected with myself. I had never known of the Indians attempting any violence upon the settlers who shared the wild, inhospitable country with them. At the same time, it was not beyond the region of possibility to suppose... But then I did not care even to think of such hideous possibilities, and my imagination immediately sought relief in all manner of other solutions to the problem, which, indeed, came readily enough to my mind, but did not succeed in recommending themselves to my reason. Meanwhile, by a sort of instinct, I stepped back out of the bright light in which I had hitherto been standing, and waited in the deep shadow of a rock to see if the canoe would again make its appearance. Here I could see without being seen, and the precaution seemed a wise one. After less than 5 minutes the canoe, as I had anticipated, made its 4th appearance. This time it was not 20 yards from the wharf, and I saw that the Indians meant to land. I recognised the 2 men as those who had passed before, and the steerer was certainly an immense fellow. It was unquestionably the same canoe. There could be no longer any doubt that for some purpose of their own the men had been going round and round the island for some time, waiting for an opportunity to land. I strained my eyes to follow them in the darkness, but the night had completely swallowed them up, and not even the faintest swish of the paddles reached my ears as the Indians plied their long and powerful strokes. The canoe would be round again in a few moments, and this time it was possible that the men might land. It was well to be prepared. I knew nothing of their intentions, and 2 to 1, when the two are big Indians, late at night on a lonely island, was not exactly my idea of pleasant intercourse. In a corner of the sitting-room, leaning up against the back wall, stood my Marlin rifle, with 10 cartridges in the magazine and one lying snugly in the greased breech. There was just time to get up to the house and take up a position of defence in that corner. Without an instant's hesitation I ran up to the veranda, carefully picking my way among the trees, so as to avoid being seen in the light. Entering the room, I shut the door leading to the veranda, and as quickly as possible turned out every one of the 6 lamps. To be in a room so brilliantly lighted, where my every movement could be observed from outside, while I could see nothing but impenetrable darkness at every window, was by all laws of warfare an unnecessary concession to the enemy. And this enemy, if enemy it was to be, was far too wily and dangerous to be granted any such advantages. I stood in the corner of the room with my back against the wall, and my hand on the cold rifle barrel. The table, covered with my books, lay between me and the door, but for the first few minutes after the lights were out the darkness was so intense that nothing could be discerned at all. Then, very gradually, the outline of the room became visible, and the framework of the windows began to shape itself dimly before my eyes. After a few minutes the door, its upper half of glass, and the 2 windows that looked out upon the veranda became specially distinct, and I was glad that this was so, because if the Indians came up to the house I should be able to see their approach, and gather something of their plans. Nor was I mistaken, for there presently came to my ears the peculiar hollow sound of a canoe landing and being carefully dragged up over the rocks. The paddles I distinctly heard being placed underneath, and the silence that ensued thereupon I rightly interpreted to mean that the Indians were stealthily approaching the house. While it would be absurd to claim that I was not alarmed, even frightened, at the gravity of the situation and its possible outcome, I speak the whole truth when I say that I was not overwhelmingly afraid for myself. I was conscious that even at this stage of the night I was passing into a psychical condition in which my sensations seemed no longer normal. Physical fear at no time entered into the nature of my feelings, and though I kept my hand upon my rifle the greater part of the night, I was all the time conscious that its assistance would be of little avail against the terrors that I had to face. More than once I seemed to feel most curiously that I was in no real sense a part of the proceedings, nor actually involved in them, but that I was playing the part of a spectator moreover on a psychic rather than on a material plane. Many of my sensations that night were too vague for definite description and analysis, but the main feeling that will stay with me to the end of my days is the awful horror of it all, and the miserable sensation that if the strain had lasted a little longer than was actually the case, my mind must inevitably have given way. Meanwhile I stood still in my corner and waited patiently for what was to come. The house was as still as the grave, but the inarticulate voices of the night sang in my ears, and I seemed to hear the blood running in my veins and dancing in my pulses. If the Indians came to the back of the house they would find the kitchen door and window securely fastened. They could not get in there without making considerable noise, which I was bound to hear. The only mode of getting in was by means of the door that faced me, and I kept my eyes glued on that door without taking them off for the smallest fraction of a second. My sight adapted itself every minute better to the darkness. I saw the table that nearly filled the room, and left only a narrow passage on each side. I could also make out the straight backs of the wooden chairs pressed up against it, and could even distinguish my papers and inkstand lying on the white oilcloth covering. I thought of the gay faces that had gathered round that table during the summer, and I longed for the sunlight as I had never longed for it before. Less than 3 feet to my left the passageway led to the kitchen, and the stairs leading to the bedrooms above commenced in this passageway, but almost in the sitting-room itself. Through the windows I could see the dim motionless outlines of the trees. Not a leaf stirred, not a branch moved. A few moments of this awful silence, and then I was aware of a soft tread on the boards of the veranda, so stealthy that it seemed an impression directly on my brain rather than upon the nerves of hearing. Immediately afterwards a black figure darkened the glass door, and I perceived that a face was pressed against the upper panes. A shiver ran down my back, and my hair was conscious of a tendency to rise and stand at right angles to my head. It was the figure of an Indian, broad-shouldered and immense, indeed the largest figure of a man I have ever seen outside of a circus hall. By some power of light that seemed to generate itself in the brain, I saw the strong dark face with the aquiline nose and high cheekbones flattened against the glass. The direction of the gaze I could not determine, but faint gleams of light as the big eyes rolled round and showed their whites, told me plainly that no corner of the room escaped their searching. For what seemed fully 5 minutes the dark figure stood there, with the huge shoulders bent forward so as to bring the head down to the level of the glass, while behind him, though not nearly so large, the shadowy form of the other Indian swayed to and fro like a bent tree. While I waited in an agony of suspense and agitation for their next movement, little currents of icy sensation ran up and down my spine, and my heart seemed alternately to stop beating and then start off again with terrifying rapidity. They must have heard its thumping and the singing of the blood in my head. Moreover, I was conscious, as I felt a cold stream of perspiration trickle down my face, of a desire to scream, to shout, to bang the walls like a child, to make a noise, or do anything that would relieve the suspense and bring things to a speedy climax. It was probably this inclination that led me to another discovery, for when I tried to bring my rifle from behind my back to raise it and have it pointed at the door ready to fire, I found that I was powerless to move. The muscles, paralysed by this strange fear, refused to obey the will. Here indeed was a terrifying complication. There was a faint sound of rattling at the brass knob, and the door was pushed open a couple of inches. A pause of a few seconds, and it was pushed open still further. Without a sound of footsteps that was appreciable to my ears, the two figures glided into the room, and the man behind gently closed the door after him. They were alone with me between the four walls. Could they see me standing there, so still and straight in my corner? Had they perhaps already seen me? My blood surged and sang like the roll of drums in an orchestra, and though I did my best to suppress my breathing, it sounded like the rushing of wind through a pneumatic tube. My suspense as to the next move was soon at an end, only, however, to give place to a new and keener alarm. The men had hitherto exchanged no words and no signs, but here were general indications of a movement across the room, and whichever way they went, they would have to pass round the table. If they came my way, they would have to pass within 6 inches of my person. While I was considering this very disagreeable possibility, I perceived that the smaller Indian, smaller by comparison, suddenly raised his arm and pointed to the ceiling. The other fellow raised his head and followed the direction of his companion's arm. I began to understand at last. They were going upstairs, and the room directly overhead, to which they pointed, had been until this night my bedroom. It was the room in which I had experienced that very morning so strange a sensation of fear, but for which I should then have been lying asleep in the narrow bed against the window. The Indians then began to move silently around the room. They were going upstairs, and they were coming round my side of the table. So stealthy were their movements that, but for the abnormally sensitive state of the nerves, I should never have heard them. As it was, their cat-like tread was distinctly audible. Like two monstrous black cats they came round the table toward me, and for the first time I perceived that the smaller of the two dragged something along the floor behind him. As it trailed along over the floor with a soft sweeping sound, I somehow got the impression that it was a large dead thing with outstretched wings, or a large spreading cedar branch. Whatever it was, I was unable to see it even in outline, and I was too terrified, even had I possessed the power over my muscles, to move my neck forward in the effort to determine its nature. Nearer and nearer they came. The leader rested a giant hand upon the table as he moved. My lips were glued together, and the air seemed to burn in my nostrils. I tried to close my eyes, so that I might not see as they passed me, but my eyelids had stiffened and refused to obey. Would they never get by me? Sensation seemed also to have left my legs, and it was as if I was standing on mere supports of wood or stone. Worse still, I was conscious that I was losing the power of balance, the power to stand upright, or even to lean backwards against the wall. Some force was drawing me forward, and a dizzy terror seized me that I should lose my balance and topple forward against the Indians just as they were in the act of passing me. Even moments drawn out into hours must come to an end some time, and almost before I knew it the figures had passed me and had their feet upon the lower step of the stairs leading to the upper bedrooms. There could not have been 6 inches between us, and yet I was conscious only of a current of cold air that followed them. They had not touched me, and I was convinced that they had not seen me. Even the trailing thing on the floor behind them had not touched my feet, as I had dreaded it would, and on such an occasion as this I was grateful even for the smallest mercies. The absence of the Indians from my immediate neighbourhood brought little sense of relief. I stood shivering and shuddering in my corner, and beyond being able to breathe more freely, I felt no whit less uncomfortable. Also, I was aware that a certain light which, without apparent source or rays, had enabled me to follow their every gesture and movement, had gone out of the room with their departure. An unnatural darkness now filled the room, and pervaded its every corner, so that I could barely make out the positions of the windows and the glass doors. As I said before, my condition was evidently an abnormal one. The capacity for feeling surprise seemed, as in my dreams, to be wholly absent. My senses recorded with unusual accuracy every smallest occurrence, but I was able to draw only the simplest deductions. The Indians soon reached the top of the stairs, and there they halted for a moment. I had not the faintest clue as to their next movement. They appeared to hesitate. They were listening attentively. Then I heard one of them, who by the weight of his soft tread must have been the giant, cross the narrow corridor and enter the room directly overhead, my own little bedroom. But for the insistence of that unaccountable dread I had experienced there in the morning, I should at that very moment have been lying in the bed with the big Indian in the room standing beside me. For the space of 100 seconds there was silence, such as might have existed before the birth of sound. It was followed by a long quivering shriek of terror, which ran out into the night, and ended in a short gulp before it had run its full course. At the same moment the other Indian left his place at the head of the stairs, and joined his companion in the bedroom. I heard the thing trailing behind him along the floor. A thud followed, as of something heavy falling, and then all became as still and silent as before. It was at this point that the atmosphere, surcharged all day with the electricity of a fierce storm, found relief in a dancing flash of brilliant lightning, simultaneously with a crash of loudest thunder. For 5 seconds every article in the room was visible to me with amazing distinctness, and through the windows I saw the tree trunks standing in solemn rows. The thunder pealed and echoed across the lake and among the distant islands, and the floodgates of heaven then opened and let out their rain in streaming torrents. The drops fell with a swift rushing sound upon the still waters of the lake, which leaped up to meet them, and pattered with the rattle of shot on the leaves of the maples and the roof of the cottage. A moment later, and another flash, even more brilliant and of longer duration than the first, lit up the sky from zenith to horizon, and bathed the room momentarily in dazzling whiteness. I could see the rain glistening on the leaves and branches outside. The wind rose suddenly, and in less than a minute the storm that had been gathering all day burst forth in its full fury. Above all the noisy voices of the elements, the slightest sounds in the room overhead made themselves heard, and in the few seconds of deep silence that followed the shriek of terror and pain I was aware that the movements had commenced again. The men were leaving the room and approaching the top of the stairs. A short pause, and they began to descend. Behind them, tumbling from step to step, I could hear that trailing thing that dragged along. It had become ponderous. I awaited their approach with a degree of calmness, almost of apathy, which was only explicable on the ground that after a certain point nature applies her own anaesthetic, and a merciful condition of numbness supervenes. On they came, step by step, nearer and nearer, with the shuffling sound of the burden behind growing louder as they approached. They were already halfway down the stairs when I was galvanised afresh into a condition of terror by the consideration of a new and horrible possibility. It was the reflection that if another vivid flash of lightning were to come when the shadowy procession was in the room, perhaps when it was actually passing in front of me, I should see everything in detail, and worse, be seen myself. I could only hold my breath and wait while the minutes lengthened into hours, and the procession made its slow progress round the room. The Indians had reached the foot of the staircase. The form of the huge leader loomed in the doorway of the passage, and the burden with an ominous thud had dropped from the last step to the floor. There was a moment's pause while I saw the Indian turn and stoop to assist his companion. Then the procession moved forward again, entered the room close on my left, and began to move slowly round my side of the table. The leader was already beyond me, and his companion, dragging on the floor behind him the burden, whose confused outline I could only dimly make out, was exactly in front of me, when the cavalcade came to a dead halt. At the same moment, with the strange suddenness of thunderstorms, the splash of the rain ceased altogether, and the wind died away into utter silence. For the space of 5 seconds my heart seemed to stop beating, and then the worst came. A double flash of lightning lit up the room and its contents with merciless vividness. The huge Indian leader stood a few feet past me on my right. One leg was stretched forward in the act of taking a step. His immense shoulders were turned towards his companion, and in all their magnificent fierceness I saw the outline of his features. His gaze was directed upon the burden his companion was dragging along the floor, but his profile, with the big aquiline nose, high cheekbone, straight black hair, and bold chin, burnt itself in that brief instant into my brain, never again to fade. Dwarfish compared to this giant figure appeared the proportions of the other Indian, who, within 12 inches of my face, was stooping over the thing he was dragging in a position that lent to his person the additional horror of deformity; and the burden, lying upon a sweeping cedar branch, which he held and dragged by a long stem, was the body of a white man. The scalp had been neatly lifted, and blood lay in a broad smear upon the cheeks and forehead. Then, for the first time that night, the terror that had paralysed my muscles and my will lifted its unholy spell from my soul. With a loud cry I stretched out my arms to seize the big Indian by the throat, and grasping only air, tumbled forward unconscious upon the ground. I had recognized the body, and the face was my own. It was bright daylight when a man's voice recalled me to consciousness. I was lying where I had fallen, and the farmer was standing in the room with the loaves of bread in his hands. The horror of the night was still in my heart, and as the bluff settler helped me to my feet and picked up the rifle which had fallen with me, with many questions and expressions of condolence, I imagine my brief replies were neither self-explanatory nor even intelligible. That day, after a thorough and fruitless search of the house, I left the island, and went over to spend my last 10 days with the farmer, and when the time came for me to leave, the necessary reading had been accomplished and my nerves had completely recovered their balance. On the day of my departure the farmer started early in his big boat with my belongings to row to the point, 12 miles distant, where a little steamer ran twice a week for the accommodation of hunters. Late in the afternoon I went off in another direction in my canoe, wishing to see the island once again, where I had been the victim of so strange an experience. In due course I arrived there and made a tour of the island. I also made a search of the little house, and it was not without a curious sensation in my heart that I entered the little upstairs bedroom. There seemed nothing unusual. Just after I re-embarked I saw a canoe gliding ahead of me around the curve of the island. A canoe was an unusual sight at this time of the year, and this one seemed to have sprung from nowhere. Altering my course a little, I watched it disappear around the next projecting point of rock. It had high, curving bows, and there were 2 Indians in it. I lingered with some excitement to see if it would appear again round the other side of the island, and in less than 5 minutes it came into view. There were less than 200 yards between us, and the Indians, sitting on their haunches, were paddling swiftly in my direction. I never paddled faster in my life than I did in those next few minutes. When I turned to look again, the Indians had altered their course, and were again circling the island. The sun was sinking behind the forests of the mainland, and the crimson-coloured cloud of sunset were reflected in the waters of the lake, when I looked round for the last time, and saw the big bark canoe and its 2 dusky occupants still going round the island. Then the shadows deepened rapidly, the lake grew black, and the night wind blew its first breath in my face as I turned a corner, and a projecting bluff of rock hid from my view both island and canoe. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ian Virly. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 3. A Case of Eavesdropping. Jim Shorthouse was the sort of fellow who always made a mess of things. Everything with which his hands or mind came into contact issued from such contact in an unqualified and irremediable state of mess. His college days were a mess. He was twice rusticated. His school days were a mess. He went to 6, each passing him on to the next with a worse character and in a more developed state of mess. His early boyhood was the sort of mess that copybooks and dictionaries spell with a big M, and his babyhood, was the embodiment of howling, yowling, screaming mess. At the age of 40, however, there came a change in his troubled life, when he met a girl with $500,000 in her own right who consented to marry him, and who very soon succeeded in reducing his most messy existence into a state of comparative order and system. Certain incidents, important and otherwise, of Jim's life would never have come to be told here, but for the fact that in getting into his messes, and out of them again, he succeeded in drawing himself into the atmosphere of peculiar circumstances and strange happenings. He attracted to his path the curious adventures of life as unfailingly as meat attracts flies and jam wasps. It is to the meat and jam of his life, so to speak, that he owes his experiences. His afterlife was all pudding, which attracts nothing but greedy children. With marriage, the interest of his life ceased for all but one person, and his path became regular as the sun's instead of erratic as a comet's. The first experience in order of time that he related to me shows that somewhere latent behind his disarranged nervous system there lay psychic perceptions of an uncommon order. About the age of 22, I think after his second rustication, his father's purse and patience had equally given out, and Jim found himself stranded high and dry in a large American city. High and dry! And the only clothes that had no holes in them safely in the keeping of his uncle's wardrobe. Careful reflection on a bench in one of the city parks led him to the conclusion that the only thing to do was to persuade the city editor of one of the daily journals that he possessed an observant mind and a ready pen, and that he could do good work for your paper, sir, as a reporter. This, then, he did, standing at a most unnatural angle between the editor and the window to conceal the whereabouts of the holes. "Guess we'll have to give you a week's trial," said the editor, who, ever on the lookout for good chance material, took on shoals of men in that way, and retained on the average 1 man per shoal. Anyhow, it gave Jim Shorthouse the wherewithal to sew up the holes and relieve his uncle's wardrobe of its burden. Then he went to find living quarters, and in this proceeding his unique characteristics already referred to, what theosophists would call his karma, began unmistakably to assert themselves, for it was in the house he eventually selected that this sad tale took place. There are no diggings in American cities. The alternatives for small incomes are grim enough. Rooms in a boarding house where meals are served, or in a room house where no meals are served, not even breakfast. Rich people live in palaces, of course, but Jim had nothing to do with sich-like. His horizon was bounded by boarding houses and room houses, and, owing to the necessary irregularity of his meals and hours, he took the latter. It was a large, gaunt-looking place in a side street, with dirty windows and a creaking iron gate. But the rooms were large, and the one he selected and paid for in advance was on the top floor. The landlady looked gaunt and dusty as the house, and quite as old. Her eyes were green and faded, and her features large. "Wow," she twanged, with her electrifying western drawl. "That's the room, if you like it, and that's the price I said. Now, if you want it, why, just say so, and if you don't, why, it don't hurt me any." Jim wanted to shake her, but he feared the clouds of long-accumulated dust on her clothes, and as the price and size of the room suited him, he decided to take it. "Anyone else on this floor?" he asked. She looked at him queerly out of her faded eyes before she answered. "None of my guests ever put such questions to me before," she said, "but I guess you're different. Why, there's no one at all but an old gent that's stayed here every bit of 5 years. He's over there," pointing to the end of the passage. "Ah, I see," said Shorthouse feebly. "So I'm alone up here." "Reckon you are, pretty near," she twanged out, ending the conversation abruptly by turning her back on her new guest, and going slowly and deliberately downstairs. The newspaper work kept Shorthouse out most of the night. 3 times a week he got home at 1 a.m., and 3 times at 3 a.m. The room proved comfortable enough, and he paid for a second week. His unusual hours had so far prevented his meeting any inmates of the house, and not a sound had been heard from the old gent who shared the floor with him. It seemed a very quiet house. One night, about the middle of the second week, he came home tired after a long day's work. The lamp that usually stood all night in the hall had burned itself out, and he had to stumble upstairs in the dark. He made considerable noise in doing so, but nobody seemed to be disturbed. The whole house was utterly quiet, and probably everybody was asleep. There were no lights under any of the doors. All was in darkness. It was after 2 o'clock. After reading some English letters that had come during the day, and dipping for a few minutes into a book, he became drowsy and got ready for bed. Just as he was about to get in between the sheets, he stopped for a moment and listened. There rose in the night, as he did so, the sound of steps somewhere in the house below. Listening attentively, he heard that it was somebody coming upstairs, a heavy tread, and the owner taking no pains to step quietly. On it came up the stairs, tramp, tramp, tramp. evidently the tread of a big man, and one in something of a hurry. At once thoughts connected somehow with fire and police flashed through Jim's brain, but there were no sounds of voices with the steps. And he reflected in the same moment that it could only be the old gentleman keeping late hours and tumbling upstairs in the darkness. He was in the act of turning out the gas and stepping into bed, when the house resumed its former stillness by the footsteps suddenly coming to a dead stop, immediately outside of his own room. With his hand on the gas, Shorthouse paused a moment before turning it out to see if the steps would go on again, when he was startled by a loud knocking on his door. Instantly, in obedience to a curious and unexplained instinct, he turned out the light, leaving himself and the room in total darkness. He had scarcely taken a step across the room to open the door, when a voice from the other side of the wall, so close it almost sounded in his ear, exclaimed in German, "Is that you, Father? Come in." The speaker was a man in the next room, and the knocking, after all, had not been on his own door, but on that of the adjoining chamber, which he had supposed to be vacant. Almost before the man in the passage had time to answer in German, "Let me in at once," Jim heard someone cross the floor and unlock the door. Then it was slammed to with a bang, and there was audible the sound of footsteps about the room, and of chairs being drawn up to a table and knocking against furniture on the way. The men seemed wholly regardless of their neighbors' comfort, for they made noise enough to waken the dead. "Serves me right for taking a room in such a cheap hole," reflected Jim in the darkness. "I wonder whom she's let the room to." The 2 rooms, the landlady had told him, were originally one. She had put up a thin partition, just a row of boards, to increase her income. The doors were adjacent, and only separated by the massive upright beam between them. When one was opened or shut, the other rattled. With utter indifference to the comfort of the other sleepers in the house, the 2 Germans had meanwhile commenced to talk both at once, and at the top of their voices. They talked emphatically, even angrily. The words "father" and "Otto" were freely used. Shorthouse understood German, but as he stood listening for the first minute or two, an eavesdropper in spite of himself, it was difficult to make head or tail of the talk, for neither would give way to the other, and the jumble of guttural sounds and unfinished sentences was wholly unintelligible. Then, very suddenly, both voices dropped together, and, after a moment's pause, the deep tones of one of them, who seemed to be the father, said, with the utmost distinctness, "You mean, Otto, that you refuse to get it?" There was a sound of someone shuffling in the chair before the answer came. "I mean that I don't know how to get it. It is so much, Father. It is too much. A part of it—" "A part of it?" cried the other with an angry oath. "A part of it, when ruin and disgrace are already in the house, is worse than useless. If you can get half, you can get all. You wretched fool. Half measures only damn all concerned." "You told me last time," began the other firmly, but was not allowed to finish. A succession of horrible oaths drowned his sentence, and the father went on, in a voice vibrating with anger. "You know she'll give you anything. You have only been married a few months. If you ask, and give a plausible reason, you can get all we want and more. You can ask it temporarily. All will be paid back. It'll re-establish the firm, and she will never know what was done with it. With that amount, Otto, you know I can recoup all those terrible losses, and in less than a year all will be repaid. But without it, you must get it, Otto. Hear me, you must. Am I to be arrested for the misuse of trust moneys? Is our honored name to be cursed and spat on?" The old man choked and stammered in his anger and desperation. Shorthouse stood shivering in the darkness and listening in spite of himself. The conversation had carried him along with it, and he had been for some reason afraid to let his neighborhood be known. But at this point he realized that he had listened too long, and that he must inform the 2 men that they could be overheard to every single syllable. So he coughed loudly, and at the same time rattled the handle of his door. It seemed to have no effect, for the voices continued just as loudly as before, the son protesting and the father growing more and more angry. He coughed again persistently, and also contrived purposely in the darkness to tumble against the partition, feeling the thin boards yield easily under his weight, and making a considerable noise in so doing. But the voices went on unconcernedly, and louder than ever. Could it be possible they had not heard? By this time, Jim was more concerned about his own sleep than the morality of overhearing the private scandals of his neighbors, and he went out into the passage and knocked smartly at their door. Instantly, as if by magic, the sounds ceased. Everything dropped into utter silence. There was no light under the door, and not a whisper could be heard within. He knocked again, but received no answer. "Gentlemen," he began at length, with his lips close to the keyhole and in German, "please do not talk so loud. I can overhear all you say in the next room. Besides, it is very late, and I wish to sleep." He paused and listened, but no answer was forthcoming. He turned the handle and found the door was locked. Not a sound broke the stillness of the night except the faint swish of the wind over the skylight and the creaking of a board here and there in the house below. The cold air of a very early morning crept down the passage and made him shiver. The silence of the house began to impress him disagreeably. He looked behind him and about him, hoping and yet fearing that something would break the stillness. The voices still seemed to ring on in his ears, but that sudden silence, when he knocked at the door, affected him far more unpleasantly than the voices, and put strange thoughts in his brain, thoughts he did not like or approve. Moving stealthily from the door, he peered over the banisters into the space below. It was like a deep vault that might conceal in its shadows anything that was not good. It was not difficult to fancy he saw an indistinct moving to and fro below him. Was that a figure sitting on the stairs, peering up obliquely at him out of hideous eyes? Was that a sound of whispering and shuffling down there in the dark halls and forsaken landings? Was it something more than the inarticulate murmur of the night? The wind made an effort overhead, singing over the skylight, and the door behind him rattled and made him start. He turned to go back to his room, and the draught closed the door slowly in his face, as if there was someone pressing against it from the other side. When he pushed it open and went in, 100 shadowy forms seemed to draft swiftly and silently back to their corners and hiding places. But in the adjoining room the sounds had entirely ceased, and Shorthouse soon crept into bed and left the house with its inmates, waking or sleeping, to take care of themselves, while he entered the region of dreams and silence. Next day, strong in the common sense that the sunlight brings, he determined to lodge a complaint against the noisy occupants of the next room, and make the landlady request them to modify their voices at such late hours of the night and morning. But it so happened that she was not to be seen that day, and when he returned from the office at midnight, it was, of course, too late. Looking under the door as he came up to bed, he noticed that there was no light, and concluded that the Germans were not in. So much the better. He went to sleep about 1 o'clock, fully decided that if they came up later and woke him with their horrible noises, he would not rest till he had roused the landlady and made her reprove them with that authoritative twang, in which every word was like the lash of a metallic whip. However, there proved to be no need for such drastic measures, for Shorthouse slumbered peacefully all night, and his dreams, chiefly of the fields of grain and flocks of sheep on the faraway farms of his father's estate, were permitted to run their fanciful course unbroken. 2 nights later, however, when he came home tired out after a difficult day, and wet and blown about by one of the wickedest storms he had ever seen, his dreams, always of the fields and sheep, were not destined to be so undisturbed. He had already dozed off in that delicious glow that follows the removal of wet clothes and the immediate snuggling under warm blankets, when his consciousness, hovering on the borderland between sleep and waking, was vaguely troubled by a sound that rose indistinctly from the depths of the house, and, between the gusts of wind and rain, reached his ears with an accompanying sense of uneasiness and discomfort. It rose on the night air with some pretense of regularity, dying away again in the roar of the wind to reassert itself distantly in the deep, brief hushes of the storm. For a few minutes, Jim's dreams were colored only, tinged as it were, by this impression of fear approaching from somewhere insensibly upon him. His consciousness, at first, refused to be drawn back from that enchanted region where it had wandered, and he did not immediately awaken. But the nature of his dreams changed unpleasantly. He saw the sheep suddenly run huddled together, as though frightened by the neighborhood of an enemy, while the fields of waving corn became agitated as though some monster were moving uncouthly among the crowded stalks. The sky grew dark, and in his dream an awful sound came somewhere from the clouds. It was in reality the sound downstairs growing more distinct. Shorthouse shifted uneasily across the bed with something like a groan of distress. The next minute he awoke and found himself sitting straight up in bed, listening. Was it a nightmare? Had he been dreaming evil dreams? That his flesh crawled and the hair stirred on his head. The room was dark and silent, but outside the wind howled dismally and drove the rain with repeated assaults against the rattling windows. How nice it would be, the thought flashed through his mind, if all winds, like the west wind, went down with the sun. They made such fiendish noises at night, like the crying of angry voices. In the daytime they had such a different sound. If only— Hark! It was no dream after all, for the sound was momentarily growing louder, and its cause was coming up the stairs. He found himself speculating feebly what this cause might be, but the sound was still too indistinct to enable him to arrive at any definite conclusion. The voice of a church clock striking 2 made itself heard above the wind. It was just about the hour when the Germans had commenced a performance 3 nights before. Shorthouse made up his mind that if they began it again he would not put up with it for very long, yet he was already horribly conscious of the difficulty he would have of getting out of bed. The clothes were so warm and comforting against his back. The sound, still steadily coming nearer, had by this time become differentiated from the confused clamor of the elements, and had resolved itself into the footsteps of 1 or more persons. "The Germans, hang 'em!" thought Jim. "But what on earth is the matter with me? I never felt so queer in all my life." He was trembling all over, and felt as cold as though he were in a freezing atmosphere. His nerves were steady enough, and he felt no diminution of physical courage, but he was conscious of a curious sense of malaise and trepidation, such as even the most vigorous men have been known to experience when in the first grip of some horrible and deadly disease. As the footsteps approached, this feeling of weakness increased. He felt a strange lassitude creeping over him, a sort of exhaustion, accompanied by a growing numbness in the extremities, and a sensation of dreaminess in the head, as if perhaps the consciousness were leaving its accustomed seat in the brain and preparing to act on another plane. Yet, strange to say, as the vitality was slowly withdrawn from his body, his senses seemed to grow more acute. Meanwhile, the steps were already on the landing at the top of the stairs, and Shorthouse, still sitting upright in bed, heard a heavy body brush past his door and along the wall outside. Almost immediately afterwards, the loud knocking of someone's knuckles on the door of the adjoining room. Instantly, though so far not a sound had proceeded from within, he heard, through the thin partition, a chair pushed back and a man quickly crossed the floor and opened the door. "Ah, it's you," he heard in the son's voice. Had the fellow then been sitting silently in there all this time, waiting for his father's arrival? To Shorthouse it came not as a pleasant reflection by any means. There was no answer to this dubious greeting, but the door was closed quickly, and then there was a sound as if a bag or parcel had been thrown on a wooden table and had slid some distance across it before stopping. "What's that?" asked the son, with anxiety in his tone. "You may know before I go," returned the other gruffly. Indeed, his voice was more than gruff. It betrayed ill-suppressed passion. Shorthouse was conscious of a strong desire to stop the conversation before it proceeded any further, but somehow or other his will was not as equal to the task, and he could not get out of bed. The conversation went on, every tone and inflection distinctly audible above the noise of the storm. In a low voice the father continued. Jim missed some of the words at the beginning of the sentence. It ended with, "But now they've all left, and I've managed to get up to you. You know what I've come for." There was a distinct menace in his tone. "Yes," returned the other. "I've been waiting." "And the money?" asked the father impatiently. No answer. "You've had 3 days to get it in, and I've contrived to stave off the worst so far. But tomorrow is the end." No answer. "Speak, Otto! What have you got for me? Speak, my son, for God's sake, tell me!" There was a moment's silence, during which the old man's vibrating accents seemed to echo through the room. Then came in a low voice the answer. "I have nothing." "Otto!" cried the other with passion. "Nothing?" "I can get nothing," came almost in a whisper. "You lie!" cried the other in a half-stifled voice. "I swear you lie. Give me the money." A chair was heard scraping along the floor. Evidently the men had been sitting over the table, and one of them had risen. Shorthouse heard the bag or parcel drawn across the table, and then a step as if one of the men was crossing to the door. "Father, what's in that?" "I must know," said Otto, with the first signs of determination in his voice. There must have been an effort on the son's part to gain possession of the parcel in question, and on the father's to retain it, for between them it fell to the ground. A curious rattle followed its contact with the floor. Instantly there were sounds of a scuffle. The men were struggling for the possession of the box, the elder man with oaths and blasphemous imprecations, the other with short gasps that betokened the strength of his efforts. It was of short duration, and the younger man had evidently won, for a minute later was heard his angry exclamation. "I knew it! Her jewels! You scoundrel! You shall never have them! It is a crime!" The elder man uttered a short, guttural laugh, which froze Jim's blood and made his skin creep. No word was spoken, and for the space of 10 seconds there was a living silence. Then the air trembled with the sound of a thud, followed immediately by a groan and the crash of a heavy body falling over onto the table. A second later there was a lurching from the table onto the floor and against the partition that separated the rooms. The bed quivered an instant at the shock, but the unholy spell was lifted from his soul and Jim Shorthouse sprang out of bed and across the floor in a single bound. He knew that ghastly murder had been done. The murder by a father of his son. With shaking fingers but a determined heart, he lit the gas, and the first thing in which his eyes corroborated the evidence of his ears was the horrifying detail that the lower portion of the partition bulged unnaturally into his own room. The glaring paper with which it was covered had cracked under the tension, and the boards beneath it bent inwards towards him. What hideous load was behind them? He shuddered to think. All this he saw in less than a second. Since the final lurch against the wall, not a sound had proceeded from the room. Not even a groan or a footstep. All was still but the howl of the wind, which to his ears had in it a note of triumphant horror. Shorthouse was in the act of leaving the room to rouse the house and send for the police. In fact, his hand was already on the doorknob, when something in the room arrested his attention. Out of the corner of his eyes he thought he caught sight of something moving. He was sure of it, and turning his eyes in the direction, he found he was not mistaken. Something was creeping slowly towards him along the floor. It was something dark and serpentine in shape, and it came from the place where the partition bulged. He stooped down to examine it with feelings of intense horror and repugnance, and he discovered that it was moving toward him from the other side of the wall. His eyes were fascinated, and for the moment he was unable to move. Silently, slowly, from side to side like a thick worm, it crawled forward into the room beneath his frightened eyes, until at length he could stand it no longer, and stretched out his arm to touch it. But at the instant of contact he withdrew his hand with a suppressed scream. It was sluggish, and it was warm, and he saw that his fingers were stained with living crimson. A second more, and Shorthouse was out in the passage with his hand on the door of the next room. It was locked. He plunged forward with all his weight against it, and the lock giving way, he fell headlong into a room that was pitch dark and very cold. In a moment he was on his feet again and trying to penetrate the blackness. Not a sound. Not a movement. Not even the sense of a presence. It was empty. Miserably empty. Across the room he could trace the outline of a window with rain streaming down the outside, and the blurred lights of the city beyond. But the room was empty. Appallingly empty, and so still. He stood there, cold as ice, staring, shivering, listening. Suddenly there was a step behind him, and a light flashed into the room. And when he turned quickly with his arm up as if to ward off a terrific blow, he found himself face to face with the landlady. Instantly the reaction began to set in. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning, and he was standing there with bare feet and striped pajamas in a small room, which in the merciful light he perceived to be absolutely empty, carpetless, and without a stick of furniture or even a window blind. There he stood, staring at the disagreeable landlady, and there she stood too, staring and silent in a black wrapper, her head almost bald, her face white as chalk, shading a sputtering candle with one bony hand, and peering over it at him with her blinking green eyes. She looked positively hideous. "Wall," she drawled at length, I heard you're right enough. Guess you couldn't sleep, or just prowling round a bit. Is that it? The empty room, the absence of all traces of the recent tragedy, the silence, the hour, his striped pajamas and bare feet, everything together combined to deprive him momentarily of speech. He stared at her blankly without a word. "Wall?" clanked the awful voice. "My dear woman," he burst out finally, "there's been something awful." So far his desperation took him, but no farther. He positively stuck at the substantive. "Oh, there hasn't been nothing," she said slowly, still peering at him. "I reckon you've only seen and heard what the others did. I never can keep folks on this floor long. Most of 'em catch on sooner or later. That is, the ones that's kind of quick and sensitive. Only you being an Englishman, I thought you wouldn't mind. Nothing really happens. It's only thinking like." Shorthouse was beside himself. He felt ready to pick her up and drop her over the banisters, candle and all. "Look there," he said, pointing at her within an inch of her blinking eyes with the fingers that had touched the oozing blood. "Look there, my good woman. Is that only thinking?" She stared a minute, as if not knowing what he meant. "I guess so," she said at length. He followed her eyes, and to his amazement saw that his fingers were as white as usual, and quite free from the awful stain that had been there 10 minutes before. There was no sign of blood. No amount of staring could bring it back. Had he gone out of his mind? Had his eyes and ears played such tricks with him? Had his senses become false and perverted? He dashed past the landlady, out into the passage, and gained his own room in a couple of strides. Whew! The partition no longer bulged. The paper was not torn. There was no creeping, crawling thing on the faded old carpet. "It's all over now," drawled the metallic voice behind him. "I'm going to bed again." He turned and saw the landlady slowly going downstairs again, still shading the candle with her hand and peering up at him from time to time as she moved. A black, ugly, unwholesome object, he thought, as she disappeared into the darkness below, and the last flicker of her candle threw a queer-shaped shadow along the wall and over the ceiling. Without hesitating a moment, Shorthouse threw himself into his clothes and went out of the house. He preferred the storm to the horrors of that top floor, and he walked the streets till daylight. In the evening he told the landlady he would leave next day, in spite of her assurances that nothing more would happen. "It never comes back," she said. "That is, not after he's killed." Shorthouse gasped. "You gave me a lot for my money," he growled. "Wall, it aren't my show," she drawled. "I'm no spirit medium. You take chances. Some will sleep right along and never hear nothing. Others, like yourself, are different and get the whole thing." "Who's the old gentleman? Does he hear it?" asked Jim. "There's no gentleman at all," she answered coolly. "I just told you that to make you feel easy, like in case you did hear anything. You were all alone on that floor. Say now," she went on after a pause in which Shorthouse could think of nothing to say but unpublishable things. "Say now, do tell, did you feel sort of cold when the show was on? Sort of tired and weak? I mean, as if you might be going to die?" "How can I say?" he answered savagely. "What I felt, God only knows." "Wall, but he won't tell," she drawled out. "Only I was wondering how you really did feel, because the man who had the room last was found one morning in bed." "In bed?" "He was dead. He was the one before you. Oh, you don't need to get rattled so. You're all right. And it all really happened, they do say. This house used to be a private residence some 25 years ago, and a German family of the name of Steinhardt lived here. They had a big business in Wall Street, and stood way up in things." "Ah," said her listener. "Oh, yes, they did, right at the top. Till one fine day it all bust, and the old man skipped with the boodle." "Skipped with the boodle?" "That's so," she said. "Got clear away with all the money, and the son was found dead in his house. Committed suicide, it was thought, though there was some as said he couldn't have stabbed himself and fallen in that position. They said he was murdered.
The father died in prison. They tried to fasten the murder on him, but there was no motive, or no evidence, or no something. I forget now."
"Very pretty," said Shorthouse.
"I'll show you something mighty queer anyways," she drawled. "If you'll come upstairs a minute. I've heard the steps and voices lots of times. They don't feeze me any. I just as lief hear so many dargs barking. You'll find the whole story in the newspapers if you look it up. Not what goes on here, but the story of the Germans. My house would be ruined if they told all, and I'd sue for damages."
They reached the bedroom, and the woman went in and pulled up the edge of the carpet where Shorthouse had seen the blood soaking in the previous night.
"Look thar, if you feel like it,"
said the old hag. Stooping down, he saw a dark, dull stain in the boards that corresponded exactly to the shape and position of the blood as he had seen it. That night, he slept in a hotel, and the following day he sought new quarters. In the newspapers on file in his office after a long search, he found 20 years back the detailed story, substantially as the woman had said, of Steinhardt and Co.'s failure, the absconding and subsequent arrest of the senior partner, and the suicide or murder of his son Otto. The landlady's room house had formerly been their private residence. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Ian Virly.
Chapter 4 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 4 Keeping His Promise. It was 11 o'clock at night, and young Marriott was locked into his room, cramming as hard as he could cram. He was a fourth-year man at Edinburgh University, and he had been plowed for this particular examination so often that his parents had positively declared they could no longer supply the funds to keep him there. His rooms were cheap and dingy, but it was the lecture fees that took the money. So Marriott pulled himself together at last and definitely made up his mind that he would pass or die in the attempt, and for some weeks now he had been reading as hard as mortal man can read. He was trying to make up for lost time and money in a way that showed conclusively he did not understand the value of either. For no ordinary man, and Marriott was in every sense an ordinary man, can afford to drive the mind as he had lately been driving his, without sooner or later paying the cost. Among the students he had few friends or acquaintances, and these few had promised not to disturb him at night, knowing he was at last reading in earnest. It was, therefore, with feelings a good deal stronger than mere surprise, that he heard his doorbell ring on this particular night and realized that he was to have a visitor. Some men would simply have muffled the bell and gone on quietly with their work. But Marriott was not this sort. He was nervous. It would have bothered and pecked at his mind all night long not to know who the visitor was and what he wanted. The only thing to do, therefore, was to let him in and out again as quickly as possible. The landlady went to bed at 10 o'clock punctually, after which hour nothing would induce her to pretend she heard the bell, so Marriott jumped up from his books with an exclamation that augured ill for the reception of his caller, and prepared to let him in with his own hand. The streets of Edinburgh town were very still at this late hour. It was late for Edinburgh, and in the quiet neighborhood of F Street, where Marriott lived on the third floor, scarcely a sound broke the silence. As he crossed the floor, the bell rang a second time with unnecessary clamor, and he unlocked the door and passed into the little hallway with considerable wrath and annoyance in his heart at the insolence of the double interruption. "The fellows all know I'm reading for this exam. Why in the world do they come to bother me at such an unearthly hour?" The inhabitants of the building, with himself, were medical students, general students, poor writers to the signet, and some others whose vocations were perhaps not so obvious. The stone staircase, dimly lighted at each floor by a gas jet that would not turn above a certain height, wound down to the level of the street with no pretense at carpet or railing. At some levels it was cleaner than at others. It depended on the landlady of the particular level. The acoustic properties of a spiral staircase seemed to be peculiar. Marriott, standing by the open door, book in hand, thought every moment the owner of the footsteps would come into view. The sound of the boots was so close and so loud that they seemed to travel disproportionately in advance of their cause. Wondering who it could be, he stood ready with all manner of sharp greetings for the man who dared thus to disturb his work. But the man did not appear. The steps sounded almost under his nose, yet no one was visible. A sudden queer sensation of fear passed over him, a faintness and a shiver down the back. It went, however, almost as soon as it came, and he was just debating whether he would call aloud to his invisible visitor, or slam the door and return to his books, when the cause of the disturbance turned the corner very slowly and came into view. It was a stranger. He saw a youngish man, short of figure and very broad. His face was the color of a piece of chalk, and the eyes, which were very bright, had heavy lines underneath them. Though the cheeks and chin were unshaven and the general appearance unkempt, the man was evidently a gentleman, for he was well dressed and bore himself with a certain air. But, strangest of all, he wore no hat, and carried none in his hand, and although rain had been falling steadily all the evening, he appeared to have neither overcoat nor umbrella. 100 questions sprang up in Marriott's mind and rushed to his lips. Chief among them was something like, "Who in the world are you?" and "What in the name of heaven do you come to me for?" But none of these questions found time to express themselves in words, for almost at once the caller turned his head a little, so that the gaslight in the hall fell upon his features from a new angle. Then in a flash Marriott recognized him. "Field? Man alive, is it you?" he gasped. The fourth-year man was not lacking in intuition, and he perceived at once that here was a case for delicate treatment. He divined, without any actual process of thought, that the catastrophe often predicted had come at last, and that this man's father had turned him out of the house. They had been at a private school together years before, and though they had hardly met once since, the news had not failed to reach him from time to time with considerable detail, for the family lived near his own, and between certain of the sisters there was great intimacy. Young Field had gone wild later. He remembered hearing about it all, drink, a woman, opium, or something of the sort. He could not exactly call to mind. "Come in," he said all at once, his anger vanishing. "There's been something wrong, I can see. Come in and tell me about it, and perhaps I can help." He hardly knew what to say, and stammered a lot more besides. The dark side of life, and the horror of it, belonged to a world that lay remote from his own select little atmosphere of books and dreamings. But he had a man's heart for all that. He led the way across the hall, shutting the front door carefully behind him, and noticed as he did so that the other, though certainly sober, was unsteady on his legs, and evidently much exhausted. Marriott might not be able to pass his examinations, but he at least knew the symptoms of starvation, acute starvation, unless he was much mistaken, when they stared him in the face. "Come along," he said cheerfully, and with genuine sympathy in his voice. "I'm glad to see you. I was going to have a bite of something to eat, and you're just in time to join me." The other made no audible reply, and shuffled so feebly with his feet that Marriott took his arm by way of support. He noticed for the first time that the clothes hung on him with pitiful looseness. The broad frame was literally hardly more than a frame. He was as thin as a skeleton, but as he touched him, the sensation of faintness and dread returned. It only lasted a moment, and then passed off, and he ascribed it not unnaturally to the distress and shock of seeing a former friend in such a pitiful plight. "Better let me guide you. It's shamefully dark, this hall. I'm always complaining," he said lightly, recognizing by the weight upon his arm that the guidance was sorely needed. "But the old cat never does anything except promise." He led him to the sofa, wondering all the time where he had come from, and how he had found out the address. It must be at least 7 years since those days at the private school, when they used to be such close friends. "Now, if you'll forgive me for a minute," he said, "I'll get supper ready, such as it is. And no bother to talk. Just take it easy on the sofa. I see you're dead tired. You can tell me about it afterwards, and we'll make plans." The other sat down on the edge of the sofa and stared in silence, while Marriott got out the brown loaf, scones, and a huge pot of marmalade that Edinburgh students always keep in their cupboards. His eyes shone with a brightness that suggested drugs, Marriott thought, stealing a glance at him from behind the cupboard wall. He did not like yet to take a full square look. The fellow was in a bad way, and it would have been so like an examination to stare and wait for explanations. Besides, he was evidently almost too exhausted to speak, so for reasons of delicacy, and for another reason as well, which he could not exactly formulate to himself, he let his visitor rest apparently unnoticed while he busied himself with the supper. He lit the spirit lamp to make cocoa, and when the water was boiling, he drew up the table with the good things to the sofa so that Field need not have even the trouble of moving to a chair. "Now let's tuck in," he said, "and afterwards we'll have a pipe and a chat. I'm reading for an exam, you know, and I always have something about this time. It's jolly to have a companion." He looked up and caught his guest's eyes directed straight upon his own. An involuntary shudder ran through him from head to foot. The face opposite him was deadly white and wore a dreadful expression of pain and mental suffering. "By gad," he said, jumping up, "I quite forgot. I've got some whiskey somewhere. What an ass I am. I never touch it myself when I'm working like this." He went to the cupboard and poured out a stiff glass, which the other swallowed at a single gulp, and without any water. Marriott watched him while he drank it, and at the same time noticed something else as well. Field's coat was all over dust, and on one shoulder was a bit of cobweb. It was perfectly dry. Field arrived on a soaking wet night without hat, umbrella, or overcoat, and yet perfectly dry, even dusty. Therefore he had been under cover. What did it all mean? Had he been hiding in the building? It was very strange, yet he volunteered nothing, and Marriott had pretty well made up his mind by this time that he would not ask any questions until he had eaten and slept. Food and sleep were obviously what the poor devil needed most and first. He was pleased with his powers of ready diagnosis, and it would not be fair to press him till he had recovered a bit. They ate their supper together while the host carried on running one-sided conversation, chiefly about himself and his exams and his old cat of a landlady, so that the guest need not utter a single word unless he really wished to, which he evidently did not. But while he toyed with his food, feeling no desire to eat, the other ate voraciously. To see a hungry man devour cold scones, stale oatcake, and brown bread laden with marmalade was a revelation to this inexperienced student, who had never known what it was to be without at least 3 meals a day. He watched in spite of himself, wondering why the fellow did not choke in the process. But Field seemed to be as sleepy as he was hungry. More than once his head dropped, and he ceased to masticate the food in his mouth. Marriott had positively to shake him before he would go on with his meal. A stronger emotion will overcome a weaker, but this struggle between the sting of real hunger and the magical opiate of overpowering sleep was a curious sight to the student, who watched it with mingled astonishment and alarm. He had heard of the pleasure it was to feed hungry men and watch them eat, but he had never actually witnessed it, and he had no idea it was like this. Field ate like an animal. Gobbled, stuffed, gorged. Marriott forgot his reading and began to feel something very much like a lump in his throat. "Afraid there's been awfully little to offer you, old man," he managed to blurt out at length. The last scone had disappeared, and the rapid, one-sided meal was at an end. Field still made no reply, for he was almost asleep in his seat. He merely looked up wearily and gratefully. "Now you must have some sleep, you know," he continued, "or you'll go to pieces. I shall be up all night reading for this blessed exam. You're more than welcome to my bed. Tomorrow we'll have a late breakfast and see what can be done and make plans. I'm awfully good at making plans, you know," he added with an attempt at lightness. Field maintained his dead sleepy silence, but appeared to acquiesce, and the other led the way into the bedroom, apologizing as he did so to this half-starved son of a baronet, whose own home was almost a palace, for the size of the room. The weary guest, however, made no pretense of thanks or politeness. He merely steadied himself on his friend's arm as he staggered across the room, and then, with all his clothes on, dropped his exhausted body on the bed. In less than a minute he was, to all appearances, sound asleep. For several minutes Marriott stood in the open door and watched him, praying devoutly that he might never find himself in a like predicament, and then fell to wondering what he would do with his unbidden guest on the morrow. But he did not stop long to think, for the call of his books was imperative, and happen what might, he must see to it that he passed that examination. Having again locked the door into the hall, he sat down to his books and resumed his notes on materia medica, where he had left off when the bell rang. But it was difficult for some time to concentrate his mind on the subject. His thoughts kept wandering to the picture of that white-faced, strange-eyed fellow, starved and dirty, lying in his clothes and boots on the bed. He recalled their schooldays together before they had drifted apart, and how they had vowed eternal friendship and all the rest of it. And now, what horrible straits to be in! How could any man let the love of dissipation take such hold upon him? But one of their vows together, Marriott, it seemed, had completely forgotten. Just now, at any rate, it lay too far in the background of his memory to be recalled. Through the half-open door, the bedroom led out of the sitting room and had no other door, came the sound of deep, long-drawn breathing, the regular, steady breathing of a tired man, so tired that even to listen to it made Marriott almost want to go to sleep himself. He needed it, reflected the student, and perhaps it came only just in time. Perhaps so, for outside the bitter wind from across the Forth howled cruelly and drove the wind in cold streams against the window panes and down the deserted streets. Long before Marriott settled down again properly to his reading, he heard distantly, as it were, through the sentences of the book, the heavy, deep breathing of the sleeper in the next room. A couple of hours later, when he yawned and changed his books, he still heard the breathing and went cautiously up to the door to look round. At first the darkness of the room must have deceived him, or else his eyes were confused and dazzled by the recent glare of the reading lamp. For a minute or two he could make out nothing at all but dark lumps of furniture, the mass of the chest of drawers by the wall, and the white patch where his bath stood in the center of the floor. Then the bed came slowly into view, and on it he saw the outline of the sleeping body gradually take shape before his eyes, growing up strangely into the darkness, till it stood out in marked relief, the long black form against the white counterpane. He could hardly help smiling. Field had not moved an inch. He watched him a moment or two and then returned to his books. The night was full of the singing voices of the wind and rain. There was no sound of traffic. No hansoms clattered over the cobbles. And it was still too early for the milk carts. He worked on steadily and conscientiously, only stopping now and again to change a book, or to sip some of the poisonous stuff that kept him awake and made his brain so active, and on these occasions Field's breathing was always distinctly audible in the room. Outside the storm continued to howl, but inside the house all was stillness. The shade of the reading lamp threw all the light upon the littered table, leaving the other end of the room in comparative darkness. The bedroom door was exactly opposite him where he sat. There was nothing to disturb the worker, nothing but an occasional rush of wind against the windows and a slight pain in his arm. This pain, however, which he was unable to account for, grew once or twice very acute. It bothered him, and he tried to remember how and when he could have bruised himself so severely, but without success. At length the page before him turned from yellow to gray, and there were sounds of wheels in the street below. It was 4 o'clock. Marriott leaned back and yawned prodigiously. Then he drew back the curtains. The storm had subsided, and the Castle Rock was shrouded in mist. With another yawn, he turned away from the dreary outlook and prepared to sleep the remaining 4 hours till breakfast on the sofa. Field was still breathing heavily in the next room, and he first tiptoed across the floor to take another look at him. Peering cautiously round the half-open door, his first glance fell upon the bed, now plainly discernible in the gray light of morning. He stared hard. Then he rubbed his eyes again and thrust his head farther round the edge of the door. With fixed eyes he stared harder still, and harder, but it made no difference at all. He was staring into an empty room. The sensation of fear he had felt when Field first appeared upon the scene returned suddenly, but with much greater force. He became conscious, too, that his left arm was throbbing violently and causing him great pain. He stood wondering and staring and trying to collect his thoughts. He was trembling from head to foot. By a great effort of the will, he left the support of the door and walked forward boldly into the room. There upon the bed was the impress of a body where Field had lain and slept. There was the mark of the head on the pillow, and the slight indentation at the foot of the bed where the boots had rested on the counterpane. And there, plainer than ever, for he was closer to it, was the breathing. Mary tried to pull himself together. With a great effort he found his voice and called his friend aloud by name. "Field, is that you? Where are you?" There was no reply. but the breathing continued without interruption, coming directly from the bed. His voice had such an unfamiliar sound that Marriott did not care to repeat his questions, but he went down on his knees and examined the bed above and below, pulling the mattress off finally and taking the coverings away separately, one by one. But though the sounds continued, there was no visible sign of field, nor was there any space in which a human being, however small, could have concealed itself. He pulled the bed out from the wall, but the sound stayed where it was. It did not move with the bed. Marriott, finding self-control a little difficult in his weary condition, at once set upon a thorough search of the room. He went through the cupboard, the chest of drawers, the little alcove where the clothes hung. Everything. But there was no sign of anyone. The small window near the ceiling was closed, and anyhow was not large enough to let a cat pass. The sitting-room door was locked on the inside. He could not have got out that way. Curious thoughts began to trouble Marriott's mind, bringing in their train unwelcome sensations. He grew more and more excited. He searched the bed again till it resembled the scene of a pillow fight. He searched both rooms, knowing all the time it was useless, and then he searched again. A cold perspiration broke out all over his body, and the sound of heavy breathing, all this time, never ceased to come from the corner where Field had lain down to sleep. Then he tried something else. He pushed the bed back exactly into its original position, and lay himself down upon it, just where his guest had lain. But the same instant he sprang up in a single bound. The breathing was close beside him, almost on his cheek and between him and the wall. Not even a child could have squeezed into the space. He went back to his sitting room, opened the windows, welcoming all the light and air possible, and tried to think the whole matter over quietly and clearly. Men who read too hard and slept too little, he knew, were sometimes troubled with very vivid hallucinations. Again he calmly reviewed every incident of the night, his accurate sensations, the vivid details, the emotions stirred in him, the dreadful feast. No single hallucination could ever combine all these and cover so long a period of time. But with less satisfaction he thought of the recurring faintness and curious sense of horror that had once or twice come upon him, and then of the violent pains in his arm. These were quite unaccountable. Moreover, now that he began to analyze and examine, there was one other thing that fell upon him like a sudden revelation. During the whole time Field had not actually uttered a single word. Yet, as though in mockery upon his reflections, there came ever from that inner room the sound of the breathing, long-drawn, deep, and regular. The thing was incredible. It was absurd. Haunted by visions of brain fever and insanity, Marriott put on his cap and mackintosh and left the house. The morning air on Arthur's seat would blow the cobwebs from his brain, the scent of the heather, and above all the sight of the sea. He roamed over the wet slopes above Holyrood for a couple of hours, and he did not return until the exercise had shaken some of the horror out of his bones, and given him a ravening appetite into the bargain. As he entered, he saw that there was another man in the room, standing against the window with his back to the light. He recognized his fellow student Green, who was reading for the same examination. "Read hard all night, Marriott," he said, "and thought I'd drop in here to compare notes and have some breakfast. You're out early," he added by way of question. Marriott said he had a headache, and a walk had helped it, and Green nodded and said, "Ah." But when the girl had set the steaming porridge on the table and gone out again, he went on with rather a forced tone. "Didn't know you had any friends who drank, Marriott." This was obviously tentative, and Marriott replied dryly that he did not know it either. "Sounds just as if some chap were sleeping it off in there, doesn't it, though?" persisted the other, with a nod in the direction of the bedroom, and looking curiously at his friend, the two men stared steadily at each other for several seconds, and then Marriott said earnestly, "Then you hear it too, thank God." "Of course I hear it. The door's open. Sorry if I wasn't meant to." "Oh, I didn't mean that," said Marriott, lowering his voice, "but I'm awfully relieved. Let me explain. Of course, if you hear it too, then it's all right. But really it frightened me more than I can tell you. I thought I was going to have brain fever or something. And you know what a lot depends on this exam. It always begins with sounds or visions or some sort of beastly hallucination, and I—" "Rot!" ejected the other impatiently. "What are you talking about?" "Now listen to me, Green," said Marriott as calmly as he could, for the breathing was still plainly audible, "and I'll tell you what I mean. Only don't interrupt." And thereupon he related exactly what had happened during the night, telling everything, even down to the pain in his arm. When it was over, he got up from the table and crossed the room. "You hear the breathing now plainly, don't you?" he said. Green said he did. "Well, come with me and we'll search the room together." The other, however, did not move from his chair. "I've been in already," he said sheepishly. "I heard the sounds and thought it was you. The door was ajar, so I went in." Marriott made no comment, but pushed the door open as wide as it would go. As it opened, the sound of breathing grew more and more distinct. "Someone must be in there," said Green under his breath. "Someone is in there, but where?" said Marriott. Again he urged his friend to go in with him, but Green refused point blank, said he had been in once and had searched the room and there was nothing there. He would not go in again for a good deal. They shut the door and retired into the other room to talk it all over with many pipes. Green questioned his friend very closely, but without illuminating result, since questions cannot alter facts. "The only thing that ought to have a logical explanation is the pain in my arm," said Marriott, rubbing the member with an attempt at a smile. "It hurts so infernally and aches all the way up, I can't remember bruising it, though." "Let me examine it for you," said Green. "I'm awfully good at bones, in spite of the examiner's opinion to the contrary." It was a relief to play the fool a bit, and Marriott took his coat off and rolled up his sleeve. "By George, though, I'm bleeding!" he exclaimed. "Look here, what on earth's this?" On the forearm, quite close to the wrist, was a thin red line. There was a tiny drop of apparently fresh blood on it. Green came over and looked closely at it for some minutes. Then he sat back in his chair, looking curiously at his friend's face. "You scratched yourself without knowing it," he said presently. "There's no sign of a bruise. It must have been something else that made the arm ache." Marriott sat very still, staring silently at his arm, as though the solution of the whole mystery lay there actually written upon the skin. "What's the matter? I see nothing very strange about a scratch," said Green, in an unconvincing sort of voice. "It was your cufflinks, probably, last night in your excitement." But Marriott, white to the very lips, was trying to speak. The sweat stood in great beads on his forehead. At last he leaned forward close to his friend's face. "Look," he said in a low voice that shook a little. "Do you see that red mark? I mean, underneath what you call the scratch?" Green admitted he saw something or other, and Marriott wiped the place clean with his handkerchief and told him to look again, more closely. "Yes, I see," returned the other, lifting his head after a moment's careful inspection. "It looks like an old scar." "It is an old scar," whispered Marriott, his lips trembling. "Now it all comes back to me." "All what?" Green fidgeted on his chair. He tried to laugh, but without success. His friend seemed bordering on collapse. "Hush, be quiet and I'll tell you," he said. "Field made that scar." For a whole moment the two men looked each other full in the face without speaking. "Field made that scar," repeated Marriott at length in a louder voice. "Field? You mean last night?" "No, not last night. Years ago, at school, with his knife. And I made a scar on his arm with mine." Marriott was talking rapidly now. "We exchanged drops of blood in each other's cuts. He put a drop into my arm, and I put one into his." "In the name of heaven, what for?" "It was a boy's compact. We made a sacred pledge, a bargain." I remember it all perfectly now. We had been reading some dreadful book, and we swore to appear to one another. I mean, whoever died first swore to show himself to the other, and we sealed the compact with each other's blood. I remember it all so well. The hot summer afternoon in the playground 7 years ago. And one of the masters caught us and confiscated the knives. And I have never thought of it again to this day. "And you mean?" stammered Green. But Marriott made no answer. He got up and crossed the room and lay down wearily upon the sofa, hiding his face in his hands. Green himself was a bit nonplussed. He left his friend alone for a little while, thinking it all over again. Suddenly an idea seemed to strike him. He went over to where Marriott still lay motionless on the sofa and roused him. In any case, it was better to face the matter whether there was an explanation or not. Giving in was always the silly exit. "I say, Marriott," he began, as the other turned his white face up to him, "there's no good being so upset about it. I mean, if it's all an hallucination, we know what to do. And if it isn't, well, we know what to think, don't we?" "I suppose so. But it frightens me horribly for some reason," returned his friend in a hushed voice. "And that poor devil. But after all, if the worst is true, and that chap has kept his promise, well, he has, that's all, isn't it? Marriott nodded. There's only one thing that occurs to me, Green went on, and that is, are you quite sure that he actually ate like that? I mean, that he actually ate anything at all? He finished, blurting out his thought. Marriott stared at him for a moment, and then said he could easily make certain. He spoke quietly after the main shock no lesser surprise could affect him. I put the things away myself, he said, after we had finished. They were on the third shelf in that cupboard. No one's touched them since. He pointed without getting up, and Green took the hint and went over to look. Exactly, he said, after a brief examination. Just as I thought. It was partly hallucination, at any rate. The things haven't been touched. Come and see for yourself. Together they examined the shelf. There was the brown loaf, the plate of stale scones, the oat cake, all untouched. Even the glass of whiskey Marriott had poured out stood there with the whiskey still in it. You were feeding no one. Field ate and drank nothing. He was not there at all. But the breathing, urged the other in a low voice, staring out with a dazed expression on his face. Green did not answer. He walked over to the bedroom while Marriott followed him with his eyes. He opened the door and listened. There was no need for words. The sound of deep, regular breathing came floating through the air. There was no hallucination about that, at any rate. Marriott could hear it where he stood on the other side of the room. Green closed the door and came back. There's only one thing to do, he declared with decision. Write home and find out about him, and meanwhile come and finish your reading in my rooms. I've got an extra bed. Agreed, returned the fourth-year man. There's no hallucination about that exam. I must pass that whatever happens. And this was what they did. It was about a week later when Mary got the answer from his sister. Part of it he read out to Green. It is curious, she wrote, that in your letter you should have inquired after Field. It seems a terrible thing, but you know only a short while ago Sir John's patience became exhausted, and he turned him out of the house, they say without a penny. Well, what do you think? He has killed himself. At least it looks like suicide. Instead of leaving the house, he went down into the cellar and simply starved himself to death. They're trying to suppress it, of course, but I heard it all from my maid, who got it from their footman. They found the body on the 14th, and the doctor said he had died about 12 hours before. He was dreadfully thin. Then he died on the 13th, said Green. Marriott nodded. That's the very night he came to see you. Marriott nodded again. End of Chapter 4. Keeping His Promise. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Chapter 5 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Danni Williams. www.dannywilliams.com. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 5. With Intent to Steal. To sleep in a lonely barn when the best bedrooms in the house were at our disposal seemed, to say the least, unnecessary, and I felt some explanation was due to our host. But Shorthouse, I soon discovered, had seen to all that. Our enterprise would be tolerated, not welcomed, for the master kept this sort of thing down with a firm hand. And then, how little I could get this man, Shorthouse, to tell me. There was much I wanted to ask and hear, but he surrounded himself with impossible barriers. It was ludicrous. He was surely asking a good deal of me, and yet he would give so little in return. And his reason, that it was for my own good, may have been perfectly true, but did not bring me any comfort in his train. He gave me sops now and then, however, to keep up my curiosity, till I soon was aware that there were growing up side by side within me a genuine interest, and an equally genuine fear, and something of both these, probably necessary to all real excitement. The barn in question was some distance from the house, on the side of the stables, and I had passed it on several of my journeyings to and fro, wondering at its forlorn and untired appearance under a regime where everything was so spick and span. But it had never once occurred to me as possible that I should come to spend a night under its roof with a comparative stranger, and undergo there an experience belonging to an order of things I had always rather ridiculed and despised. At the moment, I can only partially recall the process by which Shorthouse persuaded me to lend him my company. Like myself, he was a guest in his autumn house party, and where there were so many to chatter and to chaff, I think his taciturnity of manner had appealed to me by contrast, and that I wished to repay something of what I owed. There was, no doubt, flattery in it as well, for he was more than twice my age, a man of amazingly wide experience, an explorer of all the world's corners where danger lurked, and, most subtle flattery of all, by far the best shot in the whole party, our host included. At first, however, I held out a bit. "But surely the story you tell," I said, "has the parentage common to all such tales, a superstitious heart, an imaginative brain, and has grown now by frequent repetition into an authentic ghost story. Besides, this head gardener of half-century ago," I added, seeing that he still went on cleaning his gun in silence, "who was he? And what positive information have you about him beyond the fact that he was found hangers from the rafters dead?" "He was no mere head gardener, this man who passed as such," he replied without looking up, "but a fellow of splendid education who used this curious disguise for his own purpose. Part of this very barn, of which he always kept the key, was found to have been fitted up as a complete laboratory, with Althanar, Albric, Cucurbite, and other appliances, some of which the master destroyed at once, perhaps for the best, and which I have only been able to guess at." "Black arts?" I laughed. "Who knows?" he rejoined quietly. "The man undoubtedly possessed knowledge, dark knowledge, that was most unusual and dangerous, and I can discover no means by which he came to it, no ordinary means, that is. But I have found many facts in the case which point to the exercise of a most desperate and unscrupulous will, and the strange disappearances in the neighborhood, as well as the bones found buried in the kitchen garden, though never actually traced to him, seem to me full of dreadful suggestion." I laughed again, a little uncomfortably perhaps, and said it reminded one of the story of Gilles de Rais, Martrel of France, who was said to have killed and tortured to death in a few years no less than 160 women and children for the purposes of necromancy, and who was executed for his crimes at Nantes. But Shorthouse would not rise, and only returned to his subject. "His suicide seems to have been only just in time to escape arrest," he said. "A magician of no high order, then," I observed skeptically, "if suicide was his only way of evading country police." "The police of London and St. Petersburg, rather," returned Shorthouse, "for the headquarters of this pretty company was somewhere in Russia, and its apparatus bore all the marks of the most skillful foreign make. A Russian woman then employed in the household, governess or something, vanished too, about the same time and was never caught. She was no doubt the cleverest of the lot. And remember, the object of this appalling group was not mere vulgar gain, but a kind of knowledge that called for the highest qualities of courage and intellect in the seekers." I admit I was impressed by the man's conviction of voice and manner, for there is something very compelling in the force of an earnest man's belief, though I still affected to sneer politely. "But, like most black magicians, the fellow only succeeded in compassing his own destruction, that of his tools, rather, and of escaping himself, so that he might better accomplish his objects elsewhere and otherwise," said Shorthouse, giving, as he spoke, the most minute attention to the cleaning of the lock. "Elsewhere and otherwise?" I gasped. "As if the shell he left hanging from the rafter in the barn in no way impeded the man's spirit from continuing his dreadful work under new conditions," he added quietly, without noticing my interruption. "The idea being that he sometimes revisits the garden and barn, chiefly the barn." "The barn!" I exclaimed. "For what purpose?" "Chiefly the barn," he finished, as if he had not heard me. "That is, when there is anybody in it." I stared at him without speaking, for there was a wonder in me how he would add to this. "When he wants fresh material, that is, he comes to steal from the living." "Fresh material?" I repeated aghast. "To steal from the living?" Even then, in broad daylight, I was foolishly conscious of a creeping sensation at the roots of my hair, as if a cold breeze were passing over my skull. "The strong vitality of the living is what this sort of creature is supposed to need most," he went on imperturbably. And where he has worked and thought and struggled before is the easiest place for him to get it in. The former conditions are in some way more easily reconstructed. He stopped suddenly and devoted all his attention to the gun. It is difficult to explain, you know, rather, he added presently. And besides, it's much better that you should not know till afterwards. I made a noise that was the beginning of a score of questions and as of many sentences, but it got no further than a mere noise, and Shorthouse, of course, stepped in again. Your skepticism, he added, is one of the qualities that induced me to ask you to spend the night there with me. In those days, he went on, in response to my urging for more information, the family were much abroad and often traveled for years at a time. This man was invaluable in their absence. His wonderful knowledge of horticulture kept the gardens, French, Italian, English, in perfect order. He had carte blanche in matter of expense, and of course selected all his own underlings. It was a sudden, unexpected return of the master that surprised the amazing stories of the countryside before the fellow, with all his cleverness, had time to prepare or conceal. But there is no evidence, no more recent evidence, to show something is likely to happen if we sit up there, I asked, pressing him yet further, and I think to his liking, for it showed at least that I was interested. Has anything happened there lately, for instance? Shorthouse glanced up from the gun he was cleaning so assiduously, and the smoke from his pipe curled up into an odd twist between me and the black-beard and oriental sun-tanned face. The magnetism of his look and expression brought more sense of conviction to me than I had felt hitherto, and I realized that there had been a sudden little change in my attitude, and I was now much more inclined to go in for the adventure with him. At least, I thought, with such a man, one would be safe in any emergency, for he is determined, resourceful, and to be depended upon. There's the point, he answered slowly, for there has apparently been a fresh outburst, an attack almost, it seems, quite recently. There is evidence, of course, plenty of it, or I should not feel the interest I do feel, but... He hesitated a moment, as though considering how much he ought to let me know. But the fact is that 3 men this summer, on separate occasions, who have gone into that barn after nightfall, have been accosted. Accosted, I repeated, betrayed in an interruption by his choice of so singular a word. And one of the stablemen, a recent arrival and quite ignorant of the story, who had to go in there late one night, saw a dark substance hanging down from one of the rafters, and when he climbed up, shaking all over, to cut it down, for he said he felt sure it was a corpse, the knife passed through nothing but air, and he heard a sound up under the eaves as if someone were laughing. Yet, while he slashed away, and afterwards too, the thing went on swinging right there before his eyes, and turning slowly with its own weight, like a huge joint on a spit. The man declares, too, that it had a large bearded face, and that the mouth was open and drawn down like the mouth of a hanged man. Can we question this fellow? He's gone, gave notice at once, but not before I had questioned him myself closely. Then this was recent? I said, for I knew Shorthouse had not been in the house more than a week. 4 days ago, he replied, but more than that. Only 3 days ago, a couple of men were in there together in full daylight when one of them suddenly turned deadly faint. He said that he felt an overmastering impulse to hang himself, and he looked about for a rope and was furious when his companion tried to prevent him. But did he prevent him? Just in time, but not before he had clambered onto a beam. He was very violent. I had so much to say and ask that I could get nothing out in time, and Shorthouse went on again. I've had a watching brief for this case, he said with a smile, whose real significance, however, completely escaped me at the time. And one of the most disagreeable features about it is the deliberate way the servants have invented excuses to go out to the place, and always after dark. Some of them who have no right to go there, and no real occasion at all, have never been there in their lives before probably, and now all of a sudden have shown the keenest desire and determination to go out there about dusk, or soon after, with the most paltry and foolish excuses in the world. Of course, he added, they would have been prevented, but the desire, stronger than their superstitious dread, and which they cannot explain, is very curious. Very, I admitted, feeling that my hair was beginning to stand up again. You see, he went on presently, it all points to volition, In fact, deliberate arrangement. It is no mere family ghost that goes with every ivied house in England of a certain age. It is something real, and something very malignant. He raised his face from the gun barrel, and for the first time his eye caught mine in the full. Yes, he was very much in earnest. Also, he knew a great deal more than he meant to tell. "It is worth tempting and fighting, I think," he said. "But I want a companion with me. Are you game?" His enthusiasm undoubtedly caught me, but I still wanted to hedge a bit. "I'm very skeptical," I pleaded. "All the better," he said, almost as if to himself. "You have the pluck. I have the knowledge." "The knowledge?" He looked around cautiously, as if to make sure there was no one within earshot. "I have been in the place myself," he said in a lowered voice. "Quite lately. In fact, only 3 nights ago, the day the man turned queer." I stared. But I was obliged to come out. Still I stared. "Quickly," he added significantly. "You've gone into the thing pretty thoroughly," was all I could find to say, for I'd almost made up my mind to go with him, and was not sure that I wanted to hear too much beforehand. He nodded. "It is a bore, of course, but I must do everything thoroughly, or not at all." "That is why you clean your own gun, I suppose." "That's why, when there is any danger, I take as few chances as possible," he said, with the same enigmatical smile I had noticed before. And then he added with emphasis, "And that is also why I ask you to keep me company now." Of course, the shaft went straight home, and I gave my promise without further ado. Our preparations for the night, a couple of rugs, and a flask of black coffee, were not elaborate, and we found no difficulty about 10 o'clock in absenting ourselves from the billiard room without attracting any curiosity. Shorthouse met me by arrangement under the cedar on the back lawn, and I at once realized with a vividness what a difference there is between making plans in the daytime and carrying them out in the dark. One's common sense, at least in matters of this sort, is reduced to a minimum, and imagination with all her attendant sprites usurps the place of judgment. 2 and 2 no longer make 4. They make a mystery, and mystery loses no time in growing into a menace. In this particular case, however, my imagination did not find wings very readily, for I knew that my companion was the most unmovable of men, and an unemotional, solid block of a man who would never lose his head, and in any conceivable state of affairs would always take the right as well as the strong course. So my faith in the man gave me a false courage that was nevertheless very consoling, and I looked forward to the night's adventure with a genuine appetite. Side by side, and in silence, we followed the path that skirted the east woods, as they were called, and then led across 2 hay fields and through another wood to the barn, which thus lay about half a mile from the lower farm. To the lower farm, indeed, it properly belonged, and this made us realize more clearly how very ingenious must have been the excuses of the hall servants who felt the desire to visit it. It had been raining during the late afternoon, and the trees were dripping heavily on all sides. But the moment we left the second wood and came out into the open, we saw a clearing with the stars overhead, against which the barn outlined itself in a black, lumberous shadow. Shorthouse led the way, still without a word, and we crawled in through a low door and seated ourselves in a soft heap of hay in the extreme corner. "Now," he said, speaking for the first time, "I'll show you the inside of the barn, so that you may know where you are and what to do in case anything happens." A match flared in the darkness, and with the help of 2 more that followed, I saw the interior of a lofty and somewhat rickety-looking barn, erected upon a wall of gray stones that ran all around and extended to a height of perhaps 4 feet. Above this masonry rose the wooden sides, running up into the usual vaulted roof, and supported by a double tier of massive oak rafters, which stretched across from wall to wall and were intersected by occasional uprights. I felt as if we were inside the skeleton of some antediluvian monster whose huge black ribs completely enfolded us. Most of this, of course, only sketched itself to my eye in the uncertain light of the flickering matches, and when I said I had seen enough, and the matches went out, we were at once enveloped in an atmosphere as densely black as anything that I have ever known, and the silence equaled the darkness. We made ourselves comfortable and talked in low voices, The rugs, which were very large, covered our legs, and our shoulders sank into a really luxurious bed of softness. Yet neither of us apparently felt sleepy. I certainly didn't, and Shorthouse, dropping his customary brevity that fell a little short of gruffness, plunged into an easy run of talking that took the form, after a time, of personal reminiscences. This rapidly became a vivid narration of adventure and travel in far countries, and at any other time I should have allowed myself to become completely absorbed in what he told. But unfortunately, I was never able for a single instant to forget the real purpose of our enterprise, and consequently I felt all my senses more keenly on alert than usual, and my attention accordingly more or less distracted. It was, indeed, a revelation to hear Shorthouse unbosom himself in this fashion, and to a young man it was of course doubly fascinating. But the little sounds that always punctuate even the deepest silence out of doors claimed some portion of my attention, and as the night grew on, I soon became aware that his tale seemed somewhat disconnected and abrupt, and that, in fact, I heard really only a part of them. It was not so much that I actually heard other sounds, but that I expected to hear them. This is what stole the other half of my listening. There was neither wind nor rain to break the stillness, and certainly there were no physical presences in our neighborhood, for we were half a mile even from the lower farm, and from the hall and stables, at least a mile. Yet the stillness was being continually broken, perhaps disturbed is a better word, and it was to these very remote and tiny disturbances that I felt compelled to devote at least half of my listening faculties. From time to time, however, I made a remark or asked a question to show that I was listening and interested, but in a sense, my questions always seemed to bear in one direction and to make for one issue, namely, my companion's previous experience in the barn when he had been obliged to come out quickly. Apparently I could not help myself in the matter, for this was really the one consuming curiosity I had, and the fact that it was better for me not to know it made me the keener to know it all, even the worst. Shorthouse realized this even better than I did. I could tell it by the way he dodged or wholly ignored my questions, and the subtle sympathy between us showed plainly enough, had I been able at the time to reflect upon its meaning, that the nerves of both of us were in a very sensitive and highly strung condition. Probably the complete confidence I felt in his ability to face whatever might happen, and the extent to which also I relied upon him for my own courage, prevented the exercise of my ordinary powers of reflection, while it left my senses free to a more than unusual degree of activity. End Chapter 5. Recording by Danni Williams. www.dannywilliams.com.
Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. With Intent to Steal, Part 2. Things must have gone on in this way for a good hour or more, when I made the sudden discovery that there was something unusual in the conditions of our environment. This sounds a roundabout mode of expression, but I really know not how else to put it. The discovery almost rushed upon me. By rights, we were two men waiting in an alleged haunted barn for something to happen, and as two men who trusted one another implicitly, though for very different reasons, there should have been two minds keenly alert, with the ordinary senses in active cooperation. Some slight degree of nervousness, too, there might also have been, but beyond this, nothing. It was therefore with something of dismay that I made the sudden discovery that there was something more, and something that I ought to have noticed very much sooner than I actually did notice it. The fact was, Shorthouse's stream of talk was wholly unnatural. He was talking with a purpose. He did not wish to be cornered by my questions, true, but he had another and a deeper purpose still, and it grew upon me as an unpleasant deduction from my discovery that this strong, cynical, unemotional man by my side was talking, and had been talking all this time, to gain a particular end. And this end, I soon felt clearly, was to convince himself. But of what? For myself, as the hours wore on towards midnight, I was not anxious to find the answer, but in the end it became impossible to avoid it, and I knew as I listened that he was pouring forth this steady stream of vivid reminiscences of travel. South Seas, big game, Russian exploration, women, adventures of all sorts, because he wished the past to reassert itself to the complete exclusion of the present. He was taking his precautions. He was afraid. I felt 100 things, once this was clear to me, but none of them more than the wish to get up at once and leave the barn. If Shorthouse was afraid already, what in the world was to happen to me in the long hours that lay ahead? I only know that in my fierce efforts to deny myself the evidence of his partial collapse, the strength came that enabled me to play my part properly, and I even found myself helping him by means of animated remarks upon his stories, and by more or less judicious questions. I also helped him by dismissing from my mind any desire to inquire into the truth of his former experience. And it was good I did so, for had he turned it loose on me, with those great powers of convincing description that he had at his command, I verily believe that I should never have crawled from that barn alive. So at least I felt at the moment. It was the instinct of self-preservation, and it brought sound judgment. Here then, at least, with different motives, reached too by opposite ways, we were both agreed upon one thing, namely, that temporarily we would forget. Fools we were, for a dominant emotion is not so easily banished, and we were forever recurring to it in 100 ways, direct and indirect. A real fear cannot be so easily trifled with, and while we toyed on the surface with thousands and thousands of words, mere words, our subconscious activities were steadily gaining force, and would before very long have to be properly acknowledged. We could not get away from it. At last, when he had finished the recital of an adventure which brought him near enough to a horrible death, I admitted that in my uneventful life I had never yet been face to face with a real fear. It slipped out inadvertently, and of course without intention, but the tendency in him at the time was too strong to be resisted. He saw the loophole and made for it full tilt. "It is the same with all the emotions," he said. "The experiences of others never give a complete account. Until a man has deliberately turned and faced for himself the fiends that chase him down the years, he has no knowledge of what they really are, or of what they can do. Imaginative authors may write, moralists may preach, and scholars may criticize, but they are dealing all the time in a coinage of which they know not the actual value. Their listener gets a sensation, but not the true one. Until you have faced these emotions," he went on, with the same race of words that had come from him the whole evening, "and made them your own, your slaves, you have no idea of the power that is in them. Hunger, that shows the light beckoning beyond the grave, thirst, that fills with mingled ice and fire, passion, love, loneliness, revenge, and—" He paused for a minute, and though I knew we were on the brink, I was powerless to hold him. "And fear," he went on, "fear. I think that death from fear, or madness from fear, must sum up in a second of time the total of all the most awful sensations it is possible for a man to know." "Then you yourself felt something of this fear?" I interrupted, "for you said just now—" "I do not mean physical fear," he replied, "for that is more or less a question of nerves and will, and it is imagination that makes men cowards. I mean an absolute fear. A physical fear one might call it, that reaches the soul and withers every power one possesses." He said a lot more, for he too was wholly unable to stem the torrent once it broke loose, but I have forgotten it, or rather mercifully I did not hear it, for I stopped my ears and only heard the occasional words when I took my fingers out to find if he had come to an end. In due course he did come to an end, and there we left it, for I then knew positively what he already knew, that somewhere here in the night, and within the walls of this very barn where we were sitting, there was waiting something of dreadful malignancy and of great power. Something that we might both have to face ere morning, and something that he had already tried to face once, and failed in the attempt. The night wore slowly on, and it gradually became more and more clear to me that I could not dare to rely as at first upon my companion, and that our positions were undergoing a slow process of reversal. I thank heaven this was not borne in upon me too suddenly, and that I had at least the time to readjust myself somewhat to the new conditions. Preparation was possible, even if it was not much, and I sought by every means in my power to gather up all the shreds of my courage, so that they might together make a decent rope that would stand the strain when it came. The strain would come, that was certain, and I was thoroughly well aware, though for my life I cannot put into words the reasons for my knowledge, that the massing of the material against us was proceeding somewhere in the darkness with determination and a horrible skill besides. Shorthouse, meanwhile, talked without ceasing. The great quantity of hay opposite, or straw I believe it actually was, seemed to deaden the sound of his voice, but the silence, too, had become so oppressive that I welcomed his torrent and even dreaded the moment when it would stop. I heard, too, the gentle ticking of my watch. Each second uttered its voice and dropped away into a gulf, as if starting on a journey whence there was no return. Once a dog barked somewhere in the distance, probably on the lower farm, and once an owl hooted close outside, and I could hear the swishing of its wings as it passed overhead. Above me, in the darkness, I could just make out the outline of the barn, sinister and black, the rows of rafters stretching across from wall to wall like wicked arms that pressed upon the hay. Shorthouse, deep in some involved yarn of the South Seas that was meant to be full of cheer and sunshine, and yet only succeeded in making a ghastly mixture of unnatural coloring, seemed to care little whether I listened or not. He made no appeal to me, and I made one or two quite irrelevant remarks which passed him by and proved that he was merely uttering sounds. He, too, was afraid of the silence. I fell to wondering how long a man could talk without stopping. Then it seemed to me that these words of his went falling into the same gulf where the seconds dropped, only they were heavier and fell faster. I began to chase them. Presently one of them fell much faster than the rest, and I pursued it, and found myself almost immediately in a land of clouds and shadows. They rose up and enveloped me, pressing on the eyelids. It must have been just here that I actually fell asleep, somewhere between 12 and 1 o'clock, because as I chased this word at tremendous speed through space, I knew that I had left the other words far, very far behind me, till at last I could no longer hear them at all. The voice of the storyteller was beyond the reach of hearing, and I was falling with ever-increasing rapidity through an immense void. A sound of whispering roused me. 2 persons were talking under their breath close beside me. The words in the main escaped me, but I caught every now and then bitten-off phrases and half-sentences, to which, however, I could attach no intelligible meaning. The words were quite close, at my very side, in fact, and one of the voices sounded so familiar that curiosity overcame dread, and I turned to look. I was not mistaken. It was Shorthouse whispering. But the other person, who must have been just a little beyond him, was lost in the darkness and invisible to me. It seemed then that Shorthouse at once turned up his face and looked at me, and by some means or other that caused me no surprise at the time, I easily made out the features in the darkness. They wore an expression I had never seen there before. He seemed distressed, exhausted, worn out, and as though he were about to give in after a long mental struggle. He looked at me almost beseechingly, and the whispering of the other person died away. "They're at me," he said. I found it quite impossible to answer. The words stuck in my throat. His voice was thin, plaintive, almost like a child's. "I shall have to go. I'm not as strong as I thought. They'll call it suicide, but of course it's really murder." There was real anguish in his voice, and it terrified me. A deep silence followed these extraordinary words, and I somehow understood that the other person was just going to carry on the conversation. I even fancied I saw lips shaping themselves just over my friend's shoulder, when I felt a sharp blow in the ribs and a voice, this time a deep voice, sounded in my ear. I opened my eyes, and the wretched dream vanished. Yet it left behind it an impression of a strong and quite unusual reality. "Do not try to go to sleep again," he said sternly. "You seem exhausted." "Do you feel so?" There was a note in his voice I did not welcome. Less than an alarm, but certainly more than mere solicitude. "I do feel terribly sleepy all of a sudden," I admitted, ashamed. "So you may," he added very earnestly, "but I rely on you to keep awake, if only to watch. You have been asleep for half an hour at least, and you were so still, I thought I'd wake you." "Why?" I asked, for my curiosity and nervousness were altogether too strong to be resisted. "Do you think we are in danger?" "I think they are about here now. I can feel my vitality going rapidly. That's always the first sign. You'll last longer than I, remember. Watch carefully." The conversation dropped. I was afraid to say all I wanted to say. It would have been too unmistakably a confession, and intuitively I realized the danger of admitting the existence of certain emotions until positively forced to. But presently Shorthouse began again. His voice sounded odd, as if it had lost power. It was more like a woman's or a boy's voice than a man's, and recalled the voice in my dream. "I suppose you've got a knife?" he asked. "Yes, a big clasp knife. But why?" He made no answer. "You don't think a practical joke likely? No one suspects we're here," I went on. Nothing was more significant of our real feelings this night than the way we toyed with words, and never dared more than to skirt the things in our mind. "It's just as well to be prepared," he answered evasively. "Better be quite sure. See which pocket it's in, so as to be ready." I obeyed mechanically and told him, but even this scrap of talk proved to me that he was getting further from me all the time in his mind. He was following a line that was strange to me, and, as he distanced me, I felt that the sympathy between us grew more and more strained. He knew more. It was not that I minded so much, but that he was willing to communicate less. And in proportion as I lost his support, I dreaded his increasing silence. Not of words, for he talked more volubly than ever, and with a fiercer purpose. But his silence in giving no hint of what he must have known to be really going on the whole time. The night was perfectly still. Shorthouse continued steadily talking, and I jogged him now and again with remarks or questions in order to keep awake. He paid no attention, however, to either. About 2 in the morning a short shower fell, and the drops rattled sharply on the roof like shot. I was glad when it stopped, for it completely drowned all other sounds, and made it impossible to hear anything else that might be going on. Something was going on, too, all the time, though for the life of me I could not say what. The outer world had grown quite dim, the house party, the shooters, the billiard room, and the ordinary daily incidents of my visit. All my energies were concentrated on the present, and the constant strain of watching, waiting, listening, was excessively telling. Shorthouse still talked of his adventures in some eastern country now, and less connectedly. These adventures, real or imaginary, had quite a savor of the Arabian Nights, and did not by any means make it easier for me to keep my hold on reality. The lightest weight will affect the balance under such circumstances, and in this case the weight of his talk was on the wrong scale. His words were very rapid, and I found it overwhelmingly difficult not to follow them into that great gulf of darkness where they all rushed and vanished. But that, I knew, meant sleep again. Yet it was strange I should feel sleepy when at the same time all my nerves were fairly tingling. Every time I heard what seemed like a step outside, or a movement in the hay opposite, the blood stood still for a moment in my veins. Doubtless the unremitting strain told upon me more than I realized, and this was doubly great now that I knew Shorthouse was a source of weakness instead of strength, as I had counted. Certainly a curious sense of languor grew upon me more and more, and I was sure that the man beside me was engaged in the same struggle. The feverishness of his talk proved this, if nothing else. It was dreadfully hard to keep awake. But this time, instead of dropping into the gulf, I saw something come up out of it. It reached our world by a door in the side of the barn farthest from me, and it came in cautiously and silently and moved into the mass of hay opposite. There, for a moment, I lost it, but presently I caught it again higher up. It was clinging like a great bat to the side of the barn. Something trailed behind it. I could not make out what. It crawled up the wooden wall and began to move out along one of the rafters. A numb terror settled down all over me as I watched it. The thing trailing behind it was apparently a rope. The whispering began again just then, but the only words I could catch seemed without meaning. It was almost like another language. The voices were above me, under the roof. Suddenly I saw signs of active movement going on just beyond the place where the thing lay upon the rafter. There was something else up there with it. Then followed panting, like the quick breathing that accompanies effort, and the next minute a black mass dropped through the air and dangled at the end of the rope. Instantly it all flashed upon me. I sprang to my feet and rushed headlong across the floor of the barn. How I moved so quickly in the darkness I do not know, but even as I ran it flashed into my mind that I should never get at my knife in time to cut the thing down, or else that I should find it had been taken from me. Somehow or other, the goddess of dreams knows how, I climbed up by the hay bales and swung out along the rafter. I was hanging, of course, by my arms, and the knife was already between my teeth, though I had no recollection of how it got there. It was open. The mass, hanging like a side of bacon, was only a few feet in front of me, and I could plainly see the dark line of rope that fastened it to the beam. I then noticed for the first time that it was swinging and turning in the air, and that as I approached it seemed to move along the beam, so that the same distance was always maintained between us. The only thing I could do, for there was no time to hesitate, was to jump at it through the air and slash at the rope as I dropped. I seized the knife with my right hand, gave a great swing of my body with my legs, and leaped forward at it through the air. Horrors! It was closer to me than I knew, and I plunged full into it, and the arm with the knife missed the rope and cut deeply into some substance that was soft and yielding. But as I dropped past it, the thing had time to turn half its width, so that it swung around and faced me, and I could have sworn as I rushed past it through the air that it had the features of Shorthouse. The shock of this brought the vile nightmare to an abrupt end, and I woke up a second time on the soft hay bed to find that the gray dawn was stealing in, and that I was exceedingly cold. After all, I had failed to keep awake, and my sleep, since it was growing light, must have lasted at least an hour. A whole hour off my guard. There was no sound from Shorthouse, to whom of course my first thoughts turned. Probably his flow of words had ceased long ago, and he too had yielded to the persuasions of the seductive god. I turned to wake him and get the comfort of companionship for the horror of my dream, when to my utter dismay I saw that the place where he had been was vacant. He was no longer beside me. It had been no little shock before to discover that the ally in whom lay all my faith and dependence was really frightened, but it is quite impossible to describe the sensations I experienced when I realized he had gone altogether, and that I was alone in the barn. For a minute or two my head swam, and I felt a prey to a hopeless terror. The dream, too, still seemed half real, so vivid had it been. I was thoroughly frightened, hot and cold by turns, and I clutched the hay at my side in handfuls, and for some moments had no idea in the world what I should do. This time at least I was unmistakably awake, and I made a great effort to collect myself and face the meaning of the disappearance of my companion. In this I succeeded so far that I decided upon a thorough search of the barn, inside and outside. It was a dreadful undertaking, and I did not feel at all sure of being able to bring it to a conclusion, but I knew pretty well that unless something was done at once, I should simply collapse. But when I tried to move, I found that the cold, the fear, and I know not what else unholy besides, combined to make it almost impossible. I suddenly realized that a tour of inspection, during the whole of which my back would be open to attack, was not to be thought of. My will was not equal to it. Anything might spring upon me any moment from the dark corners, and the growing light was just enough to reveal every movement I made to any who might be watching. For even then, and while I was still half dazed and stupid, I knew perfectly well that someone was watching me all the time with the utmost intentness. I had not merely awakened, I had been awakened. I decided to try another plan. I called to him. My voice had a thin, weak sound, far away and quite unreal, and there was no answer to it. Hark, though! There was something that might have been a very faint voice near me. I called again, this time with greater distinctness. "Shorthouse, where are you? Can you hear me?" There certainly was a sound, but it was not a voice. Something was moving. It was someone shuffling along, and it seemed to be outside the barn. I was afraid to call again, and the sound continued. It was an ordinary sound enough, no doubt, but it came to me just then as something unusual and unpleasant. Ordinary sounds remain ordinary only so long as one is not listening to them. Under the influence of intense listening, they become unusual, portentous, and therefore extraordinary. So this common sound came to me as something uncommon, disagreeable. It conveyed, too, an impression of stealth. And with it there was another, a slighter sound. Just at this minute the wind bore faintly over the field the sound of the stable clock a mile away. It was 3 o'clock, the hour when life's pulses beat lowest, when poor souls lying between life and death find it hardest to resist. Vividly I remember this thought crashing through my brain with a sound of thunder, and I realized that the strain on my nerves was nearing the limit, and that something would have to be done at once if I was to reclaim my self-control at all. When thinking over afterwards the events of this dreadful night, it has always seemed strange to me that my second nightmare, so vivid in its terror and its nearness, should have furnished me with no inkling of what was really going on all this while, and that I should not have been able to put two and two together, or have discovered sooner than I did what this sound was and where it came from. I can well believe that the vile scheming which lay behind the whole experience found it an easy trifle to direct my hearing amiss, though of course it may equally well have been due to the confused condition of my mind at the time, and to the general nervous tension under which I was undoubtedly suffering. But whatever the cause for my stupidity at first in failing to trace the sound to its proper source, I can only say here that it was with a shock of unexampled horror that my eye suddenly glanced upwards and caught sight of the figure moving in the shadows above my head among the rafters. Up to this moment I had thought that it was somebody outside the barn, crawling round the walls till it came to a door, and the rush of horror that froze my heart when I looked up and saw that it was Shorthouse creeping stealthily along a beam is something altogether beyond the power of words to describe. He was staring intently down upon me, and I knew at once that it was he who had been watching me. This point was, I think, for me the climax of feeling in the whole experience. I was incapable of any further sensation, that is, any further sensation in the same direction. But here the abominable character of the affair showed itself most plainly, for it suddenly presented an entirely new aspect to me. The light fell on the picture from a new angle, and galvanized me into a fresh ability to feel when I thought a merciful numbness had supervened. It may not sound a great deal in the printed letter, but it came to me almost as if it had been an extension of consciousness, for the hand that held the pencil suddenly touched in, with ghastly effect of contrast, the element of the ludicrous. Nothing could have been worse just then. Shorthouse, the masterful spirit, so intrepid in the affairs of ordinary life, whose power increased rather than lessened in the face of danger, this man, creeping on hands and knees along a rafter in a barn at 3 o'clock in the morning, watching me all the time as a cat watches a mouse. Yes, it was distinctly ludicrous, and while it gave me a measure with which to gauge the dread emotion that caused his aberration, it stirred somewhere deep in my interior the strings of an empty laughter. One of those moments then came to me that are said to come sometimes under the stress of great emotion, when in an instant the mind grows dazzlingly clear. An abnormal lucidity took the place of my confusion of thought, and I suddenly understood that the 2 dreams which I had taken for nightmares must really have been sent me, and that I had been allowed for one moment to look over the edge of what was to come. The good was helping, even when the evil was most determined to destroy. I saw it all clearly now. Shorthouse had overrated his strength. The terror inspired by his first visit to the barn, when he had failed, had roused the man's whole nature to win, and he had brought me to divert the deadly stream of evil. That he had again underrated the power against him was apparent as soon as he had entered the barn, and his wild talk, and refusal to admit what he felt, were due to this desire not to acknowledge the insidious fear that was growing in his heart. But at length it had become too strong. He had left my side in my sleep, had been overcome himself, perhaps, first in his sleep, by the dreadful impulse. He knew that I should interfere, and with every movement he made he watched me steadily, for the mania was upon him, and he was determined to hang himself. He pretended not to hear me calling, and I knew that anything coming between him and his purpose would meet the full force of his fury, the fury of a maniac, of one, for the time being, truly possessed. For a minute or two I sat there and stared. I saw then, for the first time, that there was a bit of rope trailing after him, and that this was what made the rustling sound I had noticed. Shorthouse, too, had come to a stop. His body lay along the rafter like a crouching animal. He was looking hard at me. That whitish patch was his face. I can lay claim to no courage in the matter, for I must confess that in one sense I was frightened almost beyond control. But at the same time the necessity for decided action, if I was to save his life, came to me with an intense relief. No matter what animated him for the moment, Shorthouse was only a man. It was flesh and blood I had to contend with, and not the intangible powers. Only a few hours before I had seen him cleaning his gun, smoking his pipe, knocking the billiard balls about with very human clumsiness, and the picture flashed across my mind with the most wholesome effect. Then I dashed across the floor of the barn and leaped upon the hay bales as a preliminary to climbing up the sides to the first rafter. It was far more difficult than in my dream. Twice I slipped back into the hay, and as I scrambled up for the 3rd time, I saw that Shorthouse, who thus far had made no sound or movement, was now busily doing something with his hands upon the beam. He was at its further end, and there must have been fully 15 feet between us. Yet I saw plainly what he was doing. He was fastening the rope to the rafter. The other end, I saw, was already around his neck. This gave me at once the necessary strength, and in a second I had swung myself onto a beam, crying aloud with all the authority I could put in my voice. You fool, man! What in the world are you trying to do? Come down at once." My energetic actions and words combined had an immediate effect upon him for which I blessed Heaven. He looked up from his horrid task, stared hard at me for a second or two, and then came wriggling along like a great cat to intercept me. He came by a series of leaps and bounds and at an astonishing pace, and the way he moved somehow inspired me with a fresh horror, for it did not seem the natural movement of a human being at all, but more, as I have said, like that of some lithe wild animal. He was close upon me. I had no clear idea of what exactly I meant to do. I could see his face plainly now. He was grinning cruelly. The eyes were positively luminous, and the menacing expression of the mouth was most distressing to look upon. Otherwise, it was the face of a chalk man, white and dead, with all the semblance of the living human drawn out of it. Between his teeth he held my clasp knife, which he must have taken from me in my sleep, and with a flash I recalled his anxiety to know exactly which pocket it was in. "Drop that knife," I shouted at him, "and drop after it yourself." "Don't you dare stop me," he hissed, the breath coming between his lips, across the knife that he held in his teeth. "Nothing in the world can stop me now. I have promised, and I must do it. I can't hold out any longer." "Then drop the knife, and I'll help you," I shouted back in his face. "I promise." "No use," he cried, laughing a little. "I must do it, and you can't stop me." I heard a sound of laughter, too, somewhere in the air behind me. The next second Shorthouse came at me with a single bound. To this day I cannot quite tell how it happened. It is still a wild confusion and a fever of horror in my mind, but from somewhere I drew more than my usual allowance of strength, and before he could well have realized what I meant to do, I had his throat between my fingers. He opened his mouth, and the knife dropped at once, for I gave him a squeeze he need never forget. Before, my muscles had felt like so much soaked paper. Now they recovered their natural strength, and more besides. I managed to work ourselves along the rafter until the hay was beneath us, and then, completely exhausted, I let go my hold, and we swung round together and dropped on the hay, he clawing at me in the air even as we fell. The struggle that began by my fighting for his life ended in a wild effort to save my own, for Shorthouse was quite beside himself, and had no idea what he was doing. Indeed, he has always averred that he remembers nothing of the entire night's experience after the time when he first woke me from sleep. A sort of deadly mist settled over him, he declares, and he lost all sense of his own identity. The rest was a blank until he came to his senses under a mass of hay with me on the top of him. It was the hay that saved us, first by breaking the fall, and then by impeding his movement so that I was able to prevent his choking me to death. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 7 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 7. The Wood of the Dead. One summer, in my wanderings with a knapsack, I was at luncheon in the room of a wayside inn in the western country, when the door opened, and there entered an old rustic, who crossed close to my end of the table and sat himself down very quietly in the seat by the bow window. We exchanged glances, or, properly speaking, nods, for at the moment I did not actually raise my eyes to his face, so concerned was I with the important business of satisfying an appetite gained by tramping 12 miles over a difficult country. The fine warm rain of 7 o'clock, which had since risen in a kind of luminous mist about the tree-tops, now floated far overhead in a deep blue sky, and the day was settling down into a blaze of golden light. It was one of those days peculiar to Somerset and North Devon, when the orchards shine, and the meadows seem to add a radiance of their own. So brilliantly soft are the colorings of grass and foliage. The innkeeper's daughter, a little maiden with a simple country loveliness, presently entered with a foaming pewter mug, inquired after my welfare, and went out again. Apparently, she had not noticed the old man sitting in the settle by the bow window, nor had he, for his part, so much as once turned his head in our direction. Under ordinary circumstances, I should probably have given no thought to this other occupant of the room, but the fact that it was supposed to be reserved for my private use, and the singular thing that he sat looking aimlessly out of the window, with no attempt to engage me in conversation, drew my eyes more than once somewhat curiously upon him, and I soon caught myself wondering why he sat there so silently, and always with averted head. He was, I saw, a rather bent old man in rustic dress, and the skin of his face was wrinkled like that of an apple. Corduroy trousers were caught up with a string below the knee, and he wore a sort of brown fustian jacket that was very much faded. His thin hand rested upon a stoutish stick. He wore no hat and carried none, and I noticed that his head, covered with silvery hair, was finely shaped, and gave the impression of something noble. Though rather piqued by his studied disregard of my presence, I came to the conclusion that he probably had something to do with the little hostel, and had a perfect right to use this room with freedom, and I finished my luncheon without breaking the silence, and then took the settle opposite, to smoke a pipe before going on my way. Through the open window came the scents of the blossoming fruit trees. The orchard was drenched in sunshine, and the branches danced lazily in the breeze. The grass below fairly shone with white and yellow daisies, and the red roses, climbing in profusion over the casement, mingled their perfume with the sweetly penetrating odor of the sea. It was a place to dawdle in, to lie and dream away a whole afternoon, watching the sleepy butterflies and listening to the chorus of birds which seemed to fill every corner of the sky. Indeed, I was already debating in my mind whether to linger and enjoy it all, instead of taking the strenuous pathway over the hills, when the old rustic in the settle opposite suddenly turned his face towards me for the first time, and began to speak. His voice had a quiet, dreamy note in it that was quite in harmony with the day and the scene. But it sounded far away, I thought, almost as though it came to me from outside, where the shadows were weaving their eternal tissue of dreams upon the garden floor. However, there was no trace in it of the rough quality one might naturally have expected, and now that I saw the full face of the speaker for the first time, I noted with something like a start that the deep, gentle eyes seemed far more in keeping with the timbre of his voice than with the rough and very countrified appearance of the clothes and manner. His voice set pleasant waves of sound in motion towards me, and the actual words, if I remember rightly, were, "You are a stranger in these parts?" or "Is not this part of the country strange to you?" There was no "sir," nor any outward and visible sign of the deference usually paid by real country folk to the town-bred visitor, but in its place a gentleness, almost a sweetness, of polite sympathy that was far more of a compliment than either. I answered that I was wandering on foot through a part of the country that was wholly new to me, and that I was surprised not to find a place of such idyllic loveliness marked upon my map. "I have lived here all my life," he said, with a sigh, "and I am never tired of coming back to it again." "Then you no longer live in the immediate neighborhood?" "I have moved," he answered briefly, adding after a pause, in which his eyes seemed to wander wistfully to the wealth of blossoms beyond the window, "but I am almost sorry, for nowhere else have I found the sunshine lie so warmly, the flowers smell so sweetly, or the winds and streams make such tender music." His voice died away in a thin stream of sound that lost itself in the rustle of the rose leaves climbing in at the window, for he turned his head away from me as he spoke and looked out into the garden. But it was impossible to conceal my surprise, and I raised my eyes in frank astonishment on hearing so poetic an utterance from such a figure of a man, though at the same time realizing that it was not in the least inappropriate, and that, in fact, no other sort of expression could have properly been expected from him. "I am sure you are right," I answered at length, when it was clear he had ceased speaking, "or there is something of an enchantment here, of real fairy-like enchantment, that makes me think of the visions of childhood days before one knew anything of... I had been oddly drawn into his vein of speech, some inner force compelling me. But here the spell passed, and I could not catch the thoughts that had a moment before opened a long vista before my inner vision. To tell you the truth, I concluded lamely, the place fascinates me, and I am two minds about going further. Even at this stage I remember thinking it odd that I should be talking like this with a stranger, whom I met in a country inn, for it has always been one of my failings that to strangers my manner is brief to surliness. It was as though we were figures meeting in a dream, speaking without sound, obeying laws not operative in the everyday working world, and about to play with a new scale of space and time, perhaps. But my astonishment passed quickly into an entirely different feeling when I became aware that the old man opposite had turned his head from the window again, and was regarding me with eyes so bright they seemed almost to shine with an inner flame. His gaze was fixed upon my face with an intense ardor, and his whole manner had suddenly become alert and concentrated. There was something about him, I now felt for the first time, that made little thrills of excitement run up and down my back. I met his look squarely, but with an inward tremor. "Stay then a little while longer," he said in a much lower and deeper voice than before. "Stay, and I will teach you something of the purpose of my coming." He stopped abruptly. I was conscious of a decided shiver. "You have a special purpose, then, in coming back?" I asked, hardly knowing what I was saying. "To call away someone," he went on in that same thrilling voice. "Someone who is not quite ready to come, but who is needed elsewhere for a worthier purpose." There was a sadness in his manner that mystified me more than ever. "You mean—" I began, with an unaccountable access of trembling. "I have come for someone who must soon move, even as I have moved." He looked me through and through with a dreadfully piercing gaze, but I met his eyes with a full straight stare, trembling though I was, and I was aware that something stirred within me that had never stirred before, though for the life of me I could not put a name to it or have analyzed its nature. Something lifted and rolled away. For one single second I understood clearly that the past and the future existed actually side by side, in one immense present, that it was I who moved to and fro among shifting protean appearances. The old man dropped his eyes from my face, and the momentary glimpse of a mightier universe passed utterly away. Reason regained its sway over a dull, limited kingdom. "Come tonight," I heard the old man say. "Come to me tonight, into the wood of the dead. Come at midnight." Involuntarily I clutched the arm of the settle for support, for I then felt that I was speaking with someone who knew more of the real things that are and will be, that I could never know while in the body, working through the ordinary channels of sense, and this curious half-promise of a partial lifting of the veil had its undeniable effect upon me. The breeze from the sea had died away outside, and the blossoms were still. A yellow butterfly floated lazily past the window. The song of the birds hushed. I smelt the sea. I smelt the perfume of heated summer air rising from fields and flowers, the ineffable scents of June and of the long days of the year. And with it, from countless green meadows beyond, came the hum of myriad summer life, children's voices, sweet pipings, and the sound of water falling. I knew myself to be on the threshold of a new order of experience, of an ecstasy. Something drew me forth with a sense of inexpressible yearning towards the being of this strange old man in the window seat, and for a moment I knew what it was, to taste a mighty and wonderful sensation, and to touch the highest pinnacle of joy I have ever known. It lasted for less than a second and was gone. But in that brief instant of time, the same terrible lucidity came to me that had already shown me how the past and future exists in the present, and I realized and understood that pleasure and pain are one and the same force, for the joy I had just experienced included also all the pain I had ever felt and ever could feel. The sunshine grew to dazzling radiance, faded, passed away. The shadows paused in their dance upon the grass, deepened a moment, and then melted into air. The flowers of the fruit trees laughed, with their little silvery laughter. As the wind sighed over their radiant eyes, the old tale of its personal love. Once or twice a voice called my name. A wonderful sensation of lightness and power began to steal over me. Suddenly the door opened, and the innkeeper's daughter came in. By all ordinary standards, hers was a charming country loveliness, born of the stars and wild flowers, of moonlight shining through autumn mists upon the river and the fields. Yet, by contrast with the higher order of beauty I had just momentarily been in touch with, she seemed almost ugly. How dull her eyes, how thin her voice, how vapid her smile, and insipid her whole presentment. For a moment she stood between me and the occupant of the window seat, while I counted out the small change for my meal and for her services. But when an instant later she moved aside, I saw that the settle was empty, and that there was no longer anyone in the room but our two selves. This discovery was no shock to me. Indeed, I had almost expected it. And the man had gone just as a figure goes out of a dream, causing no surprise, and leaving me as part and parcel of the same dream without breaking of continuity. But as soon as I had paid my bill, and thus resumed in very practical fashion the thread of my normal consciousness, I turned to the girl and asked her if she knew the old man who had been sitting in the window seat, and what he had meant by the wood of the dead. The maiden started visibly, glancing quickly round the empty room, but answering simply that she had seen no one. I described him in great detail, and then as the description grew clearer, she turned a little pale under her pretty sunburn, and said very gravely that it must have been the ghost. Ghost? What ghost? Oh, the village ghost, she said quietly, coming closer to my chair with a little nervous movement of genuine alarm, and adding in a lower voice, "He comes before a death, they say." It was not difficult to induce the girl to talk, and the story she told me, shorn of the superstition that had obviously gathered with the years round the memory of a strangely picturesque figure, was an interesting and peculiar one. The inn, she said, was originally a farmhouse, occupied by a yeoman farmer, evidently of a superior, if rather eccentric character, who had been very poor until he reached old age, when a son died suddenly in the colonies and left him an unexpected amount of money, almost a fortune. The old man thereupon altered no whit his simple manner of living, but devoted his income entirely to the improvement of the village and to the assistance of its inhabitants. He did this quite regardless of his personal likes and dislikes, as if one and all were absolutely alike to him, objects of a genuine and impersonal benevolence. People had always been a little afraid of the man, not understanding his eccentricities, but the simple force of this love for humanity changed all that in a very short space of time, and before he died, he came to be known as the father of the village, and was held in great love and veneration by all. A short time before his end, however, he began to act queerly. He spent his money just as usefully and wisely, but the shock of sudden wealth after a life of poverty, people said, had unsettled his mind. He claimed to see things that others did not see, to hear voices, and to have visions. Evidently, he was not of the harmless, foolish, visionary order, but a man of character and of great personal force, for the people became divided in their opinions, and the vicar, good man, regarded and treated him as a special case. For many, his name and atmosphere became charged, almost with a spiritual influence that was not of the best. People quoted texts about him, kept when possible out of his way, and avoided his house after dark. None understood him, but though the majority loved him, an element of dread and mystery became associated with his name, chiefly owing to the ignorant gossip of the few. A grove of pine trees behind the farm, the girl pointed them out to me, on the slope of the hill, he said was the wood of the dead, because just before anyone died in the village he saw them walk into that wood, singing. None who went in ever came out again. He often mentioned the names to his wife, who usually published them to all the inhabitants within an hour of her husband's confidence, and it was found that the people he had seen enter the wood died. On warm summer nights, he would sometimes take an old stick and wander out, hatless, under the pines, for he loved this wood, and used to say he met all his old friends there, and would one day walk in there never to return. His wife tried to break him gently off this habit, but he always had his own way, and once when she followed and found him standing under a great pine in the thickest portion of the grove, talking earnestly to someone she could not see, he turned and rebuked her, very gently, but in such a way that she never repeated the experiment, saying, "You should never interrupt me, Mary, when I am talking with the others, for they teach me, remember, wonderful things, and I must learn all I can before I go to join them." This story went like wildfire through the village, increasing with every repetition, until at length everyone was able to give an accurate description of the great veiled figures the woman declared she had seen moving among the trees where her husband stood. The innocent pine grove now became positively haunted, and the title, Wood of the Dead, clung naturally, as if it had been applied to it in the ordinary course of events by the compiler of the Ordnance Survey. On the evening of his 90th birthday, the old man went up to his wife and kissed her. His manner was loving and very gentle, and there was something about him besides, she declared afterwards, that made her slightly in awe of him, and feel that he was almost more of a spirit than a man. He kissed her tenderly on both cheeks, but his eyes seemed to look right through her as he spoke. dearest wife," he said, "I am saying goodbye to you, for I am now going into the wood of the dead, and I shall not return. Do not follow me or send to search, but be ready soon to come upon the same journey yourself." The good woman burst into tears and tried to hold him, but he easily slipped from her hands, and she was afraid to follow him. Slowly she saw him cross the field in the sunshine, and then enter the cool shadows of the grove, where he disappeared from her sight. That same night, much later, she woke to find him lying peacefully by her side in bed, with one arm stretched out towards her, dead. Her story was half believed, half doubted at the time, but in a very few years afterwards it evidently came to be accepted by all the countryside. A funeral service was held, to which the people flocked in great numbers, and everyone approved of the sentiment, which led the widow to add the words, "the father of the village," after the usual texts which appeared upon the stone over his grave. This then was the story I pieced together of the village ghost, as the little innkeeper's daughter told it to me that afternoon in the parlor of the inn. "But you're not the first to say you've seen him," the girl concluded, "and your description is just what we've always heard, and that window, they say, was just where he used to sit and think when he was alive, and sometimes, they say, to cry for hours together." "And would you feel afraid if you had seen him?" I asked, for the girl seemed strangely moved and interested in the whole story. "I think so," she answered timidly. "Surely if he spoke to me." "He did speak to you, didn't he, sir?" she asked after a slight pause. "He said he had come for someone." "Come for someone," she repeated. "Did he say—" She went on falteringly. "No, he did not say for whom," I said quickly, noticing the sudden shadow on her face and the tremulous voice. "Are you really sure, sir?" "Oh, quite sure," I answered cheerfully. "I did not even ask him." The girl looked at me steadily for nearly a whole minute, as though there were many things she wished to tell me or to ask, but she said nothing, and presently picked up her tray from the table and walked slowly out of the room. Instead of keeping to my original purpose and pushing on to the next village over the hills, I ordered a room to be prepared for me at the inn, and that afternoon I spent wandering about the fields and lying under the fruit trees, watching the white clouds sailing over the sea. The wood of the dead I surveyed from a distance, but in the village I visited the stone erected to the memory of the father of the village, who was thus evidently no mythical personage, and saw also the monuments of his fine, unselfish spirit, the schoolhouse he built, the library, the home for the aged poor, and the tiny hospital. That night, as the clock in the church tower was striking 11:30, I stealthily left the inn and crept through the dark orchard and over the hayfield in the direction of the hill, whose southern slope was clothed with the wood of the dead. A genuine interest impelled me to the adventure, but also was obliged to confess to a certain sinking in my heart as I stumbled along over the field in the darkness, for I was approaching what might prove to be the birthplace of a real country myth, and a spot already lifted by the imaginative thoughts of a considerable number of people into the region of the haunted and ill-omened. The inn lay below me, and all around it the village clustered in a soft black shadow, unrelieved by a single light. The night was moonless, yet distinctly luminous, for the stars crowded the sky. The silence of deep slumber was everywhere, so still indeed that every time my foot kicked against a stone I thought the sound must be heard below in the village and waken the sleepers. I climbed the hill slowly, thinking chiefly of the strange story of the noble old man who had seized the opportunity to do good to his fellows the moment it came his way, and wondering why the causes that operate ceaselessly behind human life did not always select such admirable instruments. Once or twice a night-bird circled swiftly over my head, but the bats had long since gone to rest, and there was no other sign of life stirring. Then, suddenly, with a singular thrill of emotion, I saw the first trees of the Wood of the Dead rise in front of me in a high black wall. Their crests stood up like giant spears against the starry sky, and though there was no perceptible movement of the air on my cheek, I heard a faint rushing sound among their branches, as the night breeze passed to and fro over their countless little needles. A remote hushed murmur rose overhead and died away again, almost immediately, for in those trees the wind seemed to be never absolutely at rest, and on the calmest day there is always a sort of whispering music among their branches. For a moment I hesitated on the edge of this dark wood and listened intently. Delicate perfumes of earth and bark stole out to meet me. Impenetrable darkness faced me. Only the consciousness that I was obeying an order, strangely given, and including a mighty privilege, enabled me to find the courage to go forward and step in boldly under the trees. Instantly, the shadows closed in upon me, and something came forward to meet me from the center of the darkness. It would be easy enough to meet my imagination halfway with fact and say that a cold hand grabbed my own and led me by invisible paths into the unknown depths of the grove, but at any rate, without stumbling, and always with the positive knowledge that I was going straight towards the desired object, I pressed on confidently and securely into the wood. So dark was it that at first not a single star beam pierced the roof of branches overhead, and as we moved forward side by side, the trees shifted silently past us in long lines, row upon row, squadron upon squadron, like the units of a vast, soundless army. And at length we came to a comparatively open space, where the trees halted upon us for a while, and looking up I saw the white river of the sky, beginning to yield to the influence of a new light that now seemed spreading swiftly across the heavens. "It is the dawn coming," said the voice at my side that I certainly recognized, but which seemed almost like a whispering from the trees. "And we are now in the heart of the Wood of the Dead." We seated ourselves on a moss-covered boulder and waited the coming of the sun. With marvelous swiftness, it seemed to me, the light in the east passed into the radiance of early morning, and when the wind awoke and began to whisper in the tree-tops, the first rays of the risen sun fell between the trunks and rested in a circle of gold at our feet. "Now come with me," whispered my companion, in the same deep voice, "for time has no existence here, and that which I would show you is already there." We trod gently and silently over the soft pine needles. Already the sun was high over our heads, and the shadows of the trees coiled closely about their feet. The wood became denser again, but occasionally we passed through little open bits where we could smell the hot sunshine and the dry, baked pine needles. Then presently we came to the edge of the grove, and I saw a hayfield lying in the blaze of day, and two horses basking lazily with switching tails in the shafts of a laden hay wagon. So complete and vivid was the sense of reality that I remember the grateful realization of the cool shade where we sat and looked out upon the hot world beyond. The last pitchfork had tossed up its fragrant burden, and the great horses were already straining in the shafts after the driver, as he walked slowly in front with one hand upon their bridles. He was a stalwart fellow, with sunburned neck and hands. Then for the first time I noticed, perched aloft upon the trembling throne of hay, the figure of a slim young girl. I could not see her face, but her brown hair escaped in disorder from a white sunbonnet, and her still browner hands held a well-worn hay-rake. She was laughing and talking with the driver, and he from time to time cast up at her ardent glances of admiration, glances that won instant smiles and soft blushes in response. The cart presently turned into the roadway, then skirted the edge of the wood where we were sitting. I watched the scene with intense interest and became so much absorbed in it that I quite forgot the manifold, strange steps by which I was permitted to become a spectator. "Come down and walk with me," cried the young fellow, stopping a moment in front of the horses, and opening wide his arms. "Jump and I'll catch you." "Oh, oh," she laughed, and her voice sounded to me as the happiest, merriest laughter I had ever heard from a girl's throat. "Oh, oh, that's all very well, but remember, I am queen of the hay, and I must ride." "Then I must come and ride beside you," he cried, and began at once to climb up by way of the driver's seat. But with a peal of silvery laughter she slipped down easily over the back of the hay to escape him, and ran a little way along the road. I could see her quite clearly, and noticed the charming, natural grace of her movements, and the loving expression in her eyes as she looked over her shoulder to make sure he was following. Evidently, she did not wish to escape for long, certainly not forever. In 2 strides, the big brown swain was after her, leaving the horses to do as they pleased. Another second, and his arms would have caught the slender waist and pressed the little body to his heart. But just at that instant, the old man beside me uttered a peculiar cry. It was low and thrilling, and it went through me like a sharp sword. He had called her by her own name, and she had heard. For a second she halted, glancing back with frightened eyes. Then, with a brief cry of despair, the girl swerved aside and dived in swiftly among the shadows of the trees. But the young man saw the sudden movement and cried out to her passionately, "Not that way, my love, not that way. It's the wood of the dead." She threw a laughing glance over her shoulder at him, and the wind caught her hair and drew it out in a brown cloud under the sun. But the next minute she was close beside me, lying on the breast of my companion, and I was certain I heard the words repeatedly uttered with many sighs. "Father, you called, and I have come, and I come willingly, for I am very, very tired." At any rate, so the words sounded to me, and mingled with them I seemed to catch the answer in that deep thrilling whisper I already knew. "And you shall sleep, my child, sleep for a long, long time, until it is time for you to begin the journey again." In that brief second of time I had recognized the face and voice of the innkeeper's daughter. The next minute a dreadful wail broke from the lips of the young man, and the sky grew suddenly as dark as night. The wind rose and began to toss the branches about us, and the whole scene was swallowed up in a wave of utter blackness. Again the chill fingers seemed to seize my hand, and I was guided by the way I had come to the edge of the wood, and crossing the hayfield, still slumbering in the starlight, I crept back to the inn and went to bed. A year later, I happened to be in the same part of the country, and the memory of the strange summer vision returned to me, with the added softness of distance. I went to the old village and had tea under the same orchard trees at the same inn. But the little maid of the inn did not show her face, and I took occasion to inquire of her father as to her welfare and her whereabouts. Married, no doubt, I laughed, but with a strange feeling that clutched at my heart. No, sir, replied the innkeeper sadly. Not married, though she was just going to be, but dead. She got a sunstroke in the hayfields just a few days after you were here, if I remember rightly, and she was gone from us in less than a week. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 8. Smith. An episode in a lodging house. When I was a medical student, began the doctor, half turning towards his circle of listeners in the firelight, I came across one or two very curious human beings. But there was one fellow I remember particularly, for he caused me the most vivid, and I think the most uncomfortable, emotions I have ever known. For many months I knew Smith only by name, as the occupant of the floor above me. Obviously his name meant nothing to me. Moreover, I was busy with lectures, reading, clinics, and the like, and had little leisure to devise plans for scraping acquaintance with any of the other lodgers in the house. Then chance brought us curiously together, and this fellow Smith left a deep impression upon me as the result of our first meeting. At the time, the strength of this first impression seemed quite inexplicable to me. But looking back at the episode now from a standpoint of greater knowledge, I judge the fact to have been that he stirred my curiosity to an unusual degree, and at the same time awakened my sense of horror, whatever that may be in a medical student, about as deeply and permanently as these two emotions were capable of being stirred at all in the particular system and set of nerves called me. How he knew I was interested in the study of languages was something I could never explain. But one day, quite unannounced, he came quietly into my room in the evening and asked me point blank if I knew enough Hebrew to help him in the pronunciation of certain words. He caught me along the line of least resistance, and I was greatly flattered to be able to give him the desired information, but it was only when he had thanked me and was gone that I realized I had been in the presence of an unusual individuality. For the life of me I could not quite seize and label the peculiarities of what I felt to be a very striking personality. But it was borne in upon me that he was a man apart from his fellows, a mind that followed a line leading away from ordinary human intercourse and human interests, and into regions that left in his atmosphere something remote, rarefied, chilling. The moment he was gone, I became conscious of two things: an intense curiosity to know more about this man and what his real interests were, and secondly, the fact that my skin was crawling, and that my hair had a tendency to rise. The doctor paused a moment here to puff hard at his pipe, which, however, had gone out beyond recall without the assistance of a match. And in the deep silence which testified to the genuine interest of his listeners, someone poked the fire up into a little blaze, and one or two others glanced over their shoulders into the dark distances of the big hall. On looking back, he went on, watching the momentary flames in the grate, I see a short, thick-set man of perhaps 45, with immense shoulders and small, slender hands. The contrast was noticeable, for I remember thinking that such a giant frame and such slim finger bones hardly belonged together. His head, too, was very large and very long, the head of an idealist, beyond all question, yet with an unusually strong development of the jaw and chin. Here again was a singular contradiction, though I am better able now to appreciate its full meaning, with a greater experience in judging the values of physiognomy. For this meant, of course, an enthusiastic idealism, balanced and kept in check by will and judgment, elements usually deficient in dreamers and visionaries. At any rate, here was a being with probably a very wide range of possibilities, a machine, with a pendulum that most likely had an unusual length of swing. The man's hair was exceedingly fine, and the lines about his nose and mouth were cut as with a delicate steel instrument in wax. His eyes I have left to the last. They were large and quite changeable, not in color only, but in character, size, and shape. Occasionally they seemed the eyes of someone else, if you can understand what I mean, and at the same time, in their shifting shades of blue, green, and a nameless sort of dark gray, there was a sinister light in them that lent to the whole face an aspect almost alarming. Moreover, they were the most luminous optics I think I have ever seen in any human being. There, then, at the risk of a wearisome description, is Smith, as I saw him for the first time that winter's evening in my shabby student's rooms in Edinburgh. And yet the real part of him, of course, I have left untouched, for it is both indescribable and unget-atable. I have spoken already of an atmosphere of warning and aloofness he carried about with him. It is impossible further to analyze the series of little shocks his presence always communicated to my being. But there was that about him which made me instantly on the qui-vive in his presence, every nerve alert, every sense strained, and on the watch. I do not mean that he deliberately suggested danger, but rather that he brought forces in his wake which automatically warned the nervous centers of my system to be on their guard and alert. Since the days of my first acquaintance with this man, I have lived through other experiences and have seen much I cannot pretend to explain or understand. But so far in my life, I have only once come across a human being who suggested a disagreeable familiarity with unholy things, and who made me feel uncanny and creepy in his presence. And that unenviable individual was Mr. Smith. What his occupation was during the day I never knew. I think he slept until the sun set. No one ever saw him on the stairs, or heard him move in his room during the day. He was a creature of the shadows, who apparently preferred darkness to light. Our landlady either knew nothing or would say nothing. At any rate, she found no fault, and I have since wondered often by what magic this fellow was able to convert a common landlady of a common lodging-house into a discreet and uncommunicative person. This alone was a sign of genius of some sort. He's been here with me for years, long before you come, and I don't interfere or ask no questions of what doesn't concern me, as long as people pays their rent, was the only remark on the subject that I ever succeeded in winning from that quarter. And it certainly told me nothing, nor gave me any encouragement to ask for further information. Examinations, however, in the general excitement of a medical student's life, for a time, put Mr. Smith completely out of my head. For a long period, he did not call upon me again, and for my part I felt no courage to return his unsolicited visit. Just then, however, there came a change in the fortunes of those who controlled my very limited income, and I was obliged to give up my ground floor and move aloft to more modest chambers on the top of the house. Here I was directly over Mr. Smith, and had to pass his door to reach my own. It so happened that about this time I was frequently called out at all hours of the night for the maternity cases, which a fourth-year student takes at a certain period of his studies, and on returning from one of these visits, at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I was surprised to hear the sound of voices as I passed his door. A peculiar sweet odor, too, not unlike the smell of incense, penetrated into the passage. I went upstairs very quietly, wondering what was going on there at this hour of the morning. To my knowledge, Smith never had visitors. For a moment I hesitated outside the door, with one foot on the stairs. All my interest in this strange man revived, and my curiosity rose to a point not far from action. At last I might learn something of the habits of this lover of the night and the darkness. The sound of voices was plainly audible, Smith's predominating so much that I never could catch more than points of sound from the other, penetrating now and then the steady stream of his voice. Not a single word reached me, at least not a word that I could understand, though the voice was loud and distinct, and it was only afterwards that I realized he must have been speaking in a foreign language. The sound of footsteps, too, was equally distinct. 2 persons were moving about the room, passing and repassing the door, one of them a light, agile person, and the other ponderous and somewhat awkward. Smith's voice went on incessantly, with its odd, monotonous droning, now loud, now soft, and he crossed and recrossed the floor. The other person was also on the move, but in a different and less regular fashion, for I heard rapid steps that seemed to end sometimes in stumbling, and quick sudden movements that brought up with a violent lurching against the wall or furniture. As I listened to Smith's voice, moreover, I began to feel afraid. There was something in this sound that made me feel intuitively he was in a tight place, and an impulse stirred faintly in me, very faintly, I admit, to knock at the door and inquire if he needed help. But long before the impulse could translate itself into an act, or even before it had been properly weighed and considered by the mind, I heard a voice close beside me in the air, a sort of hushed whisper, which I am certain was Smith speaking. The sound did not seem to have come to me through the door. It was close in my very ear, as though he stood beside me, and it gave me such a start that I clutched the banisters to save myself from stepping backwards and making a clatter on the stairs. "There is nothing you can do to help me," it said distinctly, "and you will be much safer in your own room." I am ashamed to this day of the pace at which I covered the flight of stairs in the darkness to the top floor, and of the shaking hand with which I lit my candles and bolted the door. But there it is, just as it happened. This midnight episode, so odd and yet so trivial in itself, fired me with more curiosity than ever about my fellow lodger. It also made me connect him, in my mind, with a sense of fear and distrust. I never saw him, yet I was often and uncomfortably aware of his presence in the upper regions of that gloomy lodging-house. Smith and his secret mode of life and mysterious pursuits somehow contrived to awaken in my being a line of reflection that disturbed my comfortable condition of ignorance. I never saw him, as I said, and exchanged no sort of communication with him, yet it seemed to me that his mind was in contact with mine, and some of the strange forces of his atmosphere filtered through into my being and disturbed my equilibrium. Those upper floors became haunted for me after dark, and though outwardly our lives never came into contact, I became unwillingly involved in certain pursuits on which his mind was centered. I felt that he was somehow making use of me against my will, and by methods which passed my comprehension. I was at this time, moreover, in the heavy, unquestioning state of materialism, which is common to medical students when they begin to understand something of the human anatomy and nervous system, and jump at once to the conclusion that they control the universe, and hold in their forceps the last word of life and death. I knew it all, and regarded a belief in anything beyond matter as the wanderings of weak or at best untrained minds. And this condition of mind, of course, added to the strength of this upsetting fear, which emanated from the floor below, and began slowly to take possession of me. Though I kept no notes of the subsequent events in this matter, they made too deep an impression for me ever to forget the sequence in which they occurred. Without difficulty, I can recall the next step in the adventure with Smith, for adventure it rapidly grew to be. The doctor stopped a moment and laid his pipe on the table behind him before continuing. The fire had burned low, and no one stirred to poke it. The silence in the great hall was so deep that when the speaker's pipe touched the table, the sound woke audible echoes at the far end among the shadows. One evening while I was reading, the door of my room opened and Smith came in. He made no attempt at ceremony. It was after 10 o'clock and I was tired, but the presence of the man immediately galvanized me into activity. My attempts at ordinary politeness he thrust on one side at once, and began asking me to vocalize and then pronounce for him certain Hebrew words. And when this was done, he abruptly inquired if I was not the fortunate possessor of a very rare rabbinical treatise, which he named. How he knew that I possessed this book puzzled me exceedingly, but I was still more surprised to see him cross the room and take it out of my bookshelf, almost before I had time to answer in the affirmative. Evidently he knew exactly where it was kept. This excited my curiosity beyond all bounds, and I immediately began asking him questions, and though out of sheer respect for the man, I put them very delicately to him. And almost by way of mere conversation, he had only one reply for the lot. He would look up at me from the pages of the book with an expression of complete comprehension on his extraordinary features, would bow his head a little, and say very gravely, "That, of course, is a perfectly proper question," which was absolutely all I could ever get out of him. On this particular occasion he stayed with me perhaps 10 or 15 minutes. Then he went quickly downstairs to his room with my Hebrew treatise in his hand, and I heard him close and bolt his door. But a few moments later, before I had time to settle down to my book again, or to recover from the surprise his visit had caused me, I heard the door open, and there stood Smith once again beside my chair. He made no excuse for his second interruption, but bent his head down to the level of my reading lamp and peered across the flame straight into my eyes. "I hope," he whispered, I hope you are never disturbed at night." "Eh?" I stammered. "Disturbed at night? Oh, no, thanks. At least, not that I know of." "I'm glad," he replied gravely, appearing not to notice my confusion and surprise at his question. "But remember, should it ever be the case, please let me know at once." And he was gone, down the stairs and into his room again. For some minutes I sat reflecting upon his strange behavior. He was not mad, I argued, but was the victim of some harmless delusion that had gradually grown upon him as a result of his solitary mode of life, and from the books he used, I judged that it had something to do with medieval magic, or some system of ancient Hebrew mysticism. The words he asked me to pronounce for him were probably words of power, which, when uttered with the vehemence of a strong will behind them, were supposed to produce physical results, or set up vibrations in one's own inner being that had the effect of a partial lifting of the veil. I sat thinking about the man, and his way of living, and the probable effects in the long run of his dangerous experiments, and I can recall perfectly well the sensation of disappointment that crept over me when I realized that I had labeled his particular form of aberration and that my curiosity would therefore no longer be excited. For some time I had been sitting alone with these reflections. It may have been 10 minutes, or it may have been a half an hour, when I was aroused from my reverie by the knowledge that someone was again in the room, standing close beside my chair. My first thought was that Smith had come back again in his swift, unaccountable manner. But almost at the same moment I realized that this could not be the case at all, for the door faced my position, and it certainly had not been opened again. Yet someone was in the room, moving cautiously to and fro, watching me, almost touching me. I was as sure of it as I was of myself, and though at the moment I do not think I was actually afraid, I am bound to admit that a certain weakness came over me, and that I felt that strange disinclination for action, which is probably the beginning of the horrible paralysis of real terror. I should have been glad to hide myself, if that had been possible, to cower into a corner or behind a door or anywhere so that I could not be watched and observed. But overcoming my nervousness with an effort of the will, I got up quickly out of my chair and held the reading lamp aloft, so that it shone into all the corners like a searchlight. The room was utterly empty. It was utterly empty, at least, to the eye, but to the nerves, and especially to that combination of sense perception which is made up by all the senses acting together, and by no one in particular. There was a person standing there, at my very elbow. I say person, for I can think of no appropriate word, for if it was a human being, I can only affirm that I had the overwhelming conviction that it was not, but that it was some form of life wholly unknown to me, both as to its essence and its nature. A sensation of gigantic force and power came with it, and I remember vividly to this day my terror on realizing that I was close to an invisible being who could crush me as easily as I could crush a fly, and who could see my every movement while itself remaining invisible. To this terror was added the certain knowledge that the being kept in my proximity for a definite purpose, and this purpose had some direct bearing upon my well-being, indeed upon my life. I was equally convinced, for I became aware of a sensation of growing lassitude, as though the vitality were being steadily drained out of my body. My heart began to beat irregularly at first, then faintly. I was conscious even within a few minutes, of a general drooping of the powers of life in the whole system, an ebbing away of self-control, and a distinct approach of drowsiness and torpor. The power to move or to think out any mode of resistance was fast leaving me, when there arose, in the distance as it were, a tremendous commotion. A door opened with a clatter, and I heard the peremptory and commanding tones of a human voice calling aloud in a language I could not comprehend. It was Smith, my fellow lodger, calling up the stairs, and his voice had not sounded for more than a few seconds when I felt something withdrawn from my presence, from my person, indeed from my very skin. It seemed as if there was a rushing of air, and some large creature swept by me, at about the level of my shoulders. Instantly the pressure on my heart was relieved, and the atmosphere seemed to resume its normal condition. Smith's door closed quietly downstairs, as I put the lamp down with trembling hands. What had happened I do not know. Only I was alone again, and my strength was returning as rapidly as it had left me. I went across the room and examined myself in the glass. The skin was very pale and the eyes dull. My temperature, I found, was a little below normal, and my pulse faint and irregular. But these smaller signs of disturbance were as nothing compared with the feeling I had, though no outward signs bore testimony to the fact, that I had narrowly escaped a real and ghastly catastrophe. I felt shaken, somehow shaken to the very roots of my being. The doctor rose from his chair and crossed over to the dying fire, so that no one could see the expression on his face as he stood with his back to the grate, and continued his weird tale. It would be wearisome, he went on in a lower voice, looking over our heads as though he still saw the dingy top floor of that haunted Edinburgh lodging-house. It would be tedious for me at this length of time to analyze my feelings, or attempt to reproduce for you the thorough examination to which I endeavored then to subject my whole being, intellectual, emotional, and physical. I need only mention the dominant emotion with which this curious episode left me, the indignant anger against myself, that I could ever have lost my self-control enough to come under the sway of so gross and absurd a delusion. This protest, however, I remember making with all the emphasis possible, and I also remember noting that it brought me very little satisfaction, for it was the protest of my reason only, when all the rest of my being was up in arms against its conclusions. My dealings with the delusion, however, were not yet over for the night, for very early next morning, somewhere about 3 o'clock, I was awakened by a curiously stealthy noise in the room, and the next minute there followed a crash, as if all my books had been swept bodily from their shelf onto the floor. But this time I was not frightened. Cursing the disturbance with all the resounding and harmless words I could accumulate, I jumped out of bed and lit the candle in a second, and in the first dazzle of the flaring match, but before the wick had time to catch, I was certain I saw a dark gray shadow of ungainly shape, and with something more or less like a human head, drive rapidly past the side of the wall farthest from me and disappear into the gloom by the angle of the door. I waited 1 single second to be sure the candle was alight, and then dashed after it. But before I had gone 2 steps, my foot stumbled against Something hard piled on the carpet, and I only just saved myself from falling headlong. I picked myself up and found that all the books from what I called my language shelf were strewn across the floor. The room, meanwhile, as a minute's search revealed, was quite empty. I looked in every corner and behind every stick of furniture, and a student's bedroom on the top floor costing 12 shillings a week did not hold many available hiding places, as you may imagine. The crash, however, was explained. Some very practical and physical force had thrown the books from their resting place. That at least was beyond all doubt, and as I replaced them on the shelf, I noted that not one was missing. I busied myself mentally with the sore problem of how the agent of this little practical joke had gained access to my room and then escaped again, for my door was locked and bolted. Smith's odd question as to whether I was disturbed in the night, and his warning injunction to let him know at once if such were the case, now, of course, returned to affect me. As I stood there in the early morning, cold and shivering, on the carpet, but I realized at the same moment how impossible it would be for me to admit that a more than usually vivid nightmare could have connection with himself. I would rather stand 100 of these mysterious visitations than consult such a man as to their possible cause. A knock at the door interrupted my reflections, and I gave a start that sent the candle grease flying. "Let me in," came in Smith's voice. I unlocked the door. He came in, fully dressed. His face wore a curious pallor. It seemed to me to be under the skin, and to shine through, and almost to make it luminous. His eyes were exceedingly bright. I was wondering what in the world to say to him, or how he would explain his visit at such an hour, when he closed the door behind him and came close up to me, uncomfortably close. "You should have called me at once," he said, in his whispering voice, fixing his great eyes on my face. I stammered something about an awful dream, but he ignored my remark utterly, and I caught his eye wandering next, if any movement of those optics can be described as wandering, to the bookshelf. I watched him, unable to move my gaze from his person. The man fascinated me horribly for some reason. Why in the devil's name was he up and dressed at 3 a.m? How did he know anything had happened unusual in my room? Then his whisper began again. "It's your amazing vitality that causes you this annoyance," he said, shifting his eyes back to mine. I gasped. Something in his voice or manner turned my blood into ice. "That's the real attraction," he went on. "But if this continues, one of us will have to leave, you know." I positively could not find a word to say in reply. The channels of speech dried up within me. I simply stared and wondered what he would say next. I watched him in a sort of dream, and as far as I can remember, he asked me to promise to call him sooner another time, and then began to walk around the room, uttering strange sounds and making signs with his arms and hands until he reached the door. Then he was gone in a second, and I had closed and locked the door behind him. After this, the Smith adventure drew rapidly to a climax. It was a week or two later, and I was coming home between 2 and 3 a.m. from a maternity case, certain features of which for the time being had very much taken possession of my mind. So much so, indeed, that I passed Smith's door without giving him a single thought. The gas jet on the landing was still burning, but so low that it made little impression on the waves of deep shadow that lay across the stairs. Overhead, the faintest possible gleam of gray showed that the morning was not far away. A few stars shone down through the skylight. The house was still as the grave, and the only sound to break the silence was the rushing of the wind round the walls and over the roof. But this was a fitful sound, suddenly rising, and as suddenly falling away again, and it only served to intensify the silence. I had already reached my own landing when I gave a violent start. It was automatic, almost a reflex action, in fact, for it was only when I caught myself fumbling at the door handle and thinking where I could conceal myself quickest that I realized a voice had sounded close beside me, in the air. It was the same voice I had heard before, and it seemed to me to be calling for help. And yet the very same minute I pushed on into the room, determined to disregard it, and seeking to persuade myself it was the creaking of the boards under my weight or the rushing noise of the wind that had deceived me. But hardly had I reached the table where the candles stood, when this sound was unmistakably repeated. Help! Help! And this time it was accompanied by what I can only describe as a vivid tactile hallucination. I was touched. The skin of my arm was clutched by fingers. Some compelling force sent me headlong down the stairs, as if the haunting forces of the whole world were at my heels. At Smith's door I paused. The force of his previous warning injunction to seek his aid without delay acted suddenly, and I lent my whole weight against the panels, little dreaming that I should be called upon to give help, rather than to receive it. The door yielded at once, and I burst into a room that was so full of a choking vapor, moving in slow clouds, that at first I could distinguish nothing at all but a set of what seemed to be huge shadows, passing in and out of the mist. Then, gradually, I perceived that a red lamp on the mantelpiece gave all the light there was, and that the room which I now entered for the first time was almost empty of furniture. The carpet was rolled back and piled in a heap in the corner, and upon the white boards of the floor I noticed a large circle, drawn in black of some material that emitted a faint glowing light, and was apparently smoking. Inside this circle, as well as at regular intervals outside it, were curious-looking designs, also traced in the same black smoking substance. These, too, seemed to emit a feeble light of their own. My first impression on entering the room had been that it was full of people, I was going to say, but that hardly expresses my meaning. Beings they certainly were, but it was borne in upon me beyond the possibility of doubt that they were not human beings. That I had caught a momentary glimpse of living, intelligent entities, I can never doubt, but I am equally convinced that I cannot prove it, that these entities were from some other scheme of evolution altogether, and had nothing to do with the ordinary human life, either incarnate or discarnate. But whatever they were, the visible appearance of them was exceedingly fleeting. I no longer saw anything, though I still felt convinced of their immediate presence. They were, moreover, of the same order of life as the visitant in my bedroom of a few nights before, and their proximity to my atmosphere, in numbers, instead of singly as before, conveyed to my mind something that was quite terrible and overwhelming. I fell into a violent trembling, and the perspiration poured from my face in streams. They were in constant motion about me. They stood close to my side, moved behind me, brushed past my shoulder, stirred the hair on my forehead, and circled round me without ever actually touching me, yet always pressing closer and closer. Especially in the air just over my head, there seemed ceaseless movement, and it was accompanied by a confused noise of whispering and sighing that threatened every moment to become articulate in words. To my intense relief, however, I heard no distinct words, and the noise continued more like the rising and falling of the wind than anything else I can imagine. But the characteristic of these beings that impressed me most strongly at the time, and of which I have carried away the most permanent recollection, was that each one of them possessed what seemed to be a vibrating center, which impelled it with tremendous force, and caused a rapid whirling motion of the atmosphere as it passed me. The air was full of these little vortices of whirring, rotating force, and whenever one of them pressed me too closely, I felt as if the nerves in that particular portion of my body had been literally drawn out, absolutely depleted of vitality, and then immediately replaced. But replaced dead, flabby, useless. Then, suddenly, for the first time, my eyes fell upon Smith. He was crouching against the wall on my right, in an attitude that was obviously defensive, and it was plain he was in extremities. The terror on his face was pitiable, but at the same time there was another expression about the tightly clenched teeth and mouth, which showed that he had not lost all control of himself. He wore the most resolute expression I have ever seen on a human countenance, and though for the moment at a fearful disadvantage, he looked like a man who had confidence in himself, and in spite of the working of fear, was waiting his opportunity. For my part, I was face to face with a situation so utterly beyond my knowledge and comprehension that I felt as helpless as a child and as useless. "Help me back, quick, into that circle." I heard him half cry, half whisper to me across the moving vapors. My only value appears to have been that I was not afraid to act. Knowing nothing of the forces I was dealing with, I had no idea of the deadly perils risked, and I sprang forward and caught him by the arms. He threw all his weight in my direction, and by our combined efforts his body left the wall and lurched across the floor towards the circle. Instantly there descended upon us, out of the empty air of that smoke-laden room, a force which I can only compare to the pushing, driving power of a great wind pent up within a narrow space. It was almost explosive in its effect, and it seemed to operate upon all parts of my body equally. It fell upon us with a rushing noise that filled my ears and made me think for a moment the very walls and roof of the building had been torn asunder. Under its first blow, we staggered back against the wall, and I understood plainly that its purpose was to prevent us getting back into the circle in the middle of the floor. Pouring with perspiration and breathless, with every muscle strained to the very utmost, we at length managed to get to the edge of the circle. And at this moment, so great was the opposing force that I felt myself actually torn from Smith's arms, lifted from my feet, and twirled around in the direction of the windows, as if the wheel of some great machine had caught my clothes and was tearing me to destruction in its revolution. But even as I fell, bruised and breathless, against the wall, I saw Smith firmly upon his feet in the circle, and slowly rising again to an upright position. My eyes never left his figure once in the next few minutes. He drew himself up to his full height. His great shoulders squared themselves, his head was thrown back a little, and as I looked, I saw the expression on his face change swiftly from fear to one of absolute command. He looked steadily round the room, and then his voice began to vibrate. At first in a low tone, it gradually rose till it assumed the same volume and intensity I had heard the night before when he called up the stairs into my room. It was a curiously increasing sound, more like the swelling of an instrument than a human voice, and as it grew in power and filled the room, I became aware that a great change was being effected, slowly and surely. The confusion of noise and rushings of air fell into the role of long, steady vibrations, not unlike those caused by the deeper pedals of an organ. The movements in the air became less violent, then grew decidedly weaker, and finally ceased altogether. The whisperings and sighings became fainter and fainter, till at last I could not hear them at all. And strangest of all, the light emitted by the circle, as well as by the designs round it, increased to a steady glow, casting their radiance upwards with the weirdest possible effect upon his features. Slowly, by the power of his voice, behind which lay undoubtedly a genuine knowledge of the occult manipulation of sound, this man dominated the forces that had escaped from their proper sphere, until at length the room was reduced to silence and perfect order again. Judging by the immense relief which also communicated itself to my nerves, I then felt that the crisis was over and Smith was wholly master of the situation. But hardly had I begun to congratulate myself upon this result and to gather my scattered senses about me when, uttering a loud cry, I saw him leap out of the circle and fling himself into the air, as it seemed to me, into the empty air. Then, even while holding my breath for dread of the crash he was bound to come upon the floor, I saw him strike with a dull thud against a solid body in midair. In the next instant he was wrestling with some ponderous thing that was absolutely invisible to me, and the room shook with the struggle. To and fro they swayed, sometimes lurching in one direction, sometimes in another, and always in horrible proximity to myself, as I leaned trembling against the wall and watched the encounter. It lasted at most but a short minute or two, ending as suddenly as it had begun. Smith, with an unexpected movement, threw up his arms with a cry of relief. At the same instant there was a wild, tearing shriek in the air beside me, and something rushed past us with a noise like the passage of a flock of big birds. Both windows rattled as if they would break away from their sashes. Then a sense of emptiness and peace suddenly came over the room, and I knew that all was over. Smith, his face exceedingly white, but otherwise strangely composed, turned to me at once. "God, if you hadn't come, you deflected the stream, broke it up," he whispered. "You saved me." The doctor made a long pause. Presently he felt for his pipe in the darkness, groping over the table behind us with both hands. No one spoke for a bit, but all dreaded the sudden glare that would come when he struck the match. The fire was nearly out, and the great hall was pitch dark, but the storyteller did not strike that match. He was merely gaining time for some hidden reason of his own, and presently he went on with his tale in a more subdued voice. "I quite forget," he said, "how I got back to my own room. I only know that I lay with 2 lighted candles for the rest of the night, and the first thing I did in the morning was to let the landlady know I was leaving her house at the end of the week. Smith still has my rabbinical treatise. At least he did not return it to me at the time, and I have never seen him since to ask for it." End of chapter 8.
Chapter 8 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Mosqueda. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 8, A Suspicious Gift. Blake had been in very low water for months, almost underwater part of the time, due to circumstances he was fond of saying were no fault of his own. And as he sat writing in his room on third floor back of a New York boarding house, part of his mind was busily occupied in wondering when his luck was going to turn again. It was his room only in the sense that he paid rent. 2 friends, one a little Frenchman and the other a big Dane, shared it with him, both hoping eventually to contribute something towards expenses, but so far not having accomplished this result. They had 2 beds only, the third being a mattress they slept upon in turns, a week at a time. A good deal of their irregular feeding consisted of oatmeal, potatoes, and sometimes eggs, all of which they cooked on a strange utensil they had contrived to fix into the gas jet. Occasionally, when dinner failed them altogether, they swallowed a little raw rice and drank hot water from the bathroom on top of it, and then made a wild race for bed so as to get to sleep while the sensation of false repletion was still there. For sleep and hunger are slight acquaintances, as they well knew. Fortunately, all of New York houses are supplied with hot air, and they only had to open a grating in the wall to get a plentiful, if not a wholesome amount of heat. Though loneliness in a big city is a real punishment, as they had severally learnt to their cost, their experiences, 3 in a small room for several months, had revealed to them horrors of quite another kind, and their nerves had suffered according to the temperament of each. But on this particular evening, as Blake sat scribbling by the only window that was not cracked, the Dane and the Frenchman, his companions in adversity, were in wonderful luck. They had both been asked out to a restaurant to dine with a friend, who also held out to one of them a chance of work and remuneration. They would not be back till late, and when they did come they were pretty sure to bring in supplies of one kind or another. For the Frenchman never could resist the offer of a glass of absinthe, and this meant that he would be able to help himself plentifully from the free lunch counters, with which all New York bars are furnished, and to which any purchaser of a drink is entitled to help himself, and this meant that he would be able to help himself plentifully from the free lunch counters, with which all New York bars are furnished, and to which any purchaser of a drink is entitled to help himself and devour on the spot or carry away casually in his hand for consumption elsewhere. Thousands of unfortunate men get their sole subsistence in this way in New York, and experience soon teaches where, for the price of a single drink, a man can take away almost a meal of chipped potatoes, sausage, bits of bread, and even eggs. The Frenchman and the Dane knew their way about, and Blake looked forward to a supper more or less substantial before pulling his mattress out of the cupboard and turning in upon the floor for the night. Meanwhile, he could enjoy a quiet and lonely evening with a room all to himself. In the daytime, he was a reporter on an evening newspaper of sensational and lying habits. His work was chiefly in the police courts, and in his spare hours at night, when not too tired or too empty, he wrote sketches and stories for the magazines that very rarely saw the light of day on their printed and paid-for sentences. On this particular occasion he was deep in a most involved tale of a psychological character, and had just worked his way into a sentence, or set of sentences, that completely baffled and muddled him. He was fairly out of his depth, and his brain was too poorly supplied with blood to invent a way out again. The story would have been interesting had he written it simply, keeping to facts and feelings, and not diving into difficult analysis of motive and character, which was quite beyond him. For it was largely autobiographical, and was meant to describe the adventures of a young Englishman who had come to grief in the usual manner on a Canadian farm, and then subsequently became barkeeper, sub-editor on a Methodist magazine, a teacher of French and German to clerks at 25 cents per hour, a model for artists, a super on the stage, and, finally, a wanderer to the goldfields. Blake scratched his head, and dipped the pen in the ink-pot, stared out through the blindless windows, and sighed deeply. His thoughts kept wandering to food, beefsteak and steaming vegetables. The smell of cooking that came from a lower floor through the broken windows was a constant torment to him. He pulled himself together and again attacked the problem. For with some people, he wrote, the imagination is so vivid as to be almost an extension of consciousness. But here he stuck absolutely. He was not quite sure what he meant by the words, and how to finish the sentence puzzled him into blank inaction. It was a difficult point to decide, for it seemed to come in appropriately at this point in his story, and he did not know whether to leave it as it stood, change it round a bit, or take it out altogether. It might just spoil its chances of being accepted. Editors were such clever men. But to rewrite the sentence was a grind, and he was so tired and sleepy. After all, what did it matter? People who were clever would force some meaning into it. People who were not clever would pretend. He knew of no other classes of readers. He would let it stay and go on with the action of the story. He put his head in his hands and he began to think hard. His mind soon passed from thought to reverie. He fell to wondering when his friends would find work and relieve him of the burden. He acknowledged it as such, of keeping them, and of letting another man wear his best clothes on alternate Sundays. He wondered when his luck would return. There were one or two influential people in New York whom he could go and see if he had a dress suit or other conventional uniforms. His thoughts ran on far ahead and at the same time, by a sort of double process, far behind as well. His home in the old country rose up before him. He saw the lawn and the cedars in the sunshine. He looked through the familiar windows and saw the clean, swept rooms. His story began to suffer. The psychological masterpiece would not make much progress unless he pulled up and dragged his thoughts back to the treadmill. But he no longer cared. Once he has got as far as that cedar with the sunshine on it, he could never get back again. For all he cared, the troublesome sentence might run away and get into someone else's pages, or be snuffed out altogether. There came a gentle knock at the door, and Blake started. The knock was repeated louder. Who in the world could it be at this late hour of the night? On the floor above, he remembered, there lived another Englishman, a foolish, second-rate creature who sometimes came in and made himself objectionable with endless and silly chatter. But he was an Englishman for all of that, and Blake always tried to treat him with politeness, realizing that he was lonely in a strange land. But tonight, of all people in the world, he did not want to be bored with Perry's cackle, as he called it, and the "come in" he gave in answer to the second knock had no very cordial sound of welcome in it. However, the door opened in response, and the man came in. Blake did not turn round at once, and the other advanced to the center of the room, but without speaking. Then Blake knew it was not his enemy Perry, and turned around. He saw a man about 40 standing in the middle of the carpet, but standing sideways so that he did not present a full face. He wore an overcoat buttoned up to the neck, and on the felt hat which he held in front of him, fresh raindrops glistened. In his other hand he carried a small black bag. Blake gave him a look and came to the conclusion that he might be a secretary or a chief clerk, or a confidential man of sorts. He was a shabby, respectable-looking person. This was the sum total of the first impression, gained the moment his eyes took in that it was not Perry. The second impression was less pleasant, and reported at once that something was wrong. Though otherwise young and inexperienced, Blake, thanks or curses to the police court training, knew more about common criminal blackguardism than most men of 50. And he recognized that there was somewhere a suggestion of this undesirable world about the man. But there was more than this. There was something singular about him, something far out of the common, though for the life of him Blake could not say wherein it lay. The fellow was out of the ordinary, and in some very undesirable manner. All this takes so long to describe, Blake saw with the first and second glance. The man at once began to speak in a quiet and respectful voice. "Are you Mr. Blake?" he asked. "I am." Mr. Arthur Blake? Yes. Mr. Arthur Herbert Blake? Persisted the other, with emphasis on the middle name. That is my full name, Blake answered simply, adding, as he remembered his manners, but won't you sit down first, please? The man advanced with a curious sideways motion like a crab, and took a seat on the edge of the sofa. He put his hat on the floor at his feet, but still kept the bag in hand. I come to you from a well-wisher, he went on in oily tones without lifting his eyes. Blake, in his mind, ran quickly all over the people he knew in New York who might possibly have sent such a man, while waiting for him to supply the name. But the man had come to a full stop and was waiting too. A well-wisher of mine? Repeated Blake, not knowing quite what else to say. Just so, replied the other, still with his eyes on the floor. A well-wisher of yours. A man, or... He felt himself blushing. Or a woman? That, the man said shortly, I cannot tell you. You can't tell me? Exclaimed the other, wondering what was coming next, and who in the world this mysterious well-wisher could be, who sent so discreet and mysterious a messenger. I cannot tell you the name, replied the man firmly. Those are my instructions. But I bring you something from this person, and I am to give it to you, to take a receipt for it, and then to go away without answering any questions. Blake stared very hard. The man, however, never raised his eyes above the level of the second china knob on the chest of drawers opposite. The giving of a receipt sounded like money. Could it be that some of his influential friends had heard of his plight? There were possibilities that made his heart beat. At length, however, he found his tongue, for this strange creature was determined apparently to say nothing more until he had heard from him. Then what have you got for me, please? He asked bluntly. By way of an answer, the man proceeded to open the bag. He took out a parcel wrapped loosely in brown paper and about the size of a large book. It was tied with string, and the man seemed unnecessarily long untying the knot. When at last the string was off and the paper unfolded, there appeared a series of smaller packages inside. The man took them out very carefully, almost as if they'd been alive, Blake thought, and set them in a row upon his knees. They were dollar bills. Blake, all in a flutter, craned his neck forward a little to try and make out the denomination. He read plainly the figures 100. There are $10,000 here, said the man quietly. The other could not suppress a little cry. And they are for you. Blake simply gasped. $10,000, he repeated, a queer feeling growing up in his throat. 10,000? Are you sure? You mean they are for me? He stammered. He felt quite silly with excitement, and grew more so with every minute, as the man maintained a perfect silence. Was it not a dream? Wouldn't the man put them back in the bag presently and say it was a mistake, and they were meant for somebody else? He could not believe his eyes or his ears, yet, in a sense, it was possible. He had read of such things in books, and even come across them in his experience of the courts. The erratic and generous philanthropist who was determined to do his good deed and to get no thanks or acknowledgement for it. Still, it seemed almost incredible. His troubles began to melt away like bubbles in the sun. He thought of the other fellows when they came in, and what he would have to tell them. He thought of the German landlady and the arrears of rent, of regular food and clean linen, and books and music, of the chance of getting into some respectable business, of as many things as it is possible to think of when excitement and surprise fling wide open the gates of the imagination. The man, meanwhile, began quietly to count over the packages aloud from 1 to 10, and then to count the bills in each separate packet, also from 1 to 10. Yes, there were 10 little heaps, each containing 10 bills of $100 denomination. That made $10,000. Blake had never seen so much money in a single lump in his life before, and for many months of privation and discomfort, he had not known the feel of a $20 note, much less of a $100 one. He heard them crackle under the man's fingers, and it was like crisp laughter in his ears. The bills were evidently new and unused. But, side by side with excitement caused by the shock of such an event, Blake's caution, acquired by a year of vivid New York experience, was meanwhile beginning to assert itself. It all seemed just a little too much out of the likely order of things to be quite right. The police courts had taught him the amazing ingenuity of the criminal mind, as well as something of the plots and devices by which the unwary are beguiled into the dark places where blackmail may be levied with impunity. New York, as a matter of fact, just at that time was literally undermined with the secret ways of the blackmailers, the green goodsmen, and other police-protected abominations, and the only weak point in the supposition that this was part of some proceeding was the selection of himself, a poor newspaper reporter, as a victim. It did seem absurd, but then the whole thing was so out of the ordinary, and the thought once having entered his mind was not so easily got rid of. Blake resolved to be very cautious. The man, meanwhile, though he never appeared to raise his eyes from the carpet, had been watching him closely all the time. "If you'll give me a receipt, I'll leave the money at once," he said, with just a vestige of impatience in his tone, as if he were anxious to bring the matter to a conclusion as soon as possible. "But you say it is quite impossible for you to tell me the name of my well-wisher, or why she sends me such a large sum of money in this extraordinary way." "The money is sent to you because you are in need of it," returned the other. "And it is a present without conditions of any sort attached. You have to give me a receipt, only to satisfy the sender that it has reached your hands. The money will never be asked of you again." Blake noticed two things from this answer. First, that the man was not to be caught into betraying the sex of the well-wisher, and secondly, that he was in some hurry to complete the transaction, for he was now giving reasons, attractive reasons, why he should accept the money and make out the receipt. Suddenly it flashed across his mind that if he took the money and gave the receipt before a witness, nothing very disastrous could come out of the affair. It would protect him against blackmail if this was, after all, a plot of some sort with blackmail in it, whereas if the man were a madman or a criminal who was getting rid of a portion of his ill-gotten gains to divert suspicion, or if any other improbable explanation turned out to be the true one, there was no great harm done, and he could hold the money till it was claimed, or advertised for in the newspapers. His mind rapidly ran over these possibilities, though, of course, under the stress of excitement, he was unable to weigh any of them properly. Then he turned to his strange visitor again and said quietly, "I will take the money, although I must say it seems to me a very unusual transaction, and I will give you for it such a receipt as I think proper under the circumstances." "A proper receipt is all I want," was the answer. "I mean by that a receipt before a proper witness." "Perfectly satisfactory," interrupted the man, his eyes still on the carpet. "Only it must be dated and headed with your address here in the correct way." Blake could see no possible objection to this, and he at once proceeded to obtain his witness. The person he had in mind was a Mr. Barclay, who occupied the room above his own, an old gentleman who had retired from business and who, the landlady always said, was a miser, and kept large sums secreted in his room. He was, at any rate, a perfectly respectable man, and would make an admirable witness to a transaction of this sort. Blake made an apology and rose to fetch him, crossing the room in front of the sofa where the man sat in order to reach the door. As he did so, he saw for the first time the other side of the visitor's face, the side that had always been so carefully turned away from him. There was a broad smear of blood down the skin from ear to the neck. It glistened in the gaslight. Blake never knew how he managed to smother the cry that sprang to his lips, but smother it he did. In a second he was at the door, his knees trembling, his mind in a sudden and dreadful turmoil. His main object, so far as he could recollect afterwards, was to escape from the room as if he had noticed nothing, so as not to arouse the other's suspicions. The man's eyes were always on the carpet, and probably, Blake hoped, he had not noticed the consternation that must have been written plainly on his face. At any rate, he uttered no cry. In another second he would have been in the passage, when suddenly he met a pair of wicked, staring eyes fixed intently and with a cunning smile upon his own. It was the other's face in the mirror, calmly watching his every movement. Instantly all his powers of reflection flew to the winds, and he thought only upon the desirability of getting help at once. He tore upstairs, his heart in his mouth. Barclay must come to his aid. This matter was serious, perhaps horribly serious. Taking the money or giving a receipt or having anything at all to do with it became an impossibility. Here was a crime. He felt certain of it. In 3 bounds he reached the next landing and began to hammer at the old miser's door as if his very life depended on it. For a long time he could get no answer. His fists seemed to make no noise. He might have been knocking on cotton wool, and the thought dashed through his brain that it was all just like the terror of a nightmare. Barclay, evidently, was still out, or else sound asleep, but the other simply could not wait a minute longer in suspense. He turned the handle and walked into the room. At first he saw nothing for the darkness, and made sure the owner of the room was out, but the moment the light from the passage began a little to disperse the gloom, he saw the old man, to his immense relief, lying asleep on the bed. Blake opened the door to its widest to get more light, and then walked quickly up to the bed. He now saw the figure more plainly and noted that it was dressed and lay upon the outside of the bed. It struck him, too, that he was sleeping in a very odd and almost unnatural position. Something clutched at his heart as he looked closer. He stumbled over a chair and found the matches. Calling upon Barclay the whole time to wake up and come downstairs with him, he blundered across the floor, a dreadful thought in his mind, and lit the gas over the table. It seemed strange that there was no movement or replying to his shouting. But it no longer seemed strange when at length he turned in the full glare of the gas and saw the old man lying huddled up in a ghastly heap on the bed, his throat cut across from ear to ear. And all over the carpet lay new dollar bills, crisp and clean like those he had left downstairs, and strewn about in little heaps. For a moment Blake stood, stock still, bereft of all power of movement. The next his courage returned, and he fled from the room and dashed downstairs, taking 5 steps at a time. He reached the bottom and tore along the passage to his room, determined at any rate to seize the man and prevent his escape till help came. But when he got to the end of the little landing, he found that his door had been closed. He seized the handle, fumbling with it in his violence. It felt slippery and kept turning under his fingers without opening the door, and fully half a minute passed before it yielded and let him in headlong. At first glance he saw the room was empty and the man gone. Scattered upon the carpet lay a number of the bills, and beside them, half hidden under the sofa where the man had sat, he saw a pair of gloves, thick leather gloves, and a butcher's knife. Even from the distance where he stood, the bloodstains on both were easily visible. Dazed and confused by the terrible discoveries of the last few minutes, Blake stood in the middle of the room, overwhelmed and unable to think or move. Unconsciously, he must have passed his hand over his forehead in the natural gesture of perplexity, for he noticed that the skin felt wet and sticky. His hand was covered with blood, and when he rushed in terror to the looking-glass, he saw that there was a broad red smear across his face and forehead. Then he remembered the slippery handle of the door, and knew that it had been carefully moistened. In an instant the whole plot became clear as daylight, and he was so spellbound with horror that a sort of numbness came over him, and he came very near to fainting. He was in a condition of utter helplessness, and had anyone come into the room at that minute and called him by name, he would simply have dropped to the floor in a heap. If the police were to come in now, the thought crashed through his brain like thunder, and at the same moment, almost before he had time to appreciate a quarter of its significance, there came a loud knocking at the front door below. The bell rang with a dreadful clamor. Men's voices were heard talking excitedly, and presently heavy steps began to come up the stairs in the direction of his room. It was the police! And all Blake could do was to laugh foolishly to himself, and wait till they were upon him. He could not move nor speak. He stood face to face with the evidence of this horrid crime, his hands and his face smeared with the blood of his victim, and there he was standing when the police burst open the door and came noisily into the room. "Here it is," cried a voice he knew. "Third floor back, and the fellow caught red-handed." It was the man with the bag leading in the two policemen. Hardly knowing what he was doing in the fearful stress of conflicting emotions, he made a step forward. But before he had time to make a second one, he felt the heavy hand of the law descend upon both his shoulders at once, as the two policemen moved up to seize him. At the same moment, a voice of thunder cried in his ear, "Wake up, man! Wake up! Here's the supper, and good news, too!" Blake turned with a start in his chair and saw the Dane, very red in the face, standing beside him, a hand on each shoulder, and a little further back he saw the Frenchman leering happily at him at the end of the bed, a bottle of beer in one hand and a paper package in the other. He rubbed his eyes, glancing from one to the other, and then got up sleepily to fix the wire arrangement on the gas jet to boil water for cooking the eggs which the Frenchman was in momentary danger of letting drop upon the floor. End of chapter. Read by William Mosqueda.
Chapter 10 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. The Strange Adventures of a Private Secretary in New York. Part 1. It was never quite clear to me how Jim Shorthouse managed to get his private secretaryship, but once he got it, he kept it, and for some years he led a steady life and put money in the savings bank. One morning his employer sent for him into the study, and it was evident to the secretary's trained senses that there was something unusual in the air. "Mr. Shorthouse," he began, somewhat nervously, "I have never yet had the opportunity of observing whether or not you are possessed of personal courage." Shorthouse gasped, but he said nothing. He was growing accustomed to the eccentricities of his chief. Shorthouse was a Kentish man. Sidebottom was raised in Chicago. New York was the present place of residence. "But," the other continued with a puff at his very black cigar, "I must consider myself a poor judge of human nature and future if it is not one of your strongest qualities." The private secretary made a foolish little bow in modest appreciation of so uncertain a compliment. Mr. Jonas B. Sidebottom watched him narrowly, as the novelists say, before he continued his remarks. "I have no doubt that you are a plucky fellow, and—" He hesitated, and puffed at his cigar as if his life depended upon keeping it alight. "I don't think I'm afraid of anything in particular, sir, except women," interposed the young man, feeling that it was time for him to make an observation of some sort, but still quite in the dark as to his chief's purpose. "Humph!" he grunted. "Well, there are no women in this case, so far as I know, but there may be other things that hurt more." "Wants a special service of some kind, evidently," was the secretary's reflection. "Personal violence?" he asked aloud. "Possibly, puff. In fact, puff, puff, probably." Shorthouse smelt an increase of salary in the air. It had a stimulating effect. "I've had some experience of that article, sir," he said shortly, "but I'm ready to undertake anything in reason." "I can't say how much reason or unreason there may prove to be in this particular case. It all depends." Mr. Sidebottom got up and locked the door of his study and drew down the blinds of both windows. Then he took a bunch of keys from his pocket and opened a black tin box. He ferreted about among blue and white papers for a few seconds, enveloping himself as he did so in a cloud of blue tobacco smoke.
I feel like a detective already, Shorthouse laughed. Speak low, please, returned the other, glancing round the room. We must observe the utmost secrecy. Perhaps you would be kind enough to close the registers. He went on in a still lower voice. Open registers have betrayed conversations before now. Shorthouse began to enter into the spirit of the thing. He tiptoed across the floor and shut the 2 iron gratings in the wall that in American houses supply hot air and are termed registers. Mr. Sidebottom had meanwhile found the paper he was looking for. He held it in front of him and tapped it once or twice with the back of his right hand, as if it were a stage letter, and himself the villain of the melodrama. "This is a letter from Joel Garvey, my old partner," he said at length. "You have heard me speak of him?" The other bowed. He knew that many years before, Garvey and Sidebottom had been well known in the Chicago financial world. He knew that the amazing rapidity with which they accumulated a fortune had only been surpassed by the amazing rapidity with which they had immediately afterwards disappeared into space. He was further aware, his position afforded facilities, that each partner was still to some extent in the other's power, and that each wished most devoutly that the other would die. The sins of his employer's early years did not concern him, however. The man was kind and just, if eccentric, and Shorthouse, being in New York, did not probe to discover more particularly the sources whence his salary was so regularly paid. Moreover, the 2 men had grown to like each other, and there was a genuine feeling of trust and respect between them. "I hope it's a pleasant communication, sir?" he said in a low voice. "Quite the reverse," returned the other, fingering the paper nervously as he stood in front of the fire. "Blackmail, I suppose?" "Precisely." Mr. Sidebottom's cigar was not burning well. He struck a match and applied it to the uneven edge, and presently his voice spoke through clouds of wreathing smoke. "There are valuable papers in my possession bearing his signature. I cannot inform you of their nature, but they are extremely valuable to me. They belong, as a matter of fact, to Garvey, as much as to me, only I've got them." "I see. Garvey writes that he wants to have his signature removed, wants to cut it out with his own hand. He gives reasons which incline me to consider his request." "And would you like me to take him the papers and see that he does it?" "And bring them back again with you," he whispered, screwing up his eyes into a shrewd grimace. "And bring them back again with me," repeated the secretary. "I understand perfectly." Shorthouse knew from unfortunate experience more than a little of the horrors of blackmail. The pressure Garvey was bringing to bear upon his old enemy must be exceedingly strong. That was quite clear. At the same time, the commission that was being entrusted to him seemed somewhat chaotic in its nature. He had already enjoyed more than one experience of his employer's eccentricity, and he now caught himself wondering whether this same eccentricity did not sometimes go further than eccentricity. "I cannot read the letter to you," Mr. Sidebottom was explaining, "but I shall give it into your hands. It will prove that you are my accredited representative. I shall also ask you not to read the package of papers. The signature in question you will find, of course, on the last page, at the bottom." There was a pause of several minutes, during which the end of the cigar glowed eloquently. "Circumstances compel me," he went on at length, almost in a whisper, or I should never do this. But you understand, of course, the thing is a ruse. Cutting out the signature is a mere pretense. It is nothing. What Garvey wants are the papers themselves." The confidence reposed in the private secretary was not misplaced. Shorthouse was as faithful to Mr. Sidebottom as a man ought to be to the wife that loves him. The commission itself seemed very simple. Garvey lived in solitude in the remote part of Long Island. Shorthouse was to take the papers to him, witness the cutting out of the signature, and to be specially on his guard against any attempt, forcible or otherwise, to gain possession of them. It seemed to him a somewhat ludicrous adventure, but he did not know all the facts and perhaps was not the best judge. The two men talked in low voices for another hour, at the end of which Mr. Sidebottom drew up the blinds, opened the registers, and unlocked the door. Shorthouse rose to go. His pockets were stuffed with papers and his head with instructions, but when he reached the door he hesitated and turned. "Well?" said his chief. Shorthouse looked him straight in the eye and said nothing. "The personal violence, I suppose," said the other. Shorthouse bowed. "I have not seen Garvey for 20 years," he said. "All I can tell you is that I believe him to be occasionally of unsound mind. I have heard strange rumours. He lives alone, and in his lucid intervals studies chemistry. It was always a hobby of his. But the chances are 20 to 1 against his attempting violence. I only wish to warn you, in case, I mean, so that you may be on the watch." He handed his secretary a Smith & Wesson revolver as he spoke. Shorthouse slipped it into his hip pocket and went out of the room. A drizzling cold rain was falling on fields covered with half-melted snow when Shorthouse stood, late in the afternoon, on the platform of the lonely little Long Island station and watched the train he had just left vanish into the distance. It was a bleak country that Joel Garvey, Esquire, formerly of Chicago, had chosen for his residence, and on this particular afternoon it presented a more than usually dismal appearance. An expanse of flat fields covered with dirty snow stretched away on all sides, till the sky dropped down to meet them. Only occasional farm buildings broke the monotony, and the road wound along muddy lanes and beneath dripping trees, swathed in the cold raw fog that swept in like a pall of the dead from the sea. It was 6 miles from the station to Garvey's house, and the driver of the rickety buggy Shorthouse had found at the station was not communicative. Between the dreary landscape and the drearier driver, he fell back upon his own thoughts, which, but for the spice of adventure that was promised, would themselves have been even drearier than either. He made up his mind that he would waste no time over the transaction. The moment the signature was cut out, he would pack up and be off. The last train back to Brooklyn was 7:15, and he would have to walk the 6 miles of mud and snow, for the driver of the buggy had refused point blank to wait for him. For purposes of safety, Shorthouse had done what he flattered himself was rather a clever thing. He had made up a second packet of papers, identical in outside appearance with the first. The inscription, the blue envelope, the red elastic band, and even a blot in the lower left-hand corner had been exactly reproduced. Inside, of course, were only sheets of blank paper. It was his intention to change the packets and to let Garvey see him put the sham one into the bag. In case of violence, the bag would be the point of attack, and he intended to lock it and throw away the key. Before it could be forced open and the deception discovered, there would be time to increase his chances of escape with the real packet. It was 5 o'clock when the silent Yehu pulled up in front of a half-broken gate and pointed with his whip to a house that stood in its grounds among trees and was just visible in the gathering gloom. Shorthouse told him to drive up to the front door. but the man refused. "I ain't running no risks," he said. "I've got a family." This cryptic remark was not encouraging, but Shorthouse did not pause to decipher it. He paid the man, and then pushed open the rickety old gate, swinging on a single hinge, and proceeded to walk up the drive that lay dark between close-standing trees. The house soon came into full view. It was tall and square, and had once evidently been white, but now the walls were covered with dirty patches, and there were wide yellow streaks where the plaster had fallen away. The windows stared black and uncompromising into the night. The garden was overgrown with weeds and long grass, standing up in ugly patches beneath their burden of wet snow. Complete silence reigned over all. There was not a sign of life. Not even a dog barked. Only, in the distance, the wheels of the retreating carriage could be heard growing fainter and fainter. As he stood in the porch between pillars of rotting wood, listening to the rain dripping from the roof into the puddles of slushy snow, he was conscious of a sensation of utter desertion and loneliness, such as he had never before experienced. The forbidding aspect of the house had the immediate effect of lowering his spirits. It might well have been the abode of monsters or demons in a child's wonder tale, creatures that only dared to come out under cover of darkness. He groped for the bell handle or knocker, and finding neither, he raised his stick and beat a loud tattoo on the door. The sound echoed away in an empty space on the other side, and the wind moaned past him between the pillars, as if startled at his audacity. But there was no sound of approaching footsteps, and no one came to open the door. Again he beat a tattoo, louder and longer than the first one, and having done so, waited with his back to the house and stared across the unkempt garden into the fast-gathering shadows. Then he turned suddenly and saw that the door was standing ajar. It had been quietly opened, and a pair of eyes were peering at him round the edge. There was no light in the hall beyond, and he could only just make out the shape of a dim human face. "Does Mr. Garvey live here?" he asked in a firm voice. "Who are you?" came in a man's tones. "I'm Mr. Sidebottom's private secretary. I wish to see Mr. Garvey on important business." "Are you expected?" "I suppose so," he said impatiently, thrusting a card through the opening. "Please take my name to him at once, and say I come from Mr. Sidebottom on the matter Mr. Garvey wrote about." The man took the card, and the face vanished into the darkness, leaving Shorthouse standing in the cold porch with mingled feelings of impatience and dismay. The door, he now noticed for the first time, was on a chain, and could not open more than a few inches. But it was the manner of his reception that caused uneasy reflections to stir within him, reflections that continued for some minutes before they were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps and the flicker of a light in the hall. The next instant the chain fell with a rattle, and gripping his bag tightly, he walked into a large, ill-smelling hall, of which he could only just see the ceiling. There was no light but the nickering taper held by the man, and by its uncertain glimmer Shorthouse turned to examine him. He saw an undersized man of middle age, with brilliant, shifting eyes, a curling black beard, and a nose that at once proclaimed him a Jew. His shoulders were bent, and as he watched him replacing the chain, he saw that he wore a peculiar black gown, like a priest's cassock, reaching to the feet. It was altogether a lugubrious figure of a man, sinister and funereal, yet it seemed in perfect harmony with the general character of its surroundings. The hall was devoid of furniture of any kind, and against the dingy walls stood rows of old picture frames, empty and disordered, and odd-looking bits of woodwork that appeared doubly fantastic as their shadows danced queerly over the floor in the shifting light. "If you'll come this way, Mr. Garvey will see you presently," said the Jew gruffly, crossing the floor and shielding the taper with a bony hand. He never once raised his eyes above the level of the visitor's waistcoat, and to Shorthouse he somehow suggested a figure from the dead rather than a man of flesh and blood. The hall smelt decidedly ill. All the more surprising, then, was the scene that met his eyes when the Jew opened the door at the further end, and he entered a room brilliantly lit with swinging lamps, and furnished with a degree of taste and comfort that amounted to luxury. The walls were lined with handsomely bound books, and armchairs were arranged round a large mahogany desk in the middle of the room. A bright fire burned in the grate, and neatly framed photographs of men and women stood on the mantelpiece on either side of an elaborately carved clock. French windows that opened like doors were partially concealed by warm red curtains, and on a sideboard against the wall stood decanters and glasses, with several boxes of cigars piled on top of one another. There was a pleasant odour of tobacco about the room. Indeed, it was in such glowing contrast to the chilly poverty of the hall that Shorthouse already was conscious of a distinct rise in the thermometer of his spirits. Then he turned and saw the Jew standing in the doorway with his eyes fixed upon him, somewhere about the middle button of his waistcoat. He presented a strangely repulsive appearance that somehow could not be attributed to any particular detail, and the secretary associated him in his mind with a monstrous black bird of prey more than anything else. "My time is short," he said abruptly. "I hope Mr. Garvey will not keep me waiting." A strange flicker of a smile appeared on the Jew's ugly face and vanished as quickly as it came. He made a sort of deprecating bow by way of reply. Then he blew out the taper and went out, closing the door noiselessly behind him. Shorthouse was alone. He felt relieved. There was an air of obsequious insolence about the old Jew that was very offensive. He began to take note of his surroundings. He was evidently in the library of the house, for the walls were covered with books almost up to the ceiling. There was no room for pictures. Nothing but the shining backs of well-bound volumes looked down upon him. 4 brilliant lights hung from the ceiling, and a reading lamp with a polished reflector stood among the disordered masses of papers on the desk. The lamp was not lit, but when Shorthouse put his hand upon it, he found it was warm. The room had evidently only just been vacated. Apart from the testimony of the lamp, however, he had already felt, without being able to give a reason for it, that the room had been occupied a few moments before he entered. The atmosphere over the desk seemed to retain the disturbing influence of a human being, an influence, moreover, so recent that he felt as if the cause of it were still in his immediate neighbourhood. It was difficult to realize that he was quite alone in the room and that somebody was not in hiding. The finer counterparts of his senses warned him to act as if he were being observed. He was dimly conscious of a desire to fidget and look round, to keep his eyes in every part of the room at once, and to conduct himself generally as if he were the object of careful human observation. How far he recognized the cause of these sensations it is impossible to say, but they were sufficiently marked to prevent his carrying out a strong inclination to get up and make a search of the room. He sat quite still, staring alternately at the backs of the books and at the red curtains, wondering all the time if he was really being watched, or if it was only the imagination playing tricks with him. A full quarter of an hour passed, and then 20 rows of volumes suddenly shifted out toward him, and he saw that a door had opened in the wall opposite. The books were only sham backs after all, and when they moved back again with the sliding door, Shorthouse saw the figure of Joel Garvey standing before him. Surprise almost took his breath away. He had expected to see an unpleasant, even a vicious apparition with the mark of the beast unmistakably upon its face. But he was wholly unprepared for the elderly, tall, fine-looking man who stood in front of him, well-groomed, refined, vigorous, with a lofty forehead, clear grey eyes, and a hooked nose dominating a clean-shaven mouth, and a chin of considerable character, a distinguished-looking man altogether. "I'm afraid I've kept you waiting, Mr. Shorthouse," he said in a pleasant voice, but with no trace of a smile in the mouth or eyes. "But the fact is, you know, I've a mania for chemistry, and just when you were announced I was at the most critical moment of a problem, and was really compelled to bring it to a conclusion." Shorthouse had risen to meet him, but the other motioned him to resume his seat. It was borne in upon him irresistibly that Mr. Joel Garvey, for reasons best known to himself, was deliberately lying, and he could not help wondering at the necessity for such an elaborate misrepresentation. He took off his overcoat and sat down. "I've no doubt, too, that the door startled you," Garvey went on, evidently reading something of his guest's feelings in his face. "You probably had not suspected it. It leads into my little laboratory. Chemistry is an absorbing study to me, and I spend most of my time there." Mr. Garvey moved up to the armchair on the opposite side of the fireplace and sat down. Shorthouse made appropriate answers to these remarks, but his mind was really engaged in taking stock of Mr. Sidebottom's old-time partner. So far there was no sign of mental irregularity, and there was certainly nothing about him to suggest violent wrongdoing or coarseness of living. On the whole, Mr. Sidebottom's secretary was most pleasantly surprised, and wishing to conclude his business as speedily as possible, he made a motion towards the bag for the purpose of opening it, when his companion interrupted him quickly. "You are Mr. Sidebottom's private secretary, are you not?" he asked. Shorthouse replied that he was. "Mr. Sidebottom," he went on to explain, "has entrusted me with the papers in the case, and I have the honour to return to you your letter of a week ago." He handed the letter to Garvey, who took it without a word, and deliberately placed it in the fire. He was not aware that the secretary was ignorant of its contents, yet his face betrayed no signs of feeling. Shorthouse noticed, however, that his eyes never left the fire until the last morsel had been consumed. Then he looked up and said, "You are familiar, then, with the facts of this most peculiar case?" Shorthouse saw no reason to confess his ignorance. "I have all the papers, Mr. Garvey," he replied, taking them out of the bag, "and I should be very glad if we could transact our business as speedily as possible. If you will cut your signature, "One moment, please," interrupted the other. "I must, before we proceed further, consult some papers in my laboratory. If you will allow me to leave you alone a few minutes for this purpose, we can conclude the whole matter in a very short time." Shorthouse did not approve of this further delay, but he had no option than to acquiesce, and when Garvey had left the room by the private door, he sat and waited with the papers in his hand. The minutes went by, and the other did not return. To pass the time, he thought of taking the false packet from his coat, to see that the papers were in order, and the move was indeed almost completed, when something, he never knew what, warned him to desist. The feeling again came over him that he was being watched, and he leaned back in his chair with the bag on his knees and waited with considerable impatience for the other's return. For more than 20 minutes he waited, and when at length the door opened and Garvey appeared, with profuse apologies for the delay, he saw by the clock that only a few minutes still remained of the time he had allowed himself to catch the last train. "Now I am completely at your service," he said pleasantly. "You must, of course, know, Mr. Shorthouse, that one cannot be too careful in matters of this kind, especially," he went on, speaking very slowly and impressively, "in dealing with a man like my former partner, whose mind, as you doubtless may have discovered, is at times very sadly affected." Shorthouse made no reply to this. He felt that the other was watching him as a cat watches a mouse. "It is almost a wonder to me," Garvey added, "that he is still at large. Unless he has greatly improved, it can hardly be safe for those who are closely associated with him." The other began to feel uncomfortable. Either this was the other side of the story, or it was the first signs of mental irresponsibility. "All business matters of importance require the utmost care, in my opinion, Mr. Garvey," he said at length cautiously. "Ah, then, as I thought, you have had a great deal to put up with from him," Garvey said, with his eyes fixed on his companion's face. "And no doubt he is still as bitter against me as he was years ago, when the disease first showed itself." Although this last remark was a deliberate question, and the questioner was waiting with fixed eyes for an answer, Shorthouse elected to take no notice of it. Without a word he pulled the elastic band from the blue envelope with a snap, and plainly showed his desire to conclude the business as soon as possible. The tendency on the other's part to delay did not suit him at all. "But never personal violence, I trust, Mr. Shorthouse," he added. "Never. I'm glad to hear it," Garvey said in a sympathetic voice. "Very glad to hear it. And now," he went on, "if you are ready, we can transact this little matter of business before dinner. It will only take a moment." He drew a chair up to the desk and sat down, taking a pair of scissors from a drawer. His companion approached with the papers in his hand, unfolding them as he came. Garvey at once took them from him, and, after turning over a few pages, he stopped and cut out a piece of writing at the bottom of the last sheet but one. Holding it up to him, Shorthouse read the words, "Joel Garvey," in faded ink. "There, that's my signature," he said, "and I've cut it out. It must be nearly 20 years since I wrote it, and now I'm going to burn it." He went to the fire and stooped over to burn the little slip of paper, and while he watched it being consumed, Shorthouse put the real papers in his pocket and slipped the imitation ones into the bag. Garvey turned just in time to see this latter movement. "I'm putting the papers back," Shorthouse said quietly. "You've done with them, I think." "Certainly," he replied, as, completely deceived, he saw the blue envelope disappear into the black bag and watched Shorthouse turn the key. "They no longer have the slightest interest for me." As he spoke, he moved over to the sideboard, and pouring himself out a small glass of whiskey, asked his visitor if he might do the same for him. But the visitor declined, and was already putting on his overcoat when Garvey turned with genuine surprise on his face. "You surely are not going back to New York tonight, Mr. Shorthouse," he said in a voice of astonishment. "I've just time to catch the 7:15 if I'm quick." "But I never heard of such a thing," Garvey said. "Of course I took it for granted that you would stay the night." "It's kind of you," said Shorthouse, "but really I must return tonight. I never expected to stay." The two men stood facing each other. Garvey pulled out his watch. "I'm exceedingly sorry," he said, "but upon my word I took it for granted you would stay. I ought to have said so long ago. I'm such a lonely fellow, and so little accustomed to visitors, that I fear I forgot my manners altogether. But in any case, Mr. Shorthouse, you cannot catch the 7:15, for it's already after 6 o'clock, and that's the last train tonight." Garvey spoke very quickly, almost eagerly, but his voice sounded genuine. "There's time if I walk quickly," said the young man with decision, moving towards the door. He glanced at his watch as he went. Hitherto he had gone by the clock on the mantelpiece. To his dismay he saw that it was, as his host had said, long after 6. The clock was half an hour slow, and he realized at once that it was no longer possible to catch the train. Had the hands of the clock been moved back intentionally? Had he been purposely detained? Unpleasant thoughts flashed into his brain and made him hesitate before taking the next step. His employer's warning rang in his ears. The alternative was 6 miles along a lonely road in the dark, or a night under Garvey's roof. The former seemed a direct invitation to catastrophe, if catastrophe there was planned to be. The latter, well, the choice was certainly small. One thing, however, he realized was plain. He must show neither fear nor hesitancy. "My watch must have gained," he observed quietly, turning the hands back without looking up. "It seems I have certainly missed that train, and shall be obliged to throw myself upon your hospitality. But believe me, I had no intention of putting you out to any such extent." "I'm delighted," the other said. "Defer to the judgment of an older man, and make yourself comfortable for the night. There's a bitter storm outside, and you don't put me out at all. On the contrary, it's a great pleasure. I have so little contact with the outside world that it's really a godsend to have you." The man's face changed as he spoke. His manner was cordial and sincere. Shorthouse began to feel ashamed of his doubts and to read between the lines of his employer's warning. He took off his coat, and the two men moved to the armchairs beside the fire. "You see," Garvey went on in a lowered voice, "I understand your hesitancy perfectly. I didn't know Sidebottom all those years without knowing a good deal about him, perhaps more than you do. I've no doubt now he filled your mind with all sorts of nonsense about me, probably told you that I was the greatest villain unhung, and all that sort of thing. Poor fellow, he was a fine sort before his mind became unhinged. One of his fancies used to be that everybody else was insane, or just about to become insane. Is he still as bad as that?" "Few men," replied Shorthouse, with the manner of making a great confidence, but entirely refusing to be drawn, "go through his experiences and reach his age without entertaining delusions of one kind or another." "Perfectly true," said Garvey. "Your observation is evidently keen." "Very keen indeed," Shorthouse replied, taking his cue neatly. "But of course there are some things," and here he looked cautiously over his shoulder, "there are some things one cannot talk about too circumspectly." "I understand perfectly, and respect your reserve." There was a little more conversation, and then Garvey got up and excused himself on the plea of superintending the preparation of the bedroom. "It's quite an event to have a visitor in the house, and I want to make you as comfortable as possible," he said. "Marks will do better for a little supervision. And, he added with a laugh as he stood in the doorway, I want you to carry back a good account to Sidebottom. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. The Strange Adventures of a Private Secretary in New York. Part 2. The tall form disappeared and the door was shut. The conversation of the past few minutes had come somewhat as a revelation to the secretary. Garvey seemed in full possession of normal instincts. There was no doubt as to the sincerity of his manner and intentions. The suspicions of the first hour began to vanish, like mist before the sun. Sidebottom's portentous warnings, and the mystery with which he surrounded the whole episode had been allowed to unduly influence his mind. The loneliness of the situation and the bleak nature of the surroundings had helped to complete the illusion. He began to be ashamed of his suspicions, and a change commenced gradually to be wrought in his thoughts. Anyhow, a dinner and a bed were preferable to 6 miles in the dark, no dinner, and a cold train into the bargain. Garvey returned presently. We'll do the best we can for you, he said, dropping into the deep armchair on the other side of the fire. Marks is a good servant if you watch him all the time. You must always stand over a Jew, though, if you want things done properly. They're tricky and uncertain, unless they're working for their own interests. But Marks might be worse, I'll admit. He's been with me for nearly 20 years. Cook, valet, housemaid, and butler all in one. In the old days, you know, he was a clerk in our office in Chicago. Garvey rattled on, and Shorthouse listened with occasional remarks thrown in. The former seemed pleased to have somebody to talk to, and the sound of his own voice was evidently sweet music in his ears. After a few minutes he crossed over to the sideboard, and again took up the decanter of whiskey, holding it to the light. "You will join me this time," he said pleasantly, pouring out 2 glasses. "It will give us an appetite for dinner." And this time Shorthouse did not refuse. The liquor was mellow and soft, and the men took 2 glasses apiece. "Excellent," remarked the secretary. "Glad you appreciate it," said the host, smacking his lips. "It's very old whiskey, and I rarely touch it when I'm alone. But this," he added, "is a special occasion, isn't it?" Shorthouse was in the act of putting his glass down when something drew his eyes suddenly to the other's face. A strange note in the man's voice caught his attention and communicated alarm to his nerves. A new light shone in Garvey's eyes, and there flitted momentarily across his strong figures the shadow of something that set the secretary's nerves tingling. A mist spread before his eyes, and the unaccountable belief rose strong in him that he was staring into the visage of an untamed animal. Close to his heart there was something that was wild, fierce, savage. An involuntary shiver ran over him and seemed to dispel the strange fancy as suddenly as it had come. He met the other's eyes with a smile, the counterpart of which in his heart was vivid horror. "It is a special occasion," he said, as naturally as possible, "and allow me to add very special whiskey." Garvey appeared delighted. He was in the middle of a devious tale, describing how the whiskey came originally into his possession when the door opened behind them and a grating voice announced that dinner was ready. They followed the cassocked form of Marks across the dirty hall, lit only by the shaft of light that followed them from the library door, and entered a small room where a single lamp stood before a table laid for dinner. The walls were destitute of pictures, and the windows had Venetian blinds without curtains. There was no fire in the grate, and when the men sat down facing each other, Shorthouse noticed that while his own cover was laid with its due proportion of glasses and cutlery, his companion had nothing before him but a soup plate, without fork, knife, or spoon beside it. "I don't know what there is to offer you," he said, "but I'm sure Marks has done the best he can at such short notice. I only eat one course for dinner, but pray take your time and enjoy your food." Marks presently set a plate of soup before the guest, yet so loathsome was the immediate presence of this old Hebrew servitor that the spoonfuls disappeared somewhat slowly. Garvey sat and watched him. Shorthouse said the soup was delicious, and bravely swallowed another mouthful. In reality, his thoughts were centered upon his companion, whose manners were giving evidence of a gradual and curious change. There was a decided difference in his demeanor, a difference that the secretary felt at first rather than saw. Garvey's quiet self-possession was giving place to a degree of suppressed excitement that seemed so far inexplicable. His movements became quick and nervous, his eyes shifting and strangely brilliant, and his voice, when he spoke, betrayed an occasional deep tremor. Something unwonted was stirring within him, and evidently demanding every moment more vigorous manifestation as the meal proceeded. Intuitively, Shorthouse was afraid of this growing excitement, and while negotiating some uncommonly tough pork chops, he tried to lead the conversation on to the subject of chemistry, of which in his Oxford days he had been an enthusiastic student. His companion, however, would none of it. It seemed to have lost interest for him, and he would barely condescend to respond. When Marks presently returned with a plate of steaming eggs and bacon, the subject dropped of its own accord. "An inadequate dinner dish," Garvey said, as soon as the man was gone. "But better than nothing, I hope." Shorthouse remarked that he was exceedingly fond of bacon and eggs, and looking up with the last word, saw that Garvey's face was twitching convulsively, and that he was almost wriggling in his chair. He quieted down, however, under the secretary's gaze, and observed, though evidently with an effort, "Very good of you to say so. Wish I could join you, only I never eat such stuff. I only take one course for dinner." Shorthouse began to feel some curiosity as to what the nature of this one course might be, but he made no further remark, and contented himself with noting mentally that his companion's excitement seemed to be rapidly growing beyond his control. There was something uncanny about it, and he began to wish he had chosen the alternative of the walk to the station. "I'm glad to see you never speak when Marks is in the room," said Garvey presently. "I'm sure it's better not. Don't you think so?" He appeared to wait eagerly for the answer. "Undoubtedly," said the puzzled secretary. "Yes," the other went on quickly. "He's an excellent man, but he has one drawback, a really horrid one. You may, but no, you could hardly have noticed it yet." "Not drink, I trust," said Shorthouse, who would rather have discussed any other subject than the odious Jew. "Worse than that, a great deal. Garvey replied, evidently expecting the other to draw him out. But Shorthouse was in no mood to hear anything horrible, and he declined to step into the trap. "The best of servants have their faults," he said coldly. "I'll tell you what it is if you like," Garvey went on, still speaking very low and leaning forward over the table so that his face came close to the flame of the lamp. "Only we must speak quietly in case he's listening. I'll tell you what it is, if you think you won't be frightened." "Nothing frightens me," he laughed. "Garvey must understand that at all events. Nothing can frighten me," he repeated. "I'm glad of that, for it frightens me a good deal sometimes." Shorthouse feigned indifference, yet he was aware that his heart was beating a little quicker and that there was a sensation of chilliness in his back. He waited in silence for what was to come. "He has a horrible predilection for vacuums," Garvey went on presently in a still lower voice, and thrusting his face farther forward under the lamp. "Vacuums!" exclaimed the secretary in spite of himself. "What in the world do you mean?" "What I say, of course. He's always tumbling into them, so that I can't find him or get at him. He hides there for hours at a time, and for the life of me I can't make out what he does there." Shorthouse stared his companion straight in the eyes. What in the name of heaven was he talking about? "Do you suppose he goes there for a change of air, or to escape?" he went on in a louder voice. Shorthouse could have laughed outright but for the expression of the other's face. "I should not think there was much air of any sort in a vacuum," he said quietly. "That's exactly what I feel," continued Garvey with ever-growing excitement. "That's the horrid part of it. How the devil does he live there? You see—" "Have you ever followed him there?" interrupted the secretary. The other leaned back in his chair and drew a deep sigh. "Never. It's impossible. You see I can't follow him. There's not room for two. A vacuum only holds one comfortably. Marks knows that. He's out of my reach altogether once he's fairly inside. He knows the best side of a bargain. He's a regular Jew." "That is a drawback to a servant, of course." Shorthouse spoke slowly, with his eyes on his place. "A drawback?" interrupted the other with an ugly chuckle. "I call it a draw-in. That's what I call it." "A draw-in does seem a more accurate term," assented Shorthouse. "But," he went on, "I thought that nature abhorred a vacuum. She used to when I was at school, though perhaps it's so long ago." He hesitated and looked up. Something in Garvey's face, something he had felt before he looked up, stopped his tongue and froze the words in his throat. His lips refused to move and became suddenly dry. Again the mist rose before his eyes, and the appalling shadow dropped its veil over the face before him. Garvey's features began to burn and glow. Then they seemed to coarsen and somehow slip confusedly together. He stared for a second, it seemed only for a second, into the visage of a ferocious and abominable animal, and then, as suddenly as it had come, the filthy shadow of the beast passed off. The mist melted out, and with a mighty effort over his nerves, he forced himself to finish his sentence. "You see, it's so long since I've given attention to such things," he stammered. His heart was beating rapidly, and a feeling of oppression was gathering over it. It's my peculiar and special study, on the other hand," Garvey resumed. "I've not spent all these years in my laboratory to no purpose, I can assure you. Nature, I know for a fact," he added with unnatural warmth, "does not abhor a vacuum. On the contrary, she's uncommonly fond of 'em, much too fond, it seems, for the comfort of my little household. If there were fewer vacuums and more abhorrence, we should get on better, a damned sight better, in my opinion." "Your special knowledge, no doubt, enables you to speak with authority," Shorthouse said, curiosity and alarm warring with other mixed feelings in his mind. "But how can a man tumble into a vacuum?" "You may well ask. That's just it. How can he? It's preposterous, and I can't make it out at all. Marx knows, but he won't tell me. Jews know more than we do. For my part, I have reason to believe—" He stopped and listened. "Hush, here he comes," he added, rubbing his hands together as if in glee, and fidgeting in his chair. Steps were heard coming down the passage, and as they approached the door, Garvey seemed to give himself completely over to an excitement he could not control. His eyes were fixed on the door, and he began clutching the tablecloth with both hands. Again his face was screened by the loathsome shadow. It grew wild, wolfish, as through a mask that concealed and yet was thin enough to let through a suggestion of the beast crouching behind. There leaped into his countenance the strange look of the animal in the human, the expression of the werewolf, the monster. The change in all its loathsomeness came rapidly over his features, which began to lose their outline, the nose flattened, dropping with broad nostrils over thick lips, the face rounded, filled, and became squat. The eyes, which luckily for Shorthouse no longer sought his own, glowed with the light of untamed appetite and bestial greed. The hands left the cloth and grasped the edges of the plate, and then clutched the cloth again. "This is my course coming now," said Garvey in a deep, guttural voice. He was shivering. His upper lip was partly lifted and showed the teeth, white and gleaming. A moment later the door opened and Marx hurried into the room and set a dish in front of his master. Garvey half rose to meet him, stretching out his hands and grinning horribly. With his mouth he made a sound like the snarl of an animal. The dish before him was steaming, but the slight vapor rising from it betrayed by its odor that it was not born of a fire of coals. It was the natural heat of flesh warmed by the fires of life only just expelled. The moment the dish rested on the table, Garvey pushed away his own plate and drew the other up close under his mouth. Then he seized the food in both hands and commenced to tear it with his teeth, grunting as he did so. Shorthouse closed his eyes with a feeling of nausea. When he looked up again, the lips and jaw of the man opposite were stained with crimson. The whole man was transformed, a feasting tiger, starved and ravenous, but without a tiger's grace. This was what he watched for several minutes, transfixed with horror and disgust. Marx had already taken his departure, knowing evidently what was not good for the eyes to look upon, and Shorthouse knew at last that he was sitting face to face with a madman. The ghastly meal was finished in an incredibly short time, and nothing was left but a tiny pool of red liquid rapidly hardening. Garvey leaned back heavily in his chair and sighed. His smeared face, withdrawn now from the glare of the lamp, began to resume its normal appearance. Presently he looked up at his guest and said in his natural voice, "I hope you've had enough to eat. You wouldn't care for this, you know," with a downward glance. Shorthouse met his eyes with an inward loathing, and it was impossible not to show some of the repugnance he felt. In the other's face, however, he thought he saw a subdued, cowed expression, but he found nothing to say. "Marks will be in presently," Garvey went on. "He's either listening or in a vacuum." "Does he choose any particular time for his visits?" the secretary managed to ask. "He generally goes after dinner, just about this time, in fact. But he's not gone yet," he added, shrugging his shoulders, "for I think I hear him coming." Shorthouse wondered whether vacuum was possibly synonymous with wine cellar, but gave no expression to his thoughts. With chills of horror still running up and down his back, he saw Marks come in with a basin and towel, while Garvey thrust up his face, just as an animal puts up its muzzle to be rubbed. "Now we'll have coffee in the library if you're ready," he said, in the tone of a gentleman addressing his guests after a dinner party. Shorthouse picked up the bag which had lain all this time between his feet, and walked through the door his host held open for him. Side by side they crossed the dark hall together, and to his disgust Garvey linked an arm in his, and with his face so close to the secretary's ear that he felt the warm breath, said in a thick voice, "You're uncommonly careful with that bag, Mr. Shorthouse. It surely must contain something more than the bundle of papers." "Nothing but the papers," he answered, feeling the hand burning upon his arm, and wishing he were miles away from the house and its abominable occupants. "Quite sure?" asked the other, with an odious and suggestive chuckle. "Is there any meat in it? Fresh meat? Raw meat?" The secretary felt somehow that at the least sign of fear the beast on his arm would leap upon him and tear him with his teeth. "Nothing of the sort," he answered vigorously. "It wouldn't hold enough to feed a cat." "True," said Garvey with a vile sigh, while the other felt the hand upon his arm twitch up and down as if feeling the flesh. "True, it's too small to be of any real use. As you say, it wouldn't hold enough to feed a cat." Shorthouse was unable to suppress a cry. The muscles of his fingers, too, relaxed in spite of himself, and he let the black bag drop with a bang to the floor. Garvey instantly withdrew his arm and turned with a quick movement, but the secretary had regained his control as suddenly as he had lost it, and he met the maniac's eyes with a steady and aggressive glare. "There, you see, it's quite light. It makes no appreciable noise when I drop it." He picked it up and let it fall again, as if he had dropped it for the first time purposely. The ruse was successful. "Yes, you're right," Garvey said, still standing in the doorway and staring at him. "At any rate, it wouldn't hold enough for two," he laughed. And as he closed the door, the horrid laughter echoed in the empty hall. They sat down by a blazing fire, and Shorthouse was glad to feel its warmth. Marks presently brought in coffee. A glass of the old whiskey and a good cigar helped to restore equilibrium. For some minutes the men sat in silence, staring into the fire. Then, without looking up, Garvey said in a quiet voice, "I suppose it was a shock to you to see me eat raw meat like that. I must apologize if it was unpleasant to you, but it's all I can eat, and it's the only meal I take in the 24 hours. Best nourishment in the world, no doubt, though I should think it might be a trifle strong for some stomachs." He tried to lead the conversation away from so unpleasant a subject, and went on to talk rapidly of the values of different foods, of vegetarianism and vegetarians, and of men who had gone for long periods without any food at all. Garvey listened apparently without interest, and had nothing to say. At the first pause he jumped in eagerly. "When the hunger is really great on me," he said, still gazing into the fire, "I simply cannot control myself. I must have raw meat, the first I can get." Here he raised his shining eyes, and Shorthouse felt his hair beginning to rise. "It comes upon me so suddenly, too. I never can tell when to expect it. A year ago, the passion rose in me like a whirlwind, and Marks was out, and I couldn't get meat. I had to get something, or I should have bitten myself. Just when it was getting unbearable, my dog ran out from beneath the sofa. It was a spaniel." Shorthouse responded with an effort. He hardly knew what he was saying, and his skin crawled as if a million ants were moving over it. There was a pause of several minutes. "I've bitten marks all over," Garvey went on presently, in his strange, quiet voice, and as if he were speaking of apples. "But he's bitter. I doubt if the hunger could ever make me do it again. Probably that's what first drove him to take shelter in a vacuum." He chuckled hideously as he thought of this solution of his attendants' disappearances. Shorthouse seized the poker and poked the fire as if his life depended on it, but when the banging and clattering was over, Garvey continued his remarks with the same calmness. The next sentence, however, was never finished. The secretary had got upon his feet suddenly. "I shall ask your permission to retire," he said in a determined voice. "I'm tired tonight. Will you be good enough to show me to my room?" Garvey looked up at him with a curious, cringing expression, behind which there shone the gleam of cunning passion. "Certainly," he said, rising from his chair. "You've had a tiring journey. I ought to have thought of that before." He took the candle from the table and lit it, and the fingers that held the match trembled. "We needn't trouble Marks," he explained. "That beast's in his vacuum by this time." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. The Strange Adventures of a Private Secretary in New York. Part 3. They crossed the hall and began to ascend the carpetless wooden stairs. They were in the well of the house, and the air cut like ice. Garvey, the flickering candle in his hand, throwing his face into strong outline, led the way across the first landing and opened a door near the mouth of a dark passage. A pleasant room greeted the visitor's eyes, and he rapidly took in its points while his host walked over and lit 2 candles that stood on a table at the foot of the bed. A fire burned brightly in the grate. There were 2 windows opening like doors in the wall opposite, and a high canopied bed occupied most of the space on the right. Paneling ran all round the room, reaching nearly to the ceiling, and gave a warm and cozy appearance to the whole, while the portraits that stood in alternate panels suggested somehow the atmosphere of an old country house in England. Shorthouse was agreeably surprised. "I hope you'll find everything you need," Garvey was saying in the doorway. "If not, you have only to ring that bell by the fireplace. Marks won't hear it, of course, but it rings in my laboratory where I spend most of the night." Then, with a brief good night, he went out and shut the door after him. The instant he was gone, Mr. Sidebottom's private secretary did a peculiar thing. He planted himself in the middle of the room with his back to the door, and, drawing the pistol swiftly from his hip pocket, levelled it across his left arm at the window. Standing motionless in this position for 30 seconds, he then suddenly swerved right round and faced in the other direction, pointing his pistol straight at the keyhole of the door. There followed immediately a sound of shuffling outside and of steps retreating across the landing. On his knees at the keyhole, was the secretary's reflection. Just as I thought, but he didn't expect to look down the barrel of a pistol, and it made him jump a little. As soon as the steps had gone downstairs and died away across the hall, Shorthouse went over and locked the door, stuffing a piece of crumpled paper into the second keyhole, which he saw immediately above the first. After that he made a thorough search of the room. It hardly repaid the trouble, for he found nothing unusual. Yet he was glad he had made it. It relieved him to find no one was in hiding under the bed or in the deep oak cupboard, and he hoped sincerely it was not the cupboard in which the unfortunate spaniel had come to its vile death. The French windows, he discovered, opened onto a little balcony. It looked on to the front, and there was a drop of less than 20 feet to the ground below. The bed was high and wide, soft as feathers and covered with snowy sheets, very inviting to a tired man, and beside the blazing fire were a couple of deep armchairs. Altogether it was very pleasant and comfortable, but, tired though he was, Shorthouse had no intention of going to bed. It was impossible to disregard the warning of his nerves. They had never failed him before, and when that sense of distressing horror lodged in his bones, he knew there was something in the wind, and that a red flag was flying over the immediate future. Some delicate instrument in his being, more subtle than the senses, more accurate than mere presentiment, had seen the red flag and interpreted its meaning. Again, it seemed to him, as he sat in an armchair over the fire, that his movements were being carefully watched from somewhere. And not knowing what weapons might be used against him, he felt that his real safety lay in a rigid control of his mind and feelings, and a stout refusal to admit that he was in the least alarmed. The house was very still. As the night wore on, the wind dropped. Only occasional bursts of sleet against the windows reminded him that the elements were awake and uneasy. Once or twice the windows rattled, and the rain hissed in the fire, but the roar of the wind in the chimney grew less and less, and the lonely building was at last lapped in a great stillness. The coals clicked, settling themselves deeper in the grate, and the noise of the cinders dropping with a tiny report into the soft heap of accumulated ashes was the only sound that punctuated the silence. In proportion as the power of sleep grew upon him, the dread of the situation lessened, but so imperceptibly, so gradually, and so insinuatingly that he scarcely realized the change. He thought he was as wide awake to his danger as ever. The successful exclusion of horrible mental pictures of what he had seen he attributed to his rigorous control, instead of to their true cause. The creeping over him of the soft influences of sleep. The faces in the coals were so soothing. The armchair was so comfortable, so sweet the breath that gently pressed upon his eyelids, so subtle the growth of the sensation of safety. He settled down deeper into the chair, and in another moment would have been asleep, when the red flag began to shake violently to and fro, and he sat bolt upright, as if he had been stabbed in the back. Someone was coming up the stairs. The boards creaked beneath the stealthy weight. Shorthouse sprang from the chair and crossed the room swiftly, taking up his position beside the door, but out of range of the keyhole. The 2 candles flared unevenly on the table at the foot of the bed. The steps were slow and cautious. It seemed 30 seconds between each one, but the person who was taking them was very close to the door. Already he had topped the stairs and was shuffling almost silently across the bit of landing. The secretary slipped his hand into his pistol pocket and drew back further against the wall, and hardly had he completed the movement when the sounds abruptly ceased, and he knew that somebody was standing just outside the door and preparing for a careful observation through the keyhole. He was in no sense a coward. In action he was never afraid. It was the waiting and wondering and the uncertainty that might have loosened his nerves a little. But somehow a wave of intense horror swept over him for a second as he thought of the bestial maniac and his attendant Jew, and he would rather have faced a pack of wolves than have to do with either of these men. Something brushing gently against the door set his nerves tingling afresh and made him tighten his grasp on the pistol. The steel was cold and slippery in his moist fingers. What an awful noise it would make when he pulled the trigger. If the door were to open, how close he would be to the figure that came in. Yet he knew it was locked on the inside and could not possibly open. Again, something brushed against the panel beside him, and a second later the piece of crumpled paper fell from the keyhole to the floor, while the piece of thin wire that had accomplished this result showed its point for a moment in the room, and was then swiftly withdrawn. Somebody was evidently peering now through the keyhole, and realizing this fact, the spirit of attack entered into the heart of the beleaguered man. Raising aloft his right hand, he brought it suddenly down with a resounding crash upon the panel of the door next the keyhole, a crash that to the crouching eavesdropper must have seemed like a clap of thunder out of a clear sky. There was a gasp and a slight lurching against the door, and the midnight listener rose startled and alarmed, for Shorthouse plainly heard the tread of feet across the landing and down the stairs till they were lost in the silences of the hall. Only this time it seemed to him there were 4 feet instead of 2. Quickly stuffing the paper back into the keyhole, he was in the act of walking back to the fireplace, when, over his shoulder, he caught sight of a white face pressed in outline against the outside of the window. It was blurred in the streams of sleet, but the white of the moving eyes was unmistakable. He turned instantly to meet it, but the face was withdrawn like a flash, and darkness rushed in to fill the gap where it had appeared. Watched on both sides, he reflected. But he was not to be surprised into any sudden action, and quietly, walking over to the fireplace, as if he had seen nothing unusual, he stirred the coals a moment, and then strolled leisurely over to the window. Steeling his nerves, which quivered a moment in spite of his will, he opened the window and stepped out onto the balcony. The wind, which he thought had dropped, rushed past him into the room and extinguished one of the candles, while a volley of fine cold rain burst all over his face. At first he could see nothing, and the darkness came close up to his eyes like a wall. He went a little further on to the balcony and drew the window after him till it clashed. Then he stood and waited. But nothing touched him, No one seemed to be there. His eyes got accustomed to the blackness, and he was able to make out the iron railing, the dark shapes of the trees beyond, and the faint light coming from the other window. Through this he peered into the room, walking the length of the balcony to do so. Of course, he was standing in a shaft of light, and whoever was crouching in the darkness below could plainly see him. Below. That there should be anyone above did not occur to him until, just as he was preparing to go in again, he became aware that something was moving in the darkness over his head. He looked up, instinctively raising a protecting arm, and saw a long black line swinging against the dim wall of the house. The shutters of the window on the next floor, whence it depended, were thrown open and moving backwards and forwards in the wind. The line was evidently a thickish cord, for as he looked it was pulled in, and the end disappeared in the darkness. Shorthouse, trying to whistle to himself, peered over the edge of the balcony as if calculating the distance he might have to drop, and then calmly walked into the room again and closed the window behind him, leaving the latch so that the lightest touch would cause it to fly open. He relit the candle and drew a straight-backed chair up to the table. Then he put coal on the fire and stirred it up into a royal blaze. He would willingly have folded the shutters over those staring windows at his back, but that was out of the question. It would have been to cut off his way of escape. Sleep, for the time, was at a disadvantage. His brain was full of blood, and every nerve was tingling. He felt as if countless eyes were upon him, and scores of stained hands were stretching out from the corners and crannies of the house to seize him. Crouching figures of hideous Jews stood everywhere about him where shelter was, creeping forward out of the shadows when he was not looking, and retreating swiftly and silently when he turned his head. Wherever he looked, other eyes met his own, and though they melted away under his steady, confident gaze, he knew they would wax and draw in upon him the instant his glances weakened and his will wavered. Though there were no sounds, he knew that in the well of the house there was movement going on, and preparation, and this knowledge, inasmuch as it came to him irresistibly and through other and more subtle channels than those of the senses, kept the sense of horror fresh in his blood and made him alert and awake. But no matter how great the dread in the heart, the power of sleep will eventually overcome it. Exhausted nature is irresistible, and as the minutes wore on and midnight passed, he realized that nature was vigorously asserting herself, and sleep was creeping upon him from the extremities. To lessen the danger, he took out his pencil and began to draw the articles of furniture in the room. He worked into elaborate detail the cupboard, the mantelpiece, and the bed, and from these he passed on to the portraits. Being possessed of genuine skill, he found the occupation sufficiently absorbing. It kept the blood in his brain, and that kept him awake. The pictures, moreover, now that he considered them for the first time, were exceedingly well painted. Owing to the dim light, he centered his attention upon the portraits beside the fireplace. On the right was a woman, with a sweet, gentle face, and a figure of great refinement. On the left was a full-size figure of a big, handsome man, with a full beard, and wearing a hunting costume of ancient date. From time to time he turned to the windows behind him, but the vision of the face was not repeated. More than once, too, he went to the door and listened, but the silence was so profound in the house that he gradually came to believe the plan of attack had been abandoned. Once he went out onto the balcony, but the sleet stung his face, and he only had time to see that the shutters above were closed when he was obliged to seek the shelter of the room again. In this way the hours passed. The fire died down and the room grew chilly. Shorthouse had made several sketches of the two heads and was beginning to feel overpoweringly weary. His feet and his hands were cold, and his yawns were prodigious. It seemed ages and ages since the steps had come to listen at his door, and the face had watched him from the window. A feeling of safety had somehow come to him. In reality, he was exhausted. His one desire was to drop upon the soft white bed and yield himself up to sleep without any further struggle. He rose from his chair with a series of yawns that refused to be stifled and looked at his watch. It was close upon 3 a.m. He made up his mind that he would lie down with his clothes on and get some sleep. It was safe enough. The door was locked on the inside, and the window was fastened. Putting the bag on the table near his pillow, he blew out the candles and dropped with a sense of careless and delicious exhaustion upon the soft mattress. In 5 minutes he was sound asleep. There had scarcely been time for the dreams to come when he found himself lying sideways across the bed, with wide open eyes staring into the darkness. Someone had touched him, and he had writhed away in his sleep as from something unholy. The movement had awakened him. The room was simply black. No light came from the windows, and the fire had gone out as completely as if water had been poured upon it. He gazed into a sheet of impenetrable darkness that came close up to his face like a wall. His first thought was for the papers in his coat, and his hand flew to the pocket. They were safe, and the relief caused by this discovery left his mind instantly free for other reflections, and the realization that at once came to him with a touch of dismay was that during his sleep some definite change had been effected in the room. He felt this with that intuitive certainty which amounts to positive knowledge. The room was utterly still, but the corroboration that was speedily brought to him seemed at once to fill the darkness with a whispering, secret life that chilled his blood and made the sheet feel like ice against his cheek. Hark! This was it. There reached his ears, in which the blood was already buzzing with warming clamour, a dull murmur of something that rose indistinctly from the well of the house and became audible to him without passing through walls or doors. There seemed no solid surface between him, lying on the bed, and the landing, between the landing and the stairs, and between the stairs and the hall beyond. He knew that the door of the room was standing open. Therefore, it had been opened from the inside. Yet the window was fastened, also on the inside. Hardly was this realized when the conspiring silence of the hour was broken by another and a more definite sound. A step was coming along the passage. A certain bruise on the hip told Shorthouse that the pistol in his pocket was ready for use, and he drew it out quickly and cocked it. Then he just had time to slip over the edge of the bed and crouch down on the floor when the step halted on the threshold of the room. The bed was thus between him and the open door. The window was at his back. He waited in the darkness. What struck him as peculiar about the steps was that there seemed no particular desire to move stealthily. There was no extreme caution. They moved along in rather a slipshod way, and sounded like soft slippers or feet in stockings. There was something clumsy, irresponsible, almost reckless about the movement. For a second the steps paused upon the threshold, but only for a second. Almost immediately they came on into the room, and as they passed from the wood to the carpet, Shorthouse noticed that they became wholly noiseless. He waited in suspense, not knowing whether the unseen walker was on the other side of the room or was close upon him. Presently he stood up and stretched out his left arm in front of him, groping, searching, feeling in a circle, and behind it he held the pistol, cocked and pointed in his right hand. As he rose, a bone cracked in his knee. His clothes rustled as if they were newspapers, and his breath seemed loud enough to be heard all over the room. But not a sound came to betray the position of the invisible intruder. Then, just when the tension was becoming unbearable, a noise relieved the gripping silence. It was wood knocking against wood, and it came from the farther end of the room. The steps had moved over to the fireplace. A sliding sound almost immediately followed it, and then silence closed again over everything like a pall. For another 5 minutes Shorthouse waited, and then the suspense became too much. He could not stand that open door. The candles were close beside him, and he struck a match and lit them, expecting in the sudden glare to receive at least a terrific blow. But nothing happened, and he saw at once that the room was entirely empty. Walking over with the pistol cocked, he peered out into the darkness of the landing, and then closed the door and turned the key. Then he searched the room, bed, cupboard, table, curtains, everything that could have concealed a man, but found no trace of the intruder. The owner of the footsteps had disappeared like a ghost into the shadows of the night, but for one fact he might have imagined that he had been dreaming. The bag had vanished. There was no more sleep for Shorthouse that night. His watch pointed to 4 a.m., and there were still 3 hours before daylight. He sat down at the table and continued his sketches. With fixed determination he went on with his drawing and began a new outline of the man's head. There was something in the expression that continually evaded him. He had no success with it, and this time it seemed to him that it was the eyes that brought about his discomfiture. He held up his pencil before his face to measure the distance between the nose and the eyes, and to his amazement he saw that a change had come over the features. The eyes were no longer open. The lids had closed. For a second he stood in a sort of stupefied astonishment. A push would have toppled him over. Then he sprang to his feet and held a candle close up to the picture. The eyelids quivered. The eyelashes trembled. Then right before his gaze, the eyes opened and looked straight into his own. 2 holes were cut in the panel, and this pair of eyes, human eyes, just fitted them. As by a curious effect of magic, the strong fear that had governed him ever since his entry into the house disappeared in a second. Anger rushed into his heart, and his chilled blood rose suddenly to the boiling point. Putting the candle down, he took 2 steps back into the room, and then flung himself forward with all his strength against the painted panel. Instantly, and before the crash came, the eyes were withdrawn, and 2 black spaces showed where they had been. The old huntsman was eyeless, but the panel cracked and split inwards like a sheet of thin cardboard, and Shorthouse, pistol in hand, thrust an arm through the jagged aperture, and seizing a human leg, dragged out into the room the Jew. Words rushed in such a torrent to his lips that they choked him. The old Hebrew, white as chalk, stood shaking before him, the bright pistol barrel opposite his eyes, when a volume of cold air rushed into the room, and with it a sound of hurried steps. Shorthouse felt his arm knocked up before he had time to turn, and the same second Garvey, who had somehow managed to burst open the window, came between him and the trembling Marks. His lips were parted and his eyes rolled strangely in his distorted face. "Don't shoot him! Shoot in the air!" he shrieked. He seized the Jew by the shoulders. "You damned hound!" he roared. hissing in his face. "So I've got you at last. That's where your vacuum is it? I know your vile hiding place at last." He shook him like a dog. "I've been after him all night," he cried, turning to Shorthouse. "All night, I tell you, and I've got him at last." Garvey lifted his upper lip as he spoke and showed his teeth. They shone like the fangs of a wolf. The Jew evidently saw them too, for he gave a horrid yell and struggled furiously. Before the eyes of the secretary a mist seemed to rise. The hideous shadow again leaped into Garvey's face. He foresaw a dreadful battle, and covering the two men with his pistol, he retreated slowly to the door. Whether they were both mad or both criminal, he did not pause to inquire. The only thought present in his mind was that the sooner he made his escape, the better. Garvey was still shaking the Jew when he reached the door and turned the key. But as he passed out onto the landing, both men stopped their struggling and turned to face him. Garvey's face, bestial, loathsome, livid with anger. The Jew's white and grey with fear and horror. Both turned towards him and joined in a wild, horrible yell that woke the echoes of the night. The next second they were after him at full speed. Shorthouse slammed the door in their faces and was at the foot of the stairs, crouching in the shadow, before they were out upon the landing. They tore shrieking down the stairs and past him into the hall, and, wholly unnoticed, Shorthouse whipped up the stairs again, crossed the bedroom, and dropped from the balcony into the soft snow. As he ran down the drive, he heard behind him in the house the yells of the maniacs, and when he reached home several hours later, Mr. Sidebottom not only raised his salary, but also told him to buy a new hat and overcoat, and send in the bill to him. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elsie Selwyn. The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood. Chapter 13. Skeleton Lake, an Episode in Camp. The utter loneliness of our moose camp on Skeleton Lake had impressed us from the beginning. In the Quebec backwoods, 5 days by trail and canoe from civilization, and perhaps the singular name contributed a little to the sensation of eeriness that made itself felt in the camp circle when once the sun was down, and the late October mists began rising from the lake and winding their way in among the tree trunks. For in these regions all names of lakes and hills and islands have their origin in some actual event, taking either the name of a chief participant, such as Smith's Ridge, or claiming a place in the map by perpetuating some special feature of the journey or the scenery, such as Long Island, Deep Rapids, or Rainy Lake. All names thus have their meaning and are usually pretty recently acquired, while the majority are self-explanatory and suggest human and pioneer relations. Skeleton Lake, therefore, was a name full of suggestion, and though none of us knew the origin or the story of its birth, we all were conscious of a certain lugubrious atmosphere that haunted its shores and islands, and but for the evidences of recent moose tracks in its neighborhood, we should probably have pitched our tents elsewhere. For several hundred miles in any direction, we knew of only one other party of whites. They had journeyed up on the train with us, getting in at North Bay, and hailing from Boston way. A common goal and object had served by way of introduction, but the acquaintance had made little progress. This noisy, aggressive Yankee did not suit our fancy much as a possible neighbor, and it was only a slight intimacy between his chief guide, Jake, the Swede, and one of our men that kept the thing going at all. They went into camp on Beaver Creek 50 miles or more to the west of us. But that was 6 weeks ago and seemed as many months, for days and nights pass slowly in these solitudes, and the scale of time changes wonderfully. Our men always seem to know by instinct pretty well whar them other fellows was moving, but in the interval no one had come across their trails, or once so much as heard their rifle shots. Our little camp consisted of the professor, his wife, a splendid shot and keen woodswoman, and myself. We had a guide apiece and hunted daily in pairs from before sunrise till dark. It was our last evening in the woods, and the professor was lying in my little wedge tent, discussing the dangers of hunting alone and couples in this way. The flap of the tent hung back and let in fragrant odors of cooking over an open wood fire. Everywhere there was bustle and preparation, and one canoe already lay packed with moose horns, her nose pointing southwards. "If an accident happened to one of them," he was saying, "the survivor's story when he returned to camp would be entirely unsupported evidence, wouldn't it? Because you see," and he went on laying down the law after the manner of professors, until I became so bored that my attention began to wander to pictures and memories of the scenes we were just about to leave: Garden Lake with its 100 islands, the rapids out of Round Pond, the countless vistas of forest, crimson and gold in the autumn sunshine, and the starlit nights we had spent watching in cold, cramped positions for the wary moose on lonely lakes among the hills. The hum of the professor's voice in time grew more soothing. A nod or a grunt was all the reply he looked for. Fortunately, he loathed interruptions. I think I could almost have gone to sleep under his very nose. Perhaps I did sleep for a brief interval. Then it all came about so quickly, and the tragedy of it was so unexpected and painful, throwing our peaceful camp into momentary confusion, that now it all seems to have happened with the uncanny swiftness of a dream. First, there was the abrupt ceasing of the droning voice, and then the running of quick little steps over the pine needles, and the confusion of men's voices, and the next instant the professor's wife was at the tent door, hatless, her face white, her hunting bloomers bagging at the wrong places, a rifle in her hand, and her words running into one another anyhow. "Quick, Harry, it's Rushton! I was asleep and it woke me. Something's happened. You must deal with it." In a second we were outside the tent with our rifles. "My God!" I heard the professor exclaim, as if he had first made the discovery. "It is Rushton!" I saw the guides helping, dragging a man out of a canoe. A brief space of deep silence followed, in which I heard only the waves from the canoe washing up on the sand, and then immediately after came the voice of a man talking with amazing rapidity and with odd gaps between his words. It was Rushton telling his story, and the tones of his voice, now whispering, now almost shouting, mixed with sobs and solemn oaths and frequent appeals to the deity, somehow or other struck the false note at the very start, and before any of us guessed or knew anything at all, something moved secretly between his words, a shadow veiling the stars, destroying the peace of our little camp, and touched us all personally with an undefinable sense of horror and distrust. I can see that group to this day, with all the detail of a good photograph, standing halfway between the firelight and the darkness, a slight mist rising from the lake, the frosty stars, and our men, in silence that was all sympathy, dragging Rushton across the rocks towards the campfire. Their moccasins crunched on the sand and slipped several times on the stones beneath the weight of the limp, exhausted body, and I can still see every inch of the pared cedar branch he had used for a paddle on that lonely and dreadful journey. But what struck me most, as it struck us all, was the limp exhaustion of his body compared to the strength of his utterance and the tearing rush of his words. A vigorous driving power was there at work, forcing out the tale, red-hot and throbbing, full of discrepancies and the strangest contradictions. And the nature of this driving power I first began to appreciate when they had lifted him into the circle of firelight, and I saw his face gray under the tan, terror in the eyes, tears too, hair and beard awry, and listened to the wild stream of words pouring forth without ceasing. I think we all understood then, but it was only after many years that anyone dared to confess what he thought. There was Matt Morris, my guide, Silver Fizz, whose real name was unknown, and who bore the title of his favorite drink, and huge Hank Milligan, all ears and kind intention, and there was Rushton, pouring out his ready-made tale, with ever-shifting eyes, turning from face to face, seeking confirmation of details none had witnessed but himself, and one other. Silver Fizz was the first to recover from the shock of the thing, and to realize, with a natural sense of chivalry common to most genuine backwoodsmen, that the man was at a terrible disadvantage. At any rate, he was the first to start putting the matter to rights. "Never mind telling it just now," he said in a gruff voice, but with real gentleness. "Get a bite to eat first, and then let her go afterwards. Better have a horn of whiskey, too. It ain't all packed yet, I guess." "Couldn't eat or drink a thing," cried the other. "Good Lord, don't you see, man? I want to talk to someone first. I want to get it out of me to someone who can answer. I've had nothing but trees to talk with for 3 days, and I can't carry it any longer. Those cursed, silent trees. I've told 'em 1,000 times. Now just see here, it was this way. When we started help from camp—" He looked fearfully about him, and we realized it was useless to stop him. The story was bound to come, and come it did. Now, the story itself was nothing out of the way. Such tales are told by the dozen round any campfire, where men who have knocked about in the woods are in the circle. It was the way he told it that made our flesh creep. He was near the truth all along, but he was skimming it, and the skimming took off the cream that might have saved his soul. Of course he smothered it in words, odd words too, melodramatic, poetic, out-of-the-way words that lie just on the edge of frenzy. Of course, too, he kept asking us each in turn, scanning our faces with those restless, frightened eyes of his, "What would you have done? What else could I do?" And, "Was that my fault?" But that was nothing, for he was no milk-and-water fellow who dealt in hints and suggestions. He told his story boldly, forcing his conclusions upon us, as if we had been so many wax cylinders of a phonograph that would repeat accurately what had been told us, and these questions I have mentioned he used to emphasize any special point that he seemed to think required such emphasis. The fact was, however, the picture of what had actually happened was so vivid still in his own mind that it reached ours by a process of telepathy which he could not control or prevent. All through his true-false words this picture stood forth in fearful detail against the shadows behind him. He could not veil, much less obliterate it. We knew, and I always thought he knew that we knew. The story itself, as I have said, was sufficiently ordinary. Jake and himself in a 9-foot canoe had upset in the middle of a lake and had held hands across the upturned craft for several hours, eventually cutting holes in her ribs to stick their arms through and grasp hands, lest the numbness of the cold water should overcome them. They were miles from shore, and the wind was drifting them down upon a little island. But when they got within a few hundred yards of the island, they realized to their horror that they would after all drift past it. It was then the quarrel began. Jake was for leaving the canoe and swimming. Rushton believed in waiting till they actually had passed the island and were sheltered from the wind. Then they could make the island easily by swimming, canoe and all. But Jake refused to give in, and after a short struggle, Rushton admitted there was a struggle, got free from the canoe, and disappeared without a single cry. Rushton held on and proved the correctness of his theory, and finally made the island, canoe and all, after being in the water over 5 hours. He described to us how he crawled up onto the shore and fainted at once, with his feet lying half in the water, how lost and terrified he felt upon regaining consciousness in the dark, how the canoe had drifted away, and his extraordinary luck in finding it caught again at the end of the island, by a projecting cedar branch. He told us that the little axe, another bit of real luck, had caught in the thwart where the canoe turned over, and how the little bottle in his pocket holding the emergency matches was whole and dry. He made a blazing fire and searched the island from end to end, calling upon Jack in the darkness, but getting no answer, till finally so many half-drowned men seemed to come crawling out of the water onto the rocks, and vanish among the shadows when he came up with them, that he lost his nerve completely and returned to lie down by the fire till the daylight came. He then cut a bough to replace the lost paddles, and after one more useless search for his lost companion, he got into the canoe, fearing every moment he would upset again, and crossed over to the mainland. He knew roughly the position of our camping place, and after paddling day and night, and making many weary portages, without food or covering, he reached us 2 days later. This, more or less, was the story, and we, knowing whereof he spoke, knew that every word was literally true, and at the same time went to the building up of a hideous and prodigious lie. Once the recital was over, he collapsed, and Silver Fizz, after a general expression of sympathy from the rest of us, came again to the rescue. "But now, mister, you just got to eat and drink whether you've a mind to or no." And Matt Morris, cook that night, soon had the fried trout and bacon, and the wheat cakes and hot coffee passing round a rather silent and oppressed circle. So we ate round the fire, ravenously, as we had eaten every night for the past 6 weeks, but with this difference, that there was one among us who was more than ravenous, and he gorged. In spite of all our devices, he somehow kept himself the center of observation. When his tin mug was empty, Morris instantly passed the tea pail. When he began to mop up the bacon grease with the dough on his fork, Hank reached out for the frying pan, and the can of steaming boiled potatoes was always by his side. And there was another difference as well. He was sick, terribly sick, before the meal was over, and this sudden nausea after food was more eloquent than words of what the man had passed through on his dreadful, foodless, ghost-haunted journey of 40 miles to our camp. In the darkness he thought he would go crazy, he said. There were voices in the trees, and figures were always lifting themselves out of the water, or from behind boulders, to look at him and make awful signs. Jake constantly peered at him through the underbrush, and everywhere the shadows were moving, with eyes, footsteps, and following shapes. We tried hard to talk of other things, but it was no use, for he was bursting with the rehearsal of his story, and refused to allow himself the chances we were so willing and anxious to grant him. After a good night's rest he might have had more self-control and better judgment, and would probably have acted differently, but as it was we found it impossible to help him. Once the pipes were lit and the dishes cleared away, it was useless to pretend any longer. The sparks from the burning logs zigzagged upwards into a sky brilliant with stars. It was all wonderfully still and peaceful, and the forest odors floated to us on the sharp autumn air. The cedar fire smelt sweet, and we could just hear the gentle wash of tiny waves along the shore. All was calm, beautiful, and remote from the world of men and passion. It was indeed a night to touch the soul, and yet I think none of us heeded these things. A bull moose might also have thrust his great head over our shoulders and have escaped unnoticed. The death of Jake the Swede, with its sinister setting, was the real presence that held the center of the stage and compelled attention. "You won't p'raps care to come along, mister?" said Morris by way of a beginning. "But I guess I'll go with one of the boys here and have a hunt for it." "Sure," said Hank. "Jake and I done some biggish trips together in the old days, and I'll do that much for him." "It's deep water, they tell me, round them islands," added Silver Fizz. "But we'll find it, sure pop, if it's there." They all spoke of the body as it. There was a minute or two of heavy silence, and then Rushton again burst out with his story in almost the identical words he had used before. It was almost as if he had learned it by heart. He wholly failed to appreciate the efforts of the others to let him off. Silver Fizz rushed in, hoping to stop him, Morris and Hank closely following his lead. "I once knew another traveling partner of his," he began quickly. "Used to live down Moose Jaw Rapids way." "Is that so?" said Hank. "Kind of useful sort of fellow," chimed in Morris. All the idea the man had was to stop the tongue wagging before the discrepancies became so glaring that we should be forced to take notice of them and ask questions, but just as well try to stop an angry bull moose on the run, or prevent Beaver Creek freezing in midwinter by throwing in pebbles near the shore. Out it came, and though the discrepancy this time was insignificant, it somehow brought us all in a second face to face with the inevitable and dreaded climax. And so he tramped all over that little bit of an island, hoping he might somehow have gotten in without my knowing it, and always thinking I heard that awful last cry of his in the darkness, and then the night dropped down impenetrably like a damp, thick blanket out of the sky, and... All eyes flew away from his face. Hank poked up the logs with his boot, and Morris seized an ember in his bare fingers to light his pipe, although it was already emitting clouds of smoke. But the professor caught the ball flying. "I thought you said he sank without a cry," he remarked quietly, looking straight up into the frightened face opposite, and then riddling mercilessly the confused explanation that followed. The cumulative effect of all these forces, hitherto so rigorously repressed, now made itself felt, and the circle spontaneously broke apart, everybody moving at once by a common instinct. The professor's wife left the party abruptly with excuses about an early start next morning. She first shook hands with Rushton, mumbling something about his comfort in the night. The question of his comfort, however, devolved by force of circumstances upon myself, and he shared my tent. Just before wrapping up in my double blankets, for the night was bitterly cold, he turned and began to explain that he had a habit of talking in his sleep, and hoped I would wake him if he disturbed me by doing so. Well, he did talk in his sleep, and it disturbed me very much indeed. The anger and violence of his words remain with me to this day, and it was clear in a minute that he was living over again some portion of the scene upon the lake. I listened, horror-struck, for a moment or two, and then understood that I was face to face with one of two alternatives. I must continue an unwilling eavesdropper, or I must waken him. The former was impossible for me, yet I shrank from the latter with the greatest repugnance, and in my dilemma I saw the only way out of the difficulty, and at once accepted it. Cold though it was, I crawled stealthily out of my warm sleeping-bag and left the tent, intending to keep the old fire alight under the stars, and spend the remaining hours till daylight in the open. As soon as I was out, I noticed at once another figure moving silently along the shore. It was Hank Milligan, and it was plain enough what he was doing. He was examining the holes that had been cut in the upper ribs of the canoe. He looked half ashamed when I came up with him, and mumbled something about not being able to sleep for the cold. But there, standing together beside the overturned canoe, we both saw that the holes were far too small for a man's hand and arm, and could not possibly have been cut by two men hanging on for their lives in deep water. Those holes had been made afterwards. Hank said nothing to me, and I said nothing to Hank, and presently he moved off to collect logs for the fire, which needed replenishing, for it was a piercingly cold night, and there were many degrees of frost. 3 days later, Hank and Silver Fuzz followed with stumbling footsteps the old Indian trail that leads from Beaver Creek to the southwards. A hammock was slung between them, and it weighed heavily, yet neither of the men complained, and indeed speech between them was almost nothing. Their thoughts, however, were exceedingly busy, and the terrible secret of the woods which formed their burden weighed far more heavily than the uncouth, shifting mass that lay in the swinging hammock and tugged so severely at their shoulders. They had found it, and 4 feet of water, not more than a couple yards from the lee shore of the island. And in the back of the head was a long, terrible wound, which no man could possibly have inflicted upon himself. End of Chapter 3. End of The Empty House and Other Ghost Stories by Algernon Blackwood.